Ooh.
Both of those are very good matches to get into. Also a good one. You said B-ball versus what am I? Or
They're both on Targon, I imagine.
ooh, maybe we avoid that one then. That could be a good one. That's another good one for sure.
Oh my god, what the hell? These are seasonal matchups.
So many good matchups, holy. I have Black Boss.
I'll do whatever y'all like. I'm partial to Grandpa Roji just because
Okay.
I'm hoping we get some Talia Malphite, but
Let me ask him.
We want to go for.
I also want to see some Talia Malphite.
Because Roji brings a lot of mid range, which is typically super fun to see how it interacts with the meta game.
Yeah, let's get into Roji. He brought Talmouth, so.
Yo, and Sari was on Landmark Control, which I've been playing lately too. So that that's gonna be a fun matchup.
Was that the Broken Ball list? The
I think so.
Xerath?
Yeah. I saw the post because I'm playing Ziggs Xerath, and he's actually on Zillion Xerath.
Yeah. That deck looked like a lot of fun. I think I do actually. Although I don't know if I have him on this account. I have his EU account, which is funny, but I don't have his NA one. I just ping him. I'll just ping him and tell him to add me.
And do I have is it an OBS Ninja link, or are you just going to be sharing in Discord? I forgot. Uh-huh.
I love the process of clearing out my friends list only to have it filled up immediately.
all good.
I think top 8 is probably best, considering the Mastering Runeterra tournament. But, honestly, I don't think it matters that much anyways. I'm pretty sure we're going to have problems tomorrow regardless. I think top 8 is still better for that, because I think players are going to want to say, why am I going to care to show up to a top 16 when I still have to play 2 or 3 more rounds just to have a chance at prize money, right? And then they have to miss out on the Mastering Runeterra thing, which guarantees them points for a bigger tournament. Just my 2 cents as a player. Yeah, I'd also like to try and play the Mastering Runeterra tournament if possible, so... Mm-hmm.
I am seeing a client. And then Discord for a second if you hit a key.
Probably just going to have to change the screen it's sending to us.
I'm seeing a Runeterra client.
Yeah, still seeing Runeterra client. If you click share your screen, it should pop up with all the applications and stuff. It's okay. And then you can switch to share either the screen itself or an individual application. Okay, there we go. Good morning, Skarzig. Looking spiffy today.
Thank you, thank you. Hang on, am I taking point?
If you want to.
No, I'm just making sure. If you've got it down, I'll follow your
I
lead.
think because I'm gonna do the second hand, it's probably better if you take point. Just because
Right.
I'll be distracted with other stuff.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the RuneterraLife Showdown. This is our third RuneterraLife Showdown, and it's brought to you by GGtoor and Metafy, two fantastic sponsors of the Runeterra community. I'm really glad that they're back at it once again, helping out with this RuneterraLife event. And we've got a lot of Swiss rounds to cover and a lot of heavy-hitting matchups today. Welcome to my partner as well, Monte Cristo. Welcome in, friend.
What's up, everybody? I'm super excited to be here alongside you, Skarzig. Always a thrill to cast along one of the best casters in the game. As you said, a lot of rounds today. It's going to be a long day, but we wanted to get everything in today so that way we gave everybody a chance to try and get to that Mastering Runeterra qualifier tomorrow, as we do know how important it is to the community that they're able to play that.
I mean, I'm so glad, honestly, that we're at a point where there's so many competitive events going on all at the same time that now we're in the new era of having to schedule around one another, and all of the tournament organizers are always in communication and making sure that their events are trying to overlap as little as possible. So if you are trying to jump in and take advantage of the new competitive Runeterra Renaissance, make sure you check out GGtoor to find some events for yourself to participate in, not just for Runeterra, but for other competitive games, various esports, even mobile games, and Metafy. They have a stable of coaches across a wide variety of games, and you can find a coach that has time for you individually, one-on-one lessons in your time zone, in your language, to get better at Runeterra, and then, start jumping in here, getting some experience, getting some prize money, and we are getting into round one. We've got Grandpa Roji versus Cannon, and Grandpa Roji on the signature Talia Malphite, and opening up with that landmark turn one, Ancient Preparations.
Yeah, that's the Grandpa Roji special. Turn one Ancient Prep. He's got the chip there if he wants it, but instead is just going to go ahead and play the Rock Hopper. A little bit safer, going to let him keep control of this board. And we see Cannon's hand is very burn, well, not super burn heavy, but it is rather aggressive, having the Reborn Grenadier. Is that the one? Is that the right card?
Yes, that's the one.
That card coming out at burst speed is going to let him be able to push some damage if he can start clearing down this board from Roji.
This deck here, I think this is the new Draven Rumble list that everybody's been kind of on about. It's got incredibly strong tempo, and Risen Rider has been a fantastic option for punishing a lot of these early plays from other decks. They can't get on the board early enough to drop that Fearsome. Suddenly you take 4 or 8 damage, and it's just the right amount for this deck to just get an insurmountable lead. But fortunately, with Chip and the second Rock Hopper, Grandpa Roji's putting up a fantastic fight. Now with Talia and Malphite about to come through on the curve, this is looking to be massively in his favor. The thing about this deck, even though it is Targon, it lacks healing, but Grandpa Roji has said it himself that this deck eats all other mid-range decks.
It certainly does. I'm a big fan of this deck myself. Grandpa Roji, obviously being the pioneer of the list, definitely knows how to play it better than anybody else. He's got his Talia down, leveled on turn 5. You don't see that every day. And she's ready to, she's got to be blocked, or she's just going to deal 10 immediate damage to the face.
And because she has such massive HP, it's great for her to also potentially threaten this Draven.
Definitely. Although we do see that there is the survival skills available in hand for Kanan, so if the Draven does end up getting forced to block the Talia, he can just pop that, and then Talia is suddenly going to be the one on the back foot, being a little, having her HP taken down.
Yeah, so we can see some caution here from Grandpa Roji. We're going into round 6, no damage taken yet. So I think taking just 3 or 4 from Draven is fine here. And this just, again, plays around that get excited, that survival skills, whirling death. I love just holding this win condition and just trying to play towards the Malphite here. That all being said, the early homework was not done for this aggro deck, but there is tons of burn yet in hand. So this could be the swing where Cannon starts to bring this aggressive win con to fruition.
Yeah, I really like this aggressive line from Kanan here. It is the best way to make use of this. He recognizes that he's not going to be able to get another swing in with this full board. This might isn't going to have value, and the rest of his hand is all just these burn spells, so he's got to have the mana available to play the double decimate, as well as the double get excited. So putting Roji down to 14, that's pretty close. That's lethal, right? We see lethal available. Can I count? 8 plus 3 is 11.
It is
exact.
definitely there. When I was playing Talia Malphite back in the early days when I was, you know, a disciple of Grandpa Roji, I was running Rite of Negation because the week... Oh, there it is!
There it is!
Yes! The Caster Blessing comes through. We have Rite of Negation to stop one of these decimates. So if we assume that Grandpa Roji is going to still be at 10 HP, a little bit more burn does need to be drawn. This is getting very close. We saw the early defense come through, but just a couple aggressive swings thanks to the Boom Baboon and the Flame Chompers coming through is enough to maybe set this up. Here comes the Decimate, setting Grandpa Roji down to 6, and double get excited is in the hand. Kanan is not going to make the misplay of putting them both on the stack. Right when you put 2 spells on the stack versus the Rite of Negation, but it might be forced here.
It definitely is forced here. He has to just throw him out. Unfortunately, Roji did top deck that Rite of Negation.
Oh, yeah,
so
the Shen emote knows that it's coming. Cannon has to take this big risk and say, did they get the Rite of Negation? Usually in this variant, you can only fit maybe 1 copy at most because it is pretty tight with all the synergy cards, but that's game 1 going to Grandpa Roji. Very explosive game. Without that Rite of Negation, it would have gone to his opponent, and it just goes to show how volatile sometimes these matchups can get.
Yeah, and just the power of Talia coming out there as well, being able to chunk your opponent for 10 HP in a single attack if she's unblocked, it's crazy. The way that game worked out, it went back and forth a couple times just in those early turns. Roji was ahead on board, then he had to trade down the entire board, then we saw all the burn in Kanan's hand, and it got really scary for Roji, but that top deck came in just in time to save him. And now we get to see the the Ari Kennen into the Draven Rumble. And ladder stats have this as Draven Rumble flavored, as far as I'm aware, but from the players I've spoken to, the Ari Kennen player, and from my own experiences in tournaments, the Ari Kennen player is actually a little bit more favored than the stats would make it out to be. It's a very, very close matchup.
I think definitely the matchup is coming down to just trying to kind of high roll it, because the list can't deal with Rumble super effectively. We fortunately do have Twin Disciplines to stop some fearsomes in the early game, and with Dancing Droplet into Ari turn 1, this is just a fantastic early setup. So I do really like this. Cannon is going to be looking to get this Risen Rider set up as quickly as possible because Grandpa Roji is hitting a fantastic curve, even has Kinko Wayfinder for next round.
Definitely. As you mentioned, Skarsig, that fearsome tag is very difficult for a lot of the decks in the meta, particularly this one. It's part of the reason why Draven Rumble appears favored into the Ari Kennen on the ladder stats. People don't play around that fearsome properly.
And even if you do force the Absolver or Twin Disciplines in the early game, then that's just a fantastic combo tool that this deck needs to finish the job. But right now, compared to the first game, you know, this setup is a little bit slower. We have Rumble on 4, we have a wide swing coming through here, but this is just going to be met in kind by the Wayfinder. Now you get a lot of chump blockers against this ability.
Yeah, the slower setup seems bad, but it's often actually works out a little bit better for this deck because it does enable you to go for that Rumble level up. And if you can play for that Rumble level up, suddenly you have a bit more of a chance in these mid-rangey, grindier matchups because you're just going to start generating those Mecha Yordles. And once they've been generated and this deck runs Ballistic Bots and Burn, every point of Burn that you then send to face is going to discount that Mecha Yordle by 1 as well as buffing it up by +1/+1.
And maybe we will get to see some of these mechs come through. They have a lot of very powerful, very synergistic abilities with this aggressive playstyle. And we can see in Grandpa Roji's hand, we've got the Blade Twirler, we've got Deny, just a lot of reactivity in the hand, but nothing that's immensely threatening just yet. So maybe Cannon does have a lot more time to take advantage of this Rumble value.
It's definitely going to be an interesting game. I'm very curious to see how this shapes up. Right now, it does look like Roji is in control of the board, but we see a decent amount of burn in Kanan's hand.
And Grandpa Roji trying to go for this really aggressive line, tapping under a lot of mana. There could be a world where if Deny Mana is not kept up, if a Decimate does connect with the Nexus, it can change the texture of this matchup very drastically. Ari getting another fantastic just open swing because of her swap and large HP pool. It's very difficult to actually take her down through combat. And this is going to be even more. Absolver's actually just going to hit the stack too. Grandpa Roji going full aggro here.
This is going to get punished. We do see that Kanan has the Whirling Death available to him, as well as the ambush to buff up the Rumble high enough that even through the Twin Disciplines, that Ari is dying. Instead, opting to go for the Mystic Shot onto the Dancing Droplet.
Very interesting play here. Taking out the Dancing Droplet, basically cutting the Ari's potential damage in half. And now, by forcing the Twin Disciplines, this is a fantastic attack buff, just being used to conserve the Dancing Droplet.
There's the Whirling Death onto the Ari, I'm assuming. Roji maybe making a bit of a slip-up, going for that aggressive push with the Absolver there. Ends up getting really punished for it.
So now Rumble leveling up thanks to the Whirling Death, and now the value train starts going. Typically, the Ari Kennen players, depending on the matchup, can adopt a very defensive, value-oriented stance, and I'm wondering what Grandpa Roji sensed about this matchup that wanted him to go aggressive there.
I think it had to do with his hand, and the fact that Kanan wasn't throwing out more threats consistently. Grandpa Roji probably had a read that he's on a bit of a clock at this point, and just didn't know what to do with it. The only option available to him here is that Homecoming to prevent this damage, which we will see is going to get punished by that might that Kanan just top decked.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Monty. With so many cards in hand but no developments, probably did signal a lot of burn. And I like that Grandpa Roji immediately shifted to that mindset in this matchup. But you can now, we're getting a much better appreciation, as you talked about, where the build of this deck is meant to counter the Ari Kennen. We've got the Overwhelm to punish these ghost blocks that really foil a lot of other lists. Rumble regaining Spell Shield after he levels up, making it even more difficult for Grandpa Roji to keep up. From this position, 1 HP, you're just held hostage. The Ballistic Bot gets the final ignition, and Kinko Wayfinder needs to be the play here. We've got Nopify for that, and then no Deny Mana for the Decimate. So Kanan is going to take this one, and a very, very fast game 2.
Yeah.
Rumble Draven showing what it's made of.
Love to see it. I'm very excited for this game 3 now. Super. That was a really nice. I really enjoyed watching that Rumble Draven deck in this game. It showed us exactly what it wants to do in every game if it can. And it was nice to see that even though the Mecha Yordle didn't come down, the Rumble level up was impactful. Resetting the Spell Shield mattered. Getting the second point of impact mattered. It was a good showcase of the deck's power level and strengths in the matchup.
I think with the new patch, players have been really enjoying a lot of control decks, right, that were kind of kept out of the metagame by Shellfolk, just the overwhelming value of that card. And with this new metagame and a lot of slower value-oriented strategies, Rumble Draven just becomes like a nice, aggressive breath of fresh air. It's got tons of combat tricks, so it has like this old school discard aggro feel, a little bit of that mid-range like Fiora Shen feel to it. And it is nice to see in action, especially in the hands of a skilled player like Kanan. Going into game 3 now, Grandpa Roji trying to take this game with Ari Kennen, and Kanan is on the new Targon Bandle City deck. This version is actually meant to counter Ari Kennen as well. You've got tons of pings like Group Shot and Pokey Stick, and then you just have great value generation to just grind Ari Kennen down with tons of elusive chump blockers.
The recent buff to Diana actually coming up really, really big, making her a little bit more playable in all her decks. You can just slam her on 2, and then if you have a Pale Cascade, well, you're giving her Challenger that way. If you have they've started including the Lunari Priestess in these builds, just as an alternative to the Solari. It gives you a wider field of invokes, which are more useful in a lot more situations, especially when you have the Shellfolk on the board to then double it.
And I like pulling with the Diana here. Cannon isn't trying to keep Diana alive from this position. It's just saying, I need to get this cannon to the side and deal a little bit of chip to it, set up for one of my pings to do the job down the road, just guaranteeing that the
Roji says, I don't want to let you keep that Diana.
Wow, so forces a lot of resources out of Grandpa Roji already.
I like that response from Roji, actually. His hand is kind of dead. He really needs to make this cannon start working for him. So losing the cannon there is very, very, like, if he loses the cannon, he has absolutely nothing. What are you doing with these 2 homecomings and the 2 palms? Nothing is happening for you at that point. He needs to be able to keep this unit out around so that way he can at least attempt to start chunking down this board and the HP from Kanan's side.
And this is a rare opportunity that we're seeing here where the Ari Kennen is drawing very poorly. Like, typically the list has so many useful spells, so many small units that can just be played out to deal some damage on a turn, that it's very rare to see like the most expensive spells in the deck just languishing in the hand. And with Dancing Droplet going down, this is also taking away a big way of refueling, but Wayfinder is here. This could bring Grandpa Roji back into the game quite immensely. If we can get maybe the Mourned Dancing Droplet as well back into play, back into that cycling.
Mourned found, Kennen found as well. This is still perhaps not exactly what Roji wanted to see here, especially since we can see that Kanan does have 2 group shots available to him in his hand. It's just going to let him pick off all of these units.
And Cannon now is in a position of, I have my group shots, I have my reactivity if I need it, but because Grandpa Roji has kind of wormed his way into this super clunky board state, there's no reason for Cannon to feel the pressure. You know you have that Targon inevitability, you can kick back and chill. Wayfinder being sent back to the hand by Navori Conspirator, going to try to fish again for the Dancing Droplet.
Yeah, I think that had to be the play at this point. Without finding another droplet to start cycling and actually make these homecomings worth something, it's going to be very, very difficult for Roji to actually find a way back into this game. We do see the Golden Sister coming down from Kanan's side as well, making it even more difficult, just building a wall.
And a lot of these builds as well, now that the meta is starting to adapt to Ari Kennen and punish it a little bit more effectively, the decks are kind of shying away from this all-in, like, Kennen Ari, more aggressive plan. And you can see here with, like, the concussive palms that they're adopting this value-oriented style. If Grandpa Roji can find maybe Sign and Thousand Tailed, it would be a fantastic way to just keep drawing more cards and get value. And a whiff on the Wayfinder. Absolver coming into the hand now. And of course, Cannon is going to clock that, knows that Absolver is indeed there.
Yeah, really, really not what you want to be seeing from Grandpa Roji's side. And he and I were joking around a little bit because we asked him if he wanted to be on cast, and he said, yeah, caster curse me, baby. And looks like we might have done that. Sorry, Roji. We tried with the last game. We gave you what you needed with game 1. You found the right negation, but this time, this is looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, this is looking very rough. We have Concussive Palm to stop a lot of this damage, and at the very least, Cannon isn't feeling any pressure, but as well, Grandpa Roji, it doesn't have to fear any burn or any shenanigans from Targon, right? They have to grind you down, get that overwhelming advantage, and then eventually find the kill through elusives or something like that, which, again, a deck like this can very easily deal with. No star shaping yet in hand, so no worries about the Destroyer. So overall, this is just a decent stalemate.
Yeah, Kanan opting to let the recall go through. Says, I don't want to reveal my combat tricks here. There's going to be better targets for the group shot. There's going to be better targets for the pokey stick. And honestly, I like it. Yeah, Roji can play out this next this Allegiance card again, but his board's still full, for one. He doesn't have enough room to play it. He's going to burn a card if he does. And 2, if he does replay it, there's a chance it whiffs again.
That is true. That is very true. So is just going to attack. You probably need to swing with maybe one cannon or a concussive palm. Ironically, cannon might just take the damage regardless in order to keep Grandpa Roji's board full, because they already know the Kinko Wayfinder's in hand. They know that Roji wants to play that to get the droplets. If you can control the droplets, it does so much for starving this deck out of resources. Even though Grandpa Roji does have a wide variety of cards, without the cycling to threaten leveling up the Kennen, without the Ari there to kind of facilitate pushing through damage, there is no pressure.
Definitely. You very, very much correctly identified the power point of this deck. The droplet recall enabling that cycle is often a bigger concern than killing these cannons or any other given unit on the board. Being able to stop your opponent's flow of resources, super, super important to keeping this deck in check.
Recall comes through on Tail of the Dragon. When it returns to the hand, it transforms back into the Concussive Palm spell, and this does open up the board slots for Grandpa Roji. We get the Dancing Droplet at the exchange of getting rid of that recall spell, so... Yeah, we've got Homecoming at the very least, and now it's going to go down because of Bouncing Bomb, which was grabbed off of the Conchologist. And now Grandpa Roji recognizes that this is a really bad spot to be in. You've got to go for the Homecoming here to get that card draw after you worked so hard to get the Dancing Droplet into play. And it's so important for your cycling win condition. And we have not seen a single group shot or pokey stick yet, and Cannon's hand is completely filled with them.
Yeah, 4 pings available to Kanan here.
And
These recalls are never going off, Skarzig. It's never going to happen for Roji at this point. I'm sorry, friend, we cast or cursed you.
And this is what makes this new Bandle City Targon deck so powerful, is that your ping spells are so cheap, right? Even if you are using things like Vile Feast and Pokey Stick with 1 mana recall, etc., your opponent is usually answering you for less or weaker mana. But with Group Shot here, getting its damage boosted to 2, you're able to kind of respond with very cheap ways as well.
So Roji actually opted to let that Bouncing Bomb go through. I guess has a read on the fact that it was generated and therefore there are other pings in hand, so it's just going to get punished if he goes for that recall. Perhaps also considering that he needs to save the recall to actually prevent damage on this turn. But he's in a very, very dire position now.
Homecoming number 2 coming through to recycle the Wayfinder once again. Saves a Cannon as well. Cannon can respond to this with Group Shot and Pokey Stick, but lets that go through anyway. Again, just knows that he's in a nice responsive position. Even if the Kinko Wayfinder comes out again, you're just getting another Cannon, another Mourned. And Cannon is still needs to level up by getting cycled one more time. And Cannon is tracking this, kills both Cannons.
Yeah, that'll do it, I think. I was going to say, with the Godwill Seedling found, there is a way for Roji to start adding more 1-drops into his deck. He can bounce the Cannon and then use the Cannon spell that's now generated to bounce the second Cannon that's on the board, and then use that Cannon spell to bounce the third Cannon that's on the board, and put more and more Cannons into his deck so these Wayfinders aren't completely dead. But Kanan, knowing that and seeing that Roji's tapped out, just immediately goes, ping, ping, your Cannons are gone. You're out of this game. I've sealed the deal.
Yeah, without Cannon, you don't have the Marks of the Storm to deal damage and stun. You can see there's so many low HP targets on the enemy board. If you have leveled up Cannon from this position, you just Mark of the Storm, start controlling the board, and suddenly this Targon grinding idea does not come to fruition because your opponent is generating cards out of thin air that deal with your board too. But that is going to be game 3 going to Cannon with his anti-Ari Cannon build. And I wonder, and because we do have, 3 decks in a ban for the Swiss rounds, I think that, if it's 3 decks that are countering Ari Cannon, you can only ban 1. You've got to pick your poison there.
Yeah, for sure. When you bring people have said that you can't target Ari Cannon. Kanan obviously disagrees. He's brought the Shelfolk deck, as we discussed, with all those pings, has ways of interrupting those recalls, has ways of taking out the important units in the deck. He brought the Draven Rumble deck, which, as we discussed, has the fearsome units, gonna let you go over the top. Has Whirling Deaths to counter the recalls while if they're trying to do it in combat. Has card generation, so that way you can stay even in the card advantage. And then I'm unsure what Kanan's third deck was, but
I'm sure we'll get a taste of it, perhaps at a later round.
Yeah.
And the lists too that we're mentioning here, I think that maybe, like you talked about, the Ari Kennen isn't as unfavored versus Rumble as players have made it out to be. And I think that if a deck is not a super hard counter, then tournament players especially aren't necessarily going to zero in on it as something they want to bring. But if it is favored enough, and if you have enough targeting for Ari Kennen in your lineup, then you can try to pop off. And it looks like we've got Pinus here on Pirates versus Salty Simon on Freljord Shadow Isles Control.
Yes, it is FTR that Salty Simon is playing. It's not the new Iceborne Legacy Spiders. So we're getting Simon's hand up right now, but so I have it in front of me, and so I can tell you he does have the Ice Pillar, of course, 2 Vengeance, 2 Feel the Rush, and a Tryndamere, and a Catalyst, and a
That's
Flash
a heavy hand. Oh my god. Versus Pirates, they're going to get on the board too quickly. And is this a visual bug? No. We're jumping in. It's a work in progress.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So he's already at 3 HP. Yeah, the board is just... The hand is too heavy. You can already extrapolate what happened.
Yeah, you definitely can.
There was probably like 1 Blighted Ravine cast. Their mana is still even, so that Catalyst came very, very late. And it's just been dead draw, right? Vengeance. And you can't go for the Vengeance because of Noxian Fervor.
You definitely cannot. This is actually... I don't see a way for Simon to get out of this spot here. If he heals using the Catalyst, Pinus has both options, both his burn options available to him to finish this out. If he uses the Vengeance, again, Pinus can just go over top with the Noxian Fervor. So this is likely game 2 going to Pinus here. Maybe game 1, unsure. We'll find out immediately after this one.
And Pirate aggro is... I think that discard aggro was like the penultimate super classic aggro deck for a long time, but Pirates is just like that old grizzled retired boxer that's just seen everything, is super tough, super reliable, and just comes out of the woodwork to remind everyone, hey, your deck does not have enough early game.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see Pirates making a resurgence. To me, it's just not a very strong deck.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of older aggro decks coming out just to take advantage of the fact the metagame is still pretty fresh, still pretty open, and they aren't being directly targeted, right? A lot of the control decks are mostly just trying to outvalue each other, trying to outdo a lot of the mid-range builds that we're seeing, like Tilia Malphite, a lot of Landmark mid-range, even like Mono Shurima has been getting some mileage lately, and I would even consider that a mid-range deck. And when it just comes to direct damage to the Nexus, there's not yet a high enough presence of outright healing to make these decks feel super bad. Spider Burn's been getting a lot of love. Nick Makes Plays was climbing with Scouts the other day.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people on Scouts lately. Spider's coming back for sure. Fearsome units being very powerful into Ari Kennen, and just burn strategies in general being strong against the deck as it has no healing. So with that being the meta king, so to speak, we know from historical data that pink-yellow region combination is in fact weak to aggro.
Yeah, pink, yellow, good. And who knows? Speaking of which, I wonder if we will ever see like some Ionia like Sivir stuff ever again, or maybe even some Sivir Akshan. That was a deck that even after the nerfs and after the hotfix, it was still like a very niche, like high tier 2 deck that could round out a lineup beautifully. But jumping into this game, we've got Cephalopod versus What Am I? We've got Draven trying to get over the hill versus the TLC. Oh, there's the FTR and a Ledros in there.
And a Ledros, so we're both right. We're both correct in this instance, Karzik. Yeah, this is... I wonder what's going on here. it's a very interesting position we've jumped into once again. Go ahead.
I was going to say, how do you feel about the whirling death on this Spiderling and not trying to take down the Trundle?
I'm confused.
I think, okay, here's what I'm thinking. Cephalopod wants to use the whirling death to level up Draven, but wants to do it on a really bad target on purpose so that What Am I doesn't frostbite the Draven.
Yeah, I think let me see if this game will tell me. The game state's actually not telling me if there is already if there's already been one axe attack happened with this Draven. So I'm gonna give Seth the benefit of the doubt and say that Draven is at 1 out of 2, and that this Whirling Death is gonna go ahead and clear off the spider and then enable the level up and the overwhelm. But of course we see that it's just punished by the Vengeance. Newly buffed to 6 mana, very, very strong card now. Not that it wasn't before.
Again, just at 6 mana it becomes this beautiful anti-mid-range tool. And Freljord Shadow Isles, because of Avalanche, Blighted Ravine, running things like the Box, Withering Whale, which it might be able to start cutting and making room for. We can see What Am I has a copy of Whale in hand. And the bigger mid-range bodies that can survive these AoEs and this chip damage and still punch you and get that tempo, now beautifully cleaned up by Vengeance. So What Am I running a much more cautious build potentially? I would love to see all the different flavors of Freljord Shadow Isles that are in the Swiss rounds today.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see Ledros back in these FTR decks, but What Am I big fan of these uncontestable endgame win cons. Ledros, very, very hard for a lot of decks to deal with. Fearsome Tag, as we've talked about multiple times already, is very strong in this current metagame.
And what's also funny too is you get to get a peek into what players like and what they feel is strong, and that's what they build their decks to counter, right? What Am I liking a lot of control decks, liking a lot of Targon is going to say, I think this deck is strong. Other good players should therefore think that these decks are strong, and I need to start teching for them. And Ledros, like versus Targon, to just cut through their Nexus health after you haven't been pressuring them for all game. Suddenly you're down to 10 HP, potentially dying to an Overwhelm or the Feel Rush combo. I really like seeing that tech.
I do too.
And as we move on through the Swiss rounds, we're going to be seeing tons of takes on the metagame. Am I going to go for just super grindy control? Am I targeting Ari Kennen? Am I bringing aggro? And all of these are viable options, especially in the Swiss rounds, because there's so many participants in these open rounds trying to make top cut for tomorrow that you need to go with whatever you feel is going to give you the best variety of good matchups. And this is why often during the seasonal tournaments, for example, we see players bring something that's very generic, very balanced during the open rounds, and then after they make top cut, they get a better idea of what their opponents are going to be. They bring something that's a bit more counter-oriented, a bit more focused. And the fourth lineup style, I guess I should mention, is just specialty decks, things that you enjoy. Grandpa Roji bringing that Talia Malphite, and even I always love seeing when Grandpa Roji's in a tournament bringing the Talia Malphite, because he'll post his stats or the standing after the fact, and it's always, I did really well, Talia Malphite didn't drop a game, but everybody targeted my other deck. That's usually how it goes. You can't counter Talia Malphite. You have to just take your L against that deck and beat the other thing. It always seems to be the case.
Certainly. How can you counter a deck if you've never had to play against it before? You have no idea what's in it. You have no idea, even though it's open deck list, you don't know how those cards work. What does Malphite do? Well, who's seen that card?
I know, new champion.
Right? Definitely.
He's like a Yu-Gi-Oh player where he's the only person in the entire world that has Malphite at the top end. But the box comes through to wipe Kinko Wayfinder, and this has been, the premier strategy. Run any Shadow Isles deck with 3 copies of the box to have your favorite matchup here.
Yeah, if these Shadow Isle decks definitely do pose a problem for Ari. With all the removal available to them, it's very, very difficult to keep your pieces alive, especially since they only have that 1 or 2 points of HP.
Ari leveling up here thanks to the recall on Sign-In, and this God Willow Seedling combo is fantastic because you draw 2 more cards, you get the buff, and then if God Willow Seedling ticks down, the sign-in is going to proc once more. I had the pleasure of interviewing Sir Donald after his big win during Fight Night EU with this build, and he said that often you'll just overwrite the Godwillow Seedling or use a Homecoming to bounce it back to your hand because you don't need that much value of getting another sign-in Thousand Tailed.
Yeah, Majin was also very big on 3 Godwillow, 3 sign-in. He was talking to me about that last week when I casted the Mastering Runeterra tournament with him. So definitely the newer iterations of this Ari Cannon deck are including more copies of both of those cards, just because, as you said, very, very strong. You're able to play the Godwillow, and suddenly you don't have to pay 6 mana to give your entire board +1/+1 and draw 3. Draw 2? Doesn't matter.
And again, the extra fuel. We saw how desperate Grandpa Roji was earlier in the broadcast, being unable to find Dancing Droplet and get that card draw. But you can see the extra resources that you have allow you to keep up with this this grind from MTuck's list. There's Feel the Rush in hand, but you've got to somehow force Easy to Win to tap down under Deny mana just to guarantee this goes through. Even if the Feel the Rush does connect, all of the units that you summon are weak to the Concussive Palm and the Homecoming. This is a much harder matchup than it looks like at first blush.
Oh, for sure. Especially in this particular scenario, we see that it's only the FTR that MTux has available to himself. So if that gets denied, he's just dead in the water. And as you said, as long as Easy to Win holds up that deny mana, he can bluff it all day. It doesn't matter whether it's in the hand or not. MTux has to respect it at this point. He can't afford to lose this FTR. He doesn't have a second one to try.
Vengeance comes through on the Ari. Twin Disciplines can't stop this. If you recall the Ari, then it's still basically me not taking a bunch of damage, which is the goal here. And if you do deny this Vengeance, then it maybe clears a path for FTR. I love how many different things this Vengeance accomplishes all at once.
Yeah, there's always the consideration that they wouldn't use the deny on the Vengeance here, because we do see that Easy to Win has the second Ari available in hand, currently a Charm. But also, with the buff to Vengeance and 6 mana still available to MTux, even if it's denied, he can just cast another one over top. So, maybe trying to deny check, but also, with these new changes, you can't really make a good read there. It's amazing how much impact 1 mana can do to this whole mind game.
Second Ari does hit the board, and MTux with Kindly Tavern Keeper still reserving 3 mana to be able to cast Feel the Rush next round. Without the deny on that Vengeance, with so much damage being threatened, he's got the read that it's not there.
That, or he just feels he's out of options and out of time. This, with the second Ari coming down and knowing that there's a Seinen in hand still available, it's now or never for MTux. If he doesn't take control of this game right here, he is just going to get chunked and lose on the following turn.
And we can see here Trundle is not yet leveled up. He is a 10-10, but he doesn't get his Overwhelm until he gets to level 2.
Yeah, and he's just going to get chumped by a recall block here. So, MTux maybe not in the best spot at this point. We do see that there's a Vengeance available, and now he can have a pretty solid read on no deny. That's another reason why he may have opted to cast the Feel the Rush this turn. If there is a deny, he needs it out of the hand now, so that way the Vengeance can go through and keep him alive for a following turn.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like there was an interaction at one point in time where you could, like, Vengeance your own Tryndamere, and, like, he would transform and lose the target. It's not supposed to work that way, but I think it did work like that for, like, a patch or two, and they fixed it, and I was just kind of reminiscing about a shenanigan of that nature. But Trundle's just going to swing in, force some blocks down here. If Easy to Win wants to, we can just recall the Tail of the Dragon, get another Concussive Palm. With Sign-In in the hand, you don't need to save these recalls to cycle Dancing Droplet anymore, and I think it's just a great way to use your value here, since Trundle has regeneration.
Yeah, I really like using the Homecoming here. I think I would Homecoming the Palm. Easy to Win disagrees. He says he's going to keep it until he absolutely has to. Probably just wants it as protection against an atrocity, since there's no deny in hand. But bouncing that Tryndamere there, bouncing the Trundle, and MTux is still, like, If you do that, he's really out of gas. He's got nothing. He then has to replay the Tryndamere or the Trundle. And sure, it generates him another Ice Pillar if it's the Trundle you bounce, but it's not doing a whole lot for you on defense when all the units are elusive.
So we get to replay the Mourn there for 0 mana, just because of Ahri's effect. Sign-in comes down to draw 2 more cards. Now we've got 3 elusive targets in play. Ahri gets to set up for another swing.
Yeah, no freeze available to Mtux. The Vengeance still there, of course, but no deny in the hand of... oh, spoke too soon. Doesn't matter if you burn one when you draw the second.
Very, very close. Godwillow Seedling cycling the sign-in once more, drawing cards, wants to get that reactivity to try to guarantee this swing, and then just another buff for the board for Ahri. And now with 8 mana available, we've got enough for Homecoming plus Deny, or Homecoming plus Nopify, Homecoming plus Twin. A lot of fantastic, powerful options to ensure this attack here. And all Mtuck can potentially respond with is a Frostbite or 2, if you have it available.
None in hand, unfortunately. The Vengeance is going to get denied, or the unit's going to get Homecoming out from under it. Most likely the deny there.
And look at the power of the buff from Sign-in, right? Because maybe there's a world where you can just Vile Feast or Withering Wail to clear the Mourned, and now you have to put those on the stack to try to clear this 3-2 to stop the Ahri swap.
And it looks like Mtux is just going to go ahead and fire off that Vengeance, say, this is what I've got. Can you stop it?
That swing wasn't actually lethal, was it? 4-8-12?
No, it's not.
And so, theoretically, if you didn't respond and just drop down to 2, you would be fine. Easy to Win might not take the chance here to... Now you have the opportunity to respond to the Vengeance and then put a combat trick down. Make this lethal with the Twin.
And he's going for it. I like this. You can have a pretty good read on no freeze. We've had 2 Ahri's attack without a freeze at this point. Both have been answered by a Vengeance. If there's a freeze, Mtux is really sandbagging it, and he deserves to get it off at that point. So...
I think that was definitely some high-level mind games there, where you're just saying, I'm in a bad enough spot where I have to basically force my opponent to respect me, right? Like a player who is trying to account for everything and play as safely as possible, and say, oh well, if they've got 3 sisters here, then this is a Giga debate, blah blah. But of course, there's the other side of the coin of if your opponent is good enough, they're going to have the proper reads as well, and they know that it is safe there.
Yeah, that was definitely a very, very high-level game to watch. I enjoyed that little end game back and forth of, do you have the answer? Do I have the answer?
That's certainly a line that could be analyzed and argued about. And I always imagine there's like some hidden Discord server where like the the high-level players are all like posting screen caps and arguing about lines, because it's like, okay, you can drop down to 2 HP there by not reacting and just accepting the combat, right? And then, based on what your hand state even is, anything that connects with you from an elusive standpoint is going to kill you regardless. So by going for Vengeance there and trying to force no deny, no twin, you're saving, 12 HP or more, almost. And so I think that was the most winning opportunity there, was to just simply go for the Vengeance.
Yeah, I really liked it from both sides. Mtux just had to go for the Vengeance. Obviously, we saw no deny, and the Satan coming out stopped any potential Withering Wail shenanigans. So he had to go for it, and then the answer comes out from Easy to Win. Correctly had the read, okay, there's no freeze here. You're not sandbagging me that much. You can play all the mind games you want, Mtux. I'm not falling for them this time. And just shoots for it. And it paid off for him, and it really did.
I honestly like to see the live evolution as well of these matchups, because we saw Frellerchud Isles go down to burn because perhaps it wasn't running enough healing, enough board wipes, and then we see the reverse where even a deck that's running the box and Withering Whale, still can't keep up with Ari Kennen, because that deck has now adapted in turn to be much more value oriented with the palms and the sign in and the denies. There was a point in time, right, where Ari Kennen wasn't even running deny. They were just going all in with the Ari Kennen stuff, a very elusive aggro style of deck, and we'll have to see if the meta continues to shape and evolve around the Ari Kennen. Even Iceborne Legacy has, started to lose a little bit of gas, a little bit of shine in the last couple days with people targeting it with very specific decks. But Ari Kennen, being an Ionian deck, is always historically been very resistant to counters because they have such a deep, flexible toolbox of responses to their own counters, which, for better or for worse, at the very least, we get to see just some adaptation, and is great.
Okay.
And speak of the devil.
Yeah, we're going to get into Boomer from NA against Sergey Tuvamos. I do actually have this second hand for us. It's coming up right now. I was just trying to figure out what Sergey's NA name was.
So El Giga Chad? Oh my god, Sergey's a beast. But we've got Poros on the other side here. Looks like one Iceborne Legacy is already connected. It's a 3-3. We've got Iterative Improvement and Battle Fury in hand. Another just wild tech for this list.
Yeah,
if you try to block my Poros, I gotta get something through. But look at this. Poppy level up. I haven't seen this in a hot minute.
Yeah, actually, Poppy level up happens a lot more often now than it did before. Interestingly enough, a lot of decks in the current metagame don't have a way to deal with Poppy, and she's come back in this deck in particular, which was popularized by Darkodius on Twitter after the rise of the Poro decks as a direct counter. She just kind of swings 3 times, and then she's leveled, and the Poro decks can't really do anything against that.
I literally just got done saying that the Daring Poros are getting targeted quite nicely with the Lulu Poppy now. I've heard that even Grandpa Roji was running Pantheon Shyvana, I believe.
Yes.
As an anti-Poro tech, and already we're getting a very wide variety of lists and people trying to counter different things. We've got the Poros, we've got the Poppy Lulu, we've seen the Ari Kennen, we've seen the Freljord Shadow Isles, new Rumble on deck. One thing I would say, if we're gonna keep digging, peeling back the layers of the metagame like an onion, I think that we might see some deep during the Swiss rounds. I don't have access to a full deck list spreadsheet or anything, but Deep has been another list that's enjoyed a bit of a resurgence lately because it can just run its great game plan that's good against mid-range and control decks that can't keep up with cheap big thing. And then because you're Shadow Isles, you get to run Vile Feast, the box. People love line them up in that deck now because of the change. It works with Maokai.
Yeah, that Maokai change actually ended up being a lot more impactful than I initially thought it was going to be. I never considered the possibility of line them up in the deck, but creating a burst speed challenger like that is so strong. It's actually crazy. And then you can go ahead and buff up the Vile Feast if you want. You don't have to use it on that second part slow spell. You can do it in combat and make use of the keg that way. It's been a very interesting development, and Deep is definitely a nightmare deck for some of these slower decks like FTR. They have a lot of problems dealing with big, beefy sea monsters.
And this is the metagame that we're in, right? There's there's always one or two decks that are just like, oh man, these are really strong. And for ladder purposes, it's really difficult because sometimes you're playing a deck that's weak to something that's popular but beats everything else. And you're just kind of like, if I just don't run into this deck, more than half of my games today, I'm in a really good position. But in a tournament where you get to ban a deck, you get to construct your lineup in order to facilitate getting better matchups for yourself on average, or finding those silver bullet lineups that you do want to target, it's very healthy. And if you, dear viewer, want to get better at analyzing metagames, analyzing tournament lineups, building tournament lineups for yourself, you can be coached one-on-one by fantastic high-level Runeterra players on Metafy. Former seasonal champions, players that are the best of the best across the entire planet, are listed on Metafy and want to teach you in one-on-one sessions in your time zone, in your language. It's going to be great to see just their knowledge being shared with the wider Runeterra community.
Yeah, we've already seen some of the Metafy coaches up on our screen today. What am I? One of the best players in North America, arguably the best player in North America, is a coach for Metafy as well. So definitely a great place to go if you're looking to up your game. Scarzik, it appears we have a bit of downtime. So do you want to talk a little bit about the hot point right now, Iceborne Legacy? How do you feel about this card? Do you think the buff was too much?
I didn't think they were going to go that ham. Because Iceborne Legacy, for those of you who might not recall, used to be burst speed. But it only gave +1/+1, if I recall.
Yes, and it was 3 mana.
It was 3 mana burst speed, +1/+1 everywhere. And this was back before Daring Poro Cannon type stuff existed. I think Daring Poro was in the game, but Poro Cannon didn't exist. You couldn't get as many of them as you can now. And Iterative Improvement didn't exist, etc., etc. But it was nerfed to slow speed because Riot was just trying to find a different space for it. They felt that it wasn't seeing a lot of play. Ironically, the Iceborne Spiders deck was on the uprise right when that change happened, and it really cut that deck off. And I was looking forward to some of the shenanigans that Iceborne Legacy's new form would cause, right? Like spiders coming back, people running like Iceborne Marauders or Messengers, or just there's a lot of ways in Runeterra right now to play and duplicate and generate a lot of the same unit, right? And Daring Poro, unfortunately, just happens to be the most destructive carrier of that stat gain. And all things considered, Daring Poro's is getting targeted quite nicely right now, where it's not taking over the entire game, but I do understand that it is a bit one-sided to play against if they just happen to hit all the Poros in Iceborne Legacy and Poro snacks and stuff. But again, it is targetable at the very least.
Oh, for sure. I think it's definitely a bit of an overrated deck, but we've actually gotten into another game here really quickly. Just I think this is the last one in round 1, perhaps maybe not the last, but we're getting pretty close. And it's Grave Trail versus Tio Kadu, and Tio has brought the Faint HD Griffin Tristana deck. This deck was popping up a little bit, making a little bit of waves, and then I thought a lot of people ended up testing it and just kind of decided, nah, this ain't it, Chief. But I'm really excited to see it here today. I really like Tristana. She's one of my favorite champions. If you remember last season, I was playing that Tristana Atrocity deck that generated a bit of traction on Twitter. Lobster made a video on it. So that was really cool.
Yeah, so this one, I think I did play against this the other day. We see the Bandle City Shurima combination. This deck is adapted, I think, to be Tristana and Rumble with the Absolver. Rumble and Tristana both are fantastic carriers of the Overwhelm keyword. And with Bandle City, you just have so much fodder generation for the Rumble to come down. If you get any garbage cards off of Loping Telescope, for example, you just throw them away and just bring your heavy hitters down. And you can see here that Grave Trail is really struggling to get this Tristana off of the board, gets Ruined Reckoner to send Draven back in for a double dip.
Yeah, I like this play coming up from Grave Trail, and I love the Ruined Reckoner tech in this Draven Rumble deck. This was something that Mtux actually brought to my attention. I don't know if Grave Trail got it from the same place, but Darkodius and Mtux were talking about this, and they brought it to me, and I was like, oh, this is a piece that I was missing. Pseudo Rally? Yeah, yes please.
And because this deck is so based around having singular large attacks, right? Draven now is overwhelmed. Things like Rumble, cards like Ballistic Bot and Ambush. If you can get that one massive hit to connect, you set your opponent now to burn range.
Yeah, and we do see that is the case here. Unfortunately, Grave Trail is also kind of in burn range of Teokadu at this point. With Tristana gaining impact with every dual region unit that's played, she's going to start dealing more and more and more and more.
We've got 5 in total coming through, if everything is blocked here. And Grave Trail has to continuously hope that there is no Absolver, right? I love the Noxine Fervor here, just to sidestep the impact, deal 3 damage to the Nexus. We have 6 more points of burn in hand, so just 1 more needs to connect in order for this to be an over-the-top burn lethal.
Yeah, we do see that the Might is available to Grave Trail, so he can get through the units if they opt to. The Draven, of course, also has Overwhelm already, just by virtue of being level 2. So we'll probably see Grave Trail end up closing this out, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Tristana does find a way.
Yeah, you can never tell, right? Maybe they will find a way. I'm curious to see if something really crazy could be generated. I'm trying to just rack my brain right now if there is a way to generate a card that can deal with this outcome, maybe give you a tiny bit of healing. If you're running a deck like this that can level up Tristana so easily, and you've got Shurima in the deck regardless, maybe you start running a Devoted Council.
Maybe. Shurima also has Ruinous Path available to them, perhaps a little bit better suited burn strategy.
Path off of Conch.
Yeah. I think it's also I think this deck also main decks a copy or two. At least the Faint list I saw on YouTube when he popularized it a while ago had a couple copies.
Beauty.
Just a great card in these Shurima burn strategies. Lets you heal a little bit, lets you draw. In a pinch, you just use it for the draw. So we are going to see the Might.
So this is going to be the couple points of damage that you got to force through to set up for the double Get Excited lethal. Does Tio have a mini morph, a stress defense, something to keep this damage off of the Nexus?
And it looks like there is an answer. Mini morph. Very, very heads up play. A lot of players might say, okay, I'll just let it through. I'll keep something up, but you can't. You can't do that against a burn deck. You know every point of damage at this point matters. So with that mini morph coming out, I think we're going to see Tio close it out.
There is double Get Excited in hand, but no opportunity to maybe put a Decimate down. Boom Baboon can be played here in case there is a top deck Noxie and Fervor, but then you have a 1 HP unit versus Vandal City to get cleaned up by a Pokey Stick, for example. So this is going to be close. Double Get Excited just goes through here, and you're going to try your best to put your hands together and channel the aggro soul and get this final burn top deck.
It's going to be very, very close. Definitely coming down to exactly this top deck.
And again, I just want to give a big shout out to the aggressiveness and the variety that we're seeing on today's broadcast. There's still a lot of things that are playable, a lot of things that could be explored. Grave Trail actually holding the Get Excited.
Yeah, it doesn't need to go ahead and throw it out. I'm assuming that this deck from Teokadu is not running Rite of Negation, unless it's been generated off of a Loping Telescope at some point earlier in the game. Better to just hold it out, fire it all off in one go, when you're sure that you can actually get that lethal. Unfortunately, Zaunite Urchin is not the top deck Grave Trail was looking for in that spot, and Teokadu was able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, Tristana was huge there. We saw the impact coming through, massive attack stats, and she most likely hit the board on curve. The buff to Tristana from a while ago has just been paying dividends. Ever since then, she's been seeing a lot more play, especially after the Poppy nerf. A lot of these swarmy Vandal City decks that were just including Poppy with the exclusion of everything else, Tristana now has a more defined niche within that region that players are more than happy to exploit.
The stacking impact damage really made a massive difference to Tristana's viability. Not that she wasn't playable before, but gaining 1 extra point of damage for each attack, now you don't have to rely on that atrocity, let's say, for the damage that to finish off the game. You can... I'm surprised we haven't seen a Might list come out with Tristana, to be honest.
That might be the next flavor. I mean, Absolver is just so fun. Because you can spread the stats around, it plays better with your Vandal Swarm. But maybe if there's, with the third set of Vandal City, if there's even more synergy with Tristana, something that makes Gruff Grenadier being worth playing, maybe the Vandal Splash does come through with Noxus with like Might and perhaps Ravenous Flock, like the way Vandal Tree runs it.
Yeah, it's very possible. You could build, maybe Rumble gets some more pieces, maybe Vandal gets some more discard targets. And then you can mash that Rumble Tristana list together inside of Noxus and use both pieces from both the discard pieces from both sides of the coin.
I'm totally down for that. Please, Riot, please. I know you're listening.
And talking
we've
about
got
deck diversity,
Nightfall.
yeah,
Yes, let's go.
yeah. This deck is on the come up. Shotox did play it to Masters last season because some people were saying it's not
Last
viable. Old decks
season.
aren't doable. He played it last season, and then this season with the buffs to Diana in the most recent patch, the viability of this deck has increased tenfold. People kind of overlook the fact that you can now use Diana as a Nightfall activator, and that's huge. It's huge because this deck is mostly gated by its activators. If you waste an activator because you're unfamiliar with the deck, suddenly you're in a very, very bad spot. But with Diana being able to still get Challenger by activating a secondary Nightfall effect, you have a lot more room, wiggle room.
And furthermore, with Doombeast, I mean, Nightfall really rose to prominence due to its favorable matchup during its inception against Pirate aggro, and has maintained its reputation as anti-aggro, right? You've got a way to swarm the board, you've got a lot of healing with Doombeast and Unto Dusk and Fading Memories to keep cycling that healing. Even Unspeakable Horror gives you a little bit of drain. And then it also takes advantage of the Fearsome, which we've already noted earlier is a massive blind spot for a lot of other decks in the metagame right now. They can't really handle it, and so the Stygian Onlooker combos can let you hit for 4 or 8 damage in the early game, and then just cruise on that tempo to victory.
Yeah, you mentioned the Stygian Onlooker, and I'm glad you did, Scarzik, because that's a big point of skill display in this deck, in my opinion. Knowing when you can play those out to push damage in the early game, knowing when you have to hold them to play them out in a swarm late game strategy, makes the difference between having a sub 50% win rate and an above 50% win rate in this deck.
And there's even like crazy lines where you just have to play the Onlooker out as a 2-1, right? You have to just use it as a Nightfall activator. And the Nightfall list, there were metas where it's been very favored, and it's like Doombeast.deck, you're getting these wins, but in its prime, Nightfall had like, on average, it was like a 60-something% win rate, right? It was like something completely obscene, but one of the lowest play rates in the metagame at the time. And so it hasn't garnered the amount of hate that it might deserve, but because it's managed to maintain the reputation of being a very intricate, very high-skilled deck that only a few players have really been able to make shine, it just ebbs and flows with the metagame, and we're just coming back around in this meta cycle of Nightfall. And now if a lot of high-level players are respecting it again, you know, some retired Nightfall enjoyers like myself can pick it back up and shake off the rust and see what happens.
Oh yeah, I've got a head start on you. I picked it up last night. Master
baby
has actually asked me to write a guide on it, so I've been shaking off the rust. I put in about 8 games last night, and I think I finished 6-2.
Nice.
Which
Okay.
is pretty good.
So what's your pick? Are you a Cygnus lover or are you a Moonlit Affliction guy?
Right now, I think Cygnus is awful. Just because there's so many elusive units, you're never getting through. It's the same reason I ended up actually cutting Ambush from this Rumble deck. I was originally on
a lot of variants are just on one copy, if any.
Yeah, just for redundancy purposes at that point. But yeah, with all the elusives running around, and even Nightfall's putting back these Lunari Shadestalkers now, Cygnus, I think, has lost a lot of value as a finisher. So I am personally back on Moonlight Affliction as my one-of-end game card, just because it's going to let you, it gives you versatility as both a defensive tool by letting you remove quick attack units, letting you remove spell shields, any problematic things that happen, even might. If they go in for a might, you can then say, no, that might's not happening. So I really, really like the versatility of the card at this point in time. But Cygnus can definitely find its way back into a different metagame if there's less elusives running around.
And at the very least, you can get Cygnus off of Unspeakable Horror and Heavens Aligned, and it can still come through very, very clutch. That's one thing that Nightfall also has going for it. Not just the healing, not just the versatility, but the resource generation coming from the Targon means that you're able to just keep your fuel up. Nightfall has way more staying power than any other aggressive deck in the game. We've got a nice block here with the Doombeast versus Rumble, and I like that Teokado is saying, okay, I don't need to keep this Doombeast alive, I need this elusive unit alive to keep pushing through damage. The fact that Doombeast is sacrificed there maybe signals there's no Unto Dusk, no Fading Memories in the hand either.
Yeah, I think you can make a pretty confident read off of that. Perhaps also just opting to save as much HP as possible, having a read on maybe a Might. Be a bit of an interesting read to make. I'm not sure I would ever try and make a read on that one, but could be.
And so Teokado is in a little bit of a bad spot, right? Because you have some healing with the Doom Beast, but unless you have another one coming out of the deck, maybe there's a Stalking Shadows about to hit, you can't really respond to your opponent's board outside of getting Nocturne or Diana, right? So now it seems to just be a race to the goal line here with Elusives versus Burn.
And I actually do have the second hand up for us now as well. So this is Nocturne's gonna come down.
Ooh, so there was a Nocturne indeed.
Oh, but my spectate session has started quite delayed.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. We've got Nocturne hitting the board, giving vulnerable to that Rumble, so you can pull that to the side. Maybe try to set up a kill. Zonai Urchin, taken from by a Fading Memories earlier in the game. This is another piece of the puzzle for Nightfall. This utility and skill expression around Fading Memories, taking useful cards from the opponent and employing them for your own dark ends.
Definitely one of the hardest cards to use effectively in this list. Do you want to use it on Doombeast for burn? Do you want to use it on a Shadestalker just for 2 damage? Do you want to use it on a Flight to start cycling further? Do you need to use it on an opponent's unit just to have a Nightfall activator? It's all these working parts that go into helping you decide. All these moving parts go into making the deck a very difficult one to pilot at a high level.
And now we've got a wide board with 8 elusive damage coming through, and we see the ephemeral Shadestalker as well. Means that there is probably, I don't know if that's the second one from the Shadestalker that's currently in play, or if there is another one in hand from an earlier Stalking Shadows. But thank you for that scope. We've got double Unspeakable Horror. Does that mean that, yeah, we can't attack with Nocturne because it opens up Whirling Death?
Yeah.
It's already opened up, actually, now that I think about it.
I think I would just
maybe even hold back the Zonai Urchin.
Yeah.
Because you aren't killing the Rumble anyway.
Unless you want to do it, I would either try to remove the Rumble with the Nocturne and just say we're gonna make this trade because I'm dying, or I would do exactly this.
Yeah, attack. 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 9, 10. With the 2 Unspeakable Horrors that are in the hand, and you can generate a Doom Beast. Tail Cascade Unto Dusk thanks to the Flight draws.
Suddenly things are looking pretty good for Teo. He can go ahead and cast both these Unspeakable Horrors to try and generate either a Doom Beast, or you can't actually make another Unspeakable Horror. There's an unwritten rule in the game. Cards can't create themselves. It was broken with Vandal, but it's since been fixed. But other options.
Right. First generation, Dusk Rider. Second generation, Unto Dusk. This is getting a little bit rough here. The Zonai Urchin dies because it's ephemeral, and we've only got Nocturne in play as a fearsome blocker.
But this is actually okay, right? With the change to Nocturne a couple patches ago, his level 2 does still have that Nightfall effect, so these Unto Dusks aren't bricked. Even if Teokado has to use them just to save HP, I think that's perfectly worth it for him at this point.
If Grave Trail doesn't open attack, then the developments from Teokado's side will just AoE debuff the board regardless. So how much damage can you chop off here with the Unto Dusk?
2, right? 2 damage if you want to use it, because you can cast double Unto Dusk, and then it's a matter of is it worth it now. I think you always want to play one.
If you take this Rumble hit, you take 6 and you drop down to 5. And then the next time you try to put a Doom Beast or something on the stack, you're opening yourself up to die to like Get Excited Mystic Shot. And looks like it is going to be Pale Cascade just to get extra stats on the Nocturne, survive this trade, and then go for Unto Dusk for the debuff.
Another Nocturne picked up. That's an Unspeakable Horror now available. A little bit of healing, 1 more point of damage. With the Flight, maybe Teokado can get there.
We have Mystic Shot, Whirling Death. I wonder if Grave Trail is going to respect this Nocturne enough. Because now with all of this card draw and resource generation that we're seeing from Nightfall, there is a chance for Nocturne to maybe wind up for a massive swing in return. Just a wide development thanks to the Flights, both being drawn back into the hand. to debuff this board. They can't block Fearsome. Suddenly you're just swinging for lethal.
So if I'm Grave Trail in this spot, I think I'm going to go ahead and immediately use this Whirling Death so that way I can level up my Rumble earlier. Ooh, I don't know about this one. I guess this technically blocks one more point of damage, but your Nocturne is almost certainly dying now.
Yeah, I think perhaps if you are forcing, if you recognize that your opponent is being forced to Whirling Death here, that, no, okay, I see, yeah, just goes for the Whirling Death, you might as well just try to force it there.
This actually does not...
because there is another Nocturne in hand, so just trying to use these stacks as effectively as possible.
I don't know if it's worth it using that Nocturne as a Nocturne at this point, though. The Unspeakable Horror is half of Grave Trail's remaining HP. Gives you a couple more top deck outs, in my opinion, but doesn't actually matter.
Yeah,
because the lethal is coming through.
Yeah, with double Mystic Shot and then Ignition.
Yeah, the Rumble level up actually contributing to that by giving him the second point of impact damage for the second attack. So,
oh yeah,
total impact damage there ends up being 3 plus the 2 pushed from the Lost Soul. Enables the 5 damage burn to finish off the game. That was a really exciting set to end off the first round. I can't believe we saw Tristana Rumble show up and win a game, and then we got to see Nightfall show up, and unfortunately it lost, but it was so close at the end there.
Yeah, a ton of card draw, and that's one of the, I call it the cursed line. When you've got two flights that are cycling at the same time, you kind of brick yourself where you're drawing a lot of cards, but you're just drawing the same 2-1 over and over again. In slower matchups, it's fantastic. The people who are familiar with the deep Nightfall lore know that cursed flight cycling was the way you beat Nasus Thresh.
Yep, it
but
was.
That's like the only matchup I can recall where that was appropriate. Every other matchup it feels kind of bad. It's like when you play Avros and Trapper in the late game, and it's like the Yeti's cool to draw, but it doesn't have enough impact.
Certainly. And it's honestly, it's one of the reasons why I've always been on only 2 flights myself in my lists. But with my play session last night, I found myself continuously pulling up using the Fading Memories on the flight. So I've gone back up to 3 now. I think it's a little bit more appropriate for this meta just because you need the cycle.
Yeah, I've got to make cuts to put Stygian Onlooker back in. I think that the meta had shifted against it in a really bad way a while ago, but now it's primo. Because of the Fearsome, because of the wave that Diana can activate the Nightfall, it's a lot easier to use now as well. It's like not only is the buff to Diana great for her as a card, but the way it just takes so much clunkiness away from the rest of the deck. Stygian definitely deserves a second look from me specifically.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Diana getting Challenger, not only on the first play, does mean that you can then pull away those Fearsome blockers and enable that Stygian to get through. Very, very, very smart. You're a smart cookie, Skarzig.
But overall, again, it's just that old Nightfall knowledge coming back to the forefront. And again, one of the great things I do like about Runeterra as a game is the continuous viability of old decks. Like, we don't see like these really outdated lists that never come back. There's always a chance after a big balance patch, after a new, set of cards comes out, players always go back and just run through the list of these very old lists to see how do they feel in the new metagame.
And honestly, I think even in any given metagame, there's at least 10 decks that just aren't being played, not because they're not viable, but just because people haven't thought to play them.
Yeah, that is very true. And it's just the meta, I think it was like 1 or 2 before this one where there was like 15 or 18 decks that were all considered tier 1 at the same time. And I think Mastering Runeterra, you had mentioned that website before, had like this super crazy matchup table. RuneterraLife as well, what the people putting on this tournament today also has their takes on the metagame and data and articles as well that you can read. But again, it's just so many resources for the player base to learn about the metagame, learn about what decks are viable, but don't just fully rely on those stats and those numbers. There's always something deeper. And, a big shout out to Cosmic, the analyst of, the fan analyst of the Runeterra scene, giving us those meta breakdowns week to week. has always said that there's always deeper implications of the metagame and the win rates and things of that nature that players don't consider. And so always keep your mind open to experiment, right? We saw day one, Iceborne Legacy, Poro's broken, and now we're seeing it get farmed, and the meta can shift on a dime. And hopefully we'll continue to see the meta shift. Even after this tournament, we've seen a ton of variety.
Yeah, I hope we continue to see the meta developing, because outside of Nightfall, I'm not a huge fan of anything in this meta game. So you do need 3 decks to play a tournament lineup, and I do intend to play seasonals. So I either gotta get over this hurdle of I don't want to play Ari, or find something new to brew up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the counter to the deck you hate is also really fun, and so maybe you're a Bandle City Targon enjoyer in disguise.
Yeah. Oh, no disguise there. I'm definitely a Bandle City Targon enjoyer.
There you go.
There was that list of, before patch day, there was that Twitter trend going around, rank your top 10 regions. Bilgewater, Bandle City, so on. Demacia.
Yeah, oh my god. Demacia, I really used to love Demacia in the early days with elites, because I'm a sucker for tribal synergies like that, and they just don't get any good support these days. It's very sad. And Yordles just became the new elites. When Yordle Explorer came out, and I was just like, there's literally no reason to play elites anymore.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but maybe we'll see elites get some love in future sets. You know what might help elites? If they give Quinn the elite tag. That might help elites.
Make her a scout elite. I mean, now there is precedent for dual tags thanks to like Mecha Yordle. And so I'm wondering if they could maybe just, instead of trying to separate the scouts and the elites into like 2 weird archetypes, they just kind of mash them together.
And we already have a scout elite. It's 6 mana, 3/5. When you play an elite, discount my cost by 1.
Oh, that's true.
Called, though. But that card does exist. It does exist. It's just a matter of why would you ever put it into your deck, because it's a 6 mana 3/5.
Even if it discounted itself while it was still in your deck, and you could top deck like a 0 mana or a 1 mana card with Scout, it probably still wouldn't be that great. And I would certainly love to see some ideas around making those stat lines and like those older Demacian identities come back to the forefront. The developers have already talked about how Rally has been a big part of Demacia's identity, but has kind of devolved to be a little bit toxic. It's getting abused by other regions and decks a bit too much. So if Rally gets gutted, that maybe allows them to reassign a lot of Demacia's power budget to other things.
Yeah, and with that thought, we're going to get right into the round 2, the first set of round 2, with Shotox versus you. And Shotox, being a teammate of mine, is also on this Draven Rumble list alongside Kanan.
And so did you personally help him build this one, just with no ambush, 1 copy of ambush? Does he have his own opinions about the deck?
Shotox usually builds his own decks and then sends them, and then we take his decks, because if you've been around the scene for a while, you know Shotox is a bit of a master deck builder. Very, very hard to compete with anything that he comes up with. So we did have a pretty extensive discussion in our Discord server about Rumble Draven itself, because as I mentioned, Darkodius was looking at it with MTux a while ago, and I was on it for, a little bit before the patch. So we were pretty high on this deck for a while, and then it kind of fell off. We all tested it in tournaments, and we're like, maybe it's not so great. But with the meta shifting again, it's kind of working its way back in, and it definitely has a place in certain lineups.
And overall, we're seeing essentially the red spicy variant of what Plunder wants to do, right? Sometimes this deck is built for late game value with a lot of Dreadways, Feel the Rush, and then there's other variants that we've seen from time to time that are much more aggressive, running things like Double Up, and very slow start from ZU. Can't keep up with the Rumble, just has Parley to pop the Spell Shield. Start opening up Monster Harpoon here. Really unfortunate start, and you can really see the disparity with Rumble Draven, where it seems to be very hot and cold, and that's certainly intentional. When it pops off, it pops off, and already we've got 16 Nexus health against Plunder, a deck with no healing.
Yeah, the Rumble Draven deck definitely suffers a little bit when it can't find a Rumble on 4, but when it does find that Rumble on turn 4, oh my goodness, is it ever a strong deck.
You get that massive tempo play of just activating 3 discard targets. Sometimes you get like double Reborn Grenadier and then Flame Chompers. You go for this crazy swing. But right now, Ziyu's just still trying to claw back into the game. Like, all the mana being spent on just a Zap Spray Fin here, drawing a card, still trying to get these plunder triggers for a Sejuani to hit. And Shadox, even though things are looking good right now, is on a bit of a clock himself, because if Gangplank or Sejuani does indeed hit the board, you've got these big blockers that just keep you from getting these tempo-oriented beats that you want.
Yeah, and forcing Zio to use out that make it range just to pop the spell shield there. Wow. That's...
So, taking the damage there from the Rumble really shows that Ziyu is focusing in on, I need this Zap Spray Fin because I need something with Elusive that can just hit the Nexus and get this Plunder trigger. But it might be too late now. You've taken too much damage from this position, and even with Gangplank and Sejuani about to hit the curve, there's just nothing you can do against this Rumble now.
Yeah, you just can't afford to take 6 points of damage against a burn deck like that. It's I recognize what they were trying to do by keep the Zap alive, but a little bit of sequencing in that Zap becomes a little less important for you. Had they held off on the Make It Rain from the previous turn, they would have been able to get the Plunder trigger on this turn, and then the Zap is a little less important. Instead, they kind of burned themselves a little bit. Not that it really would have mattered in the end. I think the Rumble Draven deck, especially with the burn that we saw available to Shonox's hand, was still going to have an okay time closing that out.
And the double Rumble draw was fantastic because the impact stacked there. We saw having the extra point. And just if you shuffle the deck and go again, I think that Plunder might have a better matchup overall. Draw a little bit more early game, maybe getting 3 Sisters Flash Freeze, that sort of style. But overall, this deck, I think even despite the nerfs, is in still a pretty solid position because what it does is still very favorable. It's very desirable and very strong. It's just that it doesn't have that over-the-top value potential. But I can't believe that we're seeing Sivir Akshan.
Yes, you asked for it. You got it, Skarzig. Shodox also feels that this deck is still good just to round out a lineup. I believe he's just brought a 3 good deck lineup: Pantheon Shyvana, Draven Rumble, and Akshan Sivir. So you have 2 rally decks, and then I think that Draven Rumble deck is playing the Ruin Reckoner as well. So you kind of have that pseudo rally there as well. The mid-range game plan is very much in effect right now.
In terms of having better stats than your opponent, does pay a lot of dividends. We've talked about, we've talked about and seen a lot of decks relying on Burn, relying on Fearsome, just trying not really to interact with the opponent and just go above or below them. And this deck wants to go directly through, right? Akshan with the quick attack, a lot of combat tricks, a lot of buffs, forcing you to block down. And it just means that these decks that we've seen lately that are relying on generating a ton of jump blockers just have to trade their boards away and then live in fear of Golden Aegis.
Yeah, so Zoo, being a gamer, did in fact find that the Fleet Feather tracker off of the 1 nav that he had available to him, and is able to actually take out the Akshan from the side of Shodox despite the Brightsteel Protector.
Yeah, beautiful Make It Rain there. And now we're in a great spot where Shodox had a strong opening, but Make It Rain is sort of a tempo ender. Especially like earlier builds of Plunder, ancient forbidden builds were running like Dreadway Deckhand, because like Dreadway Deckhand into Make It Rain was kind of just a way to seal the deal on the early mid game against most other decks. Second Make It Rain comes through here to take the spell shield off of Sivir.
Yeah, I like that play a lot. No reason to leave the spell shield up, especially when you want the Plunder trigger this turn anyways, and you have a Harpoon in hand already. Now, the question is, do you use the Harpoon here? And I think because you drew exactly Gangplank, you don't.
Yeah, just go for the Gangplank, get it in play, and Waking Sands doing a fantastic job of walling this Gangplank out. But just as long as you... Ooh, never mind, just gonna attack in, wants the damage. Wants the Plunder trigger, trying to get the Sejuani leveled up. This is a pretty classic matchup, Monty, where if you can get the Sejuani leveled up and in play, then the Sivir cannot really deal any damage to you anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Having the Sedge leveled up is super critical to your success in this matchup. And I imagine we'll see the Fortune Croaker played out here, just because we can't afford to actually spend all of our mana on this Sedge.
We We still got a nice chump block available. Sivir's not leveled up. Maybe no worries about an Absolver just yet. And the draw into Yordle Grifter is also fantastic.
And with the warning shot here available, the Monster Harpoon is still going to get discounted to 4, allowing Zoo to save some of that mana. But he's really looking to take a ton of damage here. Going to take at least 7.
Yep, so goes for the Warning Shot Monster Harpoon play rather than playing the Yordle Grifter and just getting another body, really relying on this Monster Harpoon connecting. Shadox does have Sharp Sight and Absolver available if you do want this swing to connect.
And I think in Shadox's shoes, you probably do go for that, just because it's going to force one more answer out from Zoo, who's only on a 2-card hand.
Mm-hmm. And if you can get a big chunk of damage like this against Plunder, even if they do get set up, there is a chance that you're more easily able to find the lines you need.
Yeah, certainly. And it's actually, the Sivir's going to level up as well, so pushing 10 damage here off of the Sivir attack alone, that puts you at 1 HP.
All right, it all comes down to this. Now, normally, this would be the point where, okay, both players are running low on resources, but with the timing of the Warlord's Palace as well, Shadox is able to draw another card. And look at this. The buffs are exactly what you want to get around the Frostbite here. Sejuani comes down, has to get this Sivir out of the way now.
Beautifully piloted by Shadox here to actually be able to close out this game. He's just going to go ahead and rally. Yes, the Sejuani's going to come through and freeze the board, but as you mentioned, Skarzik, he's got all these buffs and he's wider. So he is just going to be able to close this out.
Yep, protecting the Sivir with the barrier. And there's just not enough over-the-top damage. Very, very closely piloted game, and Ziyu, unfortunately, not able to keep up with the tempo using this Plunder deck. We've seen the aggressive styles that this deck has dipped into in the past, but the draws just these last couple games have been very slow. A lot of decks getting on board very quickly and just not letting you kick back and just plunder repeatedly as we've seen in the past.
You do need to be mulliganing pretty aggressively for early game Plunder activators in this deck. You want your Crackshot Corsair, you want your Jagged Butchers. You really don't want to be seeing your champions until a little bit later. If you already have a made hand, you can of course keep them. But yeah, you need that early game to be able to control the board and get on the board so that way you can present threats and push your Plunder triggers.
Yeah, so very quick set coming from Shadox, showcasing just very good tempo, right? Just playing decks with good units, good combat tricks, forcing the opponent to respond, use their mana in very awkward ways. A lot of players, we've seen the meta kind of slow down where both sides are wanting to float a lot of mana and be very reactive, you know, with the Ari Cannons and things like that all running around. You need to keep responding to what they do. But it's just like, okay, well, I have stats, I'm attacking you. What do you do then? And overall, I do like that when there is a wider variety of decks to account for, you're also able to not just force different lineups, but you're forcing existing meta decks to change their formulas as well, and maybe become less optimized and less streamlined, right? Like if Ari Cannon is continuously forced to adapt to be more and more and more value-oriented and starts to give up its elusive game plan, then it becomes less of an elusive deck to account for and more of like a Karma Ezreal value style deck that you can account for and just go underneath it. So it's ironic that as the meta becomes more diverse, it also creates weaker decks.
Yeah, it is a bit ironic, isn't it? And so it looks like we are going to get into M-Tux versus Sir Termund as soon as they start.
Ooh, Sir Termund, very strong player, known for his high seasonal finishes, known for his high Master Tier finishes, especially during the Aurelia Azir metagame. When the deck was on its way out, it was getting nerfed continuously. There were still only 3 or 4 players that could really keep the deck, you know, in that next tier of power, right? Like Darkodius, as you mentioned several times on stream, and Sir Termund was definitely one of those players. He still has a lot of experimentation available to him, a lot of decks that are still piloted very well by him. I actually ran into Sir Turmund a few metas ago as I was trying to climb, and he was streaming on his birthday, and he was playing Lulu Karma, and the point of the deck was to run Kinko Wayfinder with Fallen Feline.
Oh, wow.
And just get a ton of the Hexite crystals into the deck and then double them with Karma. And I queued into him twice. The one game, I just beat him up, and then the second game, the combo came together, and I got annihilated. But it was definitely super fun to see such a wild experimental build be played by such a high-level player.
I think I remember that build. That was with the only fast speed spell in the deck was the Hexite Crystal, and you wanted to tutor it with pods, right?
Yes.
Yes, that was a very fun deck. I put some time into that myself. I actually have a fun story about Sir Turmund as well. What was it, 2 seasonals ago? I guess 3 now, I think. Back when I was big on reputation, Plunder was in the meta.
Mm-hmm.
I was 6-1 going into the second last round, and I was so excited. I didn't have the qualifiers for X and 2, but yeah. I was like, okay, I just got to make it through 2 more rounds. I'm going to get there. I'm actually going to make a top cut. And of course I queue into Sir Turmund, and then I'm like, oh shit, it's Sir Turmund. And I start freaking out. And I just misplayed my way through the entire set. Not that he didn't play well. He definitely deserved the win, but I just got the heebie-jeebies, you know? I was like, oh man, like, how am I going to do this? I had to queue into him of all people.
Right. And it's funny too, because when Sir Turmund was like an up-and-comer in the competitive scene, and he was just making a name for himself, he said on an interview, right, during one of the seasonals, that he wanted to become one of the players that was known and feared. And he's definitely achieved that goal. And it's nice to see that he is still around and grinding it out in the scene here. And what is this Noxus Shadow Isles? Is he on spiders, or is this harrowing?
It looks like spiders. We've got Spider aggro, Pirate aggro, and Nightfall. Sir Turmund coming in hot with the burn decks this time. I love to see it.
To Betsy. We were just talking about like his ability to play Aurelia Azir, a deck again with a lot of aggressive pieces. You have to find those lines, and when you take a strong player and you put them on an aggressive deck, the win rate gets like an extra 5 or 8%, right? Just by necessity. They can see so deeply into the future where you're like, this game's in the bag, or that's the weirdest Noxian fervor I've ever seen in my life, but they're all just weaving this crazy web, and it ends up being a win.
Yeah, and MTux, so we talked about Sir Turmund's lineup. MTux is on Zoe Lee Sin, Feel the Rush, and Kennen Ari. So I imagine Sir Turmund has gone ahead and banned out the Feel the Rush in this matchup.
Versus aggro, the Freljord Shadow Isles is just the worst in general, just because the AoE is lining up much better against your stat lines, right? And we can also note that MTux is on the Shadow Isles variant of Ari Kennen, running the Go Hard. This was an early idea that kind of fell off when players started experimenting with Rally, and then moved on to the Absolver, which is a lot better in the mirror match. But now that the list is kind of being forced into a more value-oriented late-game grindy style, with Sign-In Thousand Tailed, it makes a lot of sense. But Kinko Wayfinder is going to nerf.
Yeah,
here.
It did end up whiffing there. I actually have it on very good authority that the Go Hard version is slightly favored in the mirror. Just because you can go ahead and pack those bags so effectively with the triple sign, and you're going to draw so many cards, you're almost always going to have the pack your bags available to you.
And then you have just continuous generation of the Go Hards for pings, and then you're forcing the Ari Kennen player to use their recalls and combat tricks in really inefficient spots. I can definitely see it. I would love to have a showdown now that the Shadow Isles version is maybe getting its legs once again in the metagame. I'd love to see the showdown between the Shurima version and the Shadow Isles version.
Interestingly enough, the same good authority, which was Majinbe, also told me that the Go Hard version is slightly less good into aggro because you can't really afford to be playing the Go Hards early, so you don't really have that extra combat trick of helping you block the fearsome units. Right?
So again, it's just about players picking their poison. You've got to choose the trade-offs, and the wide variety of the meta, right, opens up these cracks in lists that normally would be very straightforward and optimized. to exploit the thing that they couldn't account for.
So we're just going to have to see some blocks come out here from the side of MTux. There's no way you can let all this damage through, especially since we have caster vision, and we know that Sir Termit is going to be able to put on the pressure even more with the Doom Beast, with the Stygian Onlooker, with the Decimate, and the Fervor.
Yeah, so again, very strong line here. If this second Wayfinder does go through, MTux will get a lot more blockers in play and could see a stabilization from this point. But when you're forcing your opponent to block down like this, it does become very awkward very quickly. Also, notably, MTux not using the recall on the droplet here, saving the mana.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. I think perhaps he just wants... we may see him play out the Go Hard here just to ping off a unit.
Yeah, maybe saving it for the Go Hard, maybe just trying to float, working towards keeping Homecoming as a flexible idea to maybe swap around a Noxian Fervor.
Yeah, Homecoming really the only answer. Well, obviously there's Nopify and Denies, but Homecoming is perhaps the second best answer to a Noxian Fervor outside of that Nopify, which is not in hand. So knowing that you're taking all this damage as MTux, you do want to be keeping your options available to you to deny as any points of HP that you can, any points of damage to your Nexus that you can.
And so, with the Wayfinder now hitting, maybe this is the other line as well that MTux considered, right? The Dancing Droplet number 2 coming out of the deck means you maybe don't need to keep the first.
That's right. This list is not playing the Mourned, as far as I know. So you are always guaranteed to draw a Droplet and a Cannon.
Very, very strong tech. I know a lot of players were trying to min-max the Wayfinder after the change, and it really toned down like the Ezreal Kennen idea, but having the guarantee of getting different one-drops allows you to just optimize in a different fashion. Now MTux is going to be bouncing the Kennen, wants to now start cycling Mark of the Storm to control the board. I love this setup here, foregoing the card draw on the Droplet and playing purely for defense in this aggressive matchup.
Yeah, I really like this. You don't need to be cycling the Droplet. You can do it on defense with your recalls. This lets you generate more cannons, which lets you generate more Mark of the Storms, and thereby paying off the units that are problematic. Anything with that fearsome tag is going to be particularly difficult for you to deal with. And Cannon definitely helps out there.
Yep, so here's Mark of the Storm, and then forces the Noxian Fervor. This is, just guaranteed damage. There's no way to respond to this, fortunately. No Nopify in hand. Again, because MTux hasn't been focusing on drawing a ton of cards, just focusing on purely board-based dominance. There's still a lot of ground to cover for Sir Termit.
Certainly. Does have a Stalking Shadows available to him to kind of refill this hand and open up the Nightfall. That's a really good pickup. The only thing better could be an Astrofox. I was going to say it might be nice for him to pick up a second Stygian Onlooker here, just to be able to play it out and then guarantee that he can get through with the Skitterer dropping all the extra, dropping that
9,000 tailed does come through a wide aggressive board. We saw MTux on the back foot for most of the early mid game, but thanks to the second Kinko Wayfinder, has completely stabilized now, has a massive force, and now with Sign-In becoming part of the equation, you can now buff these small units to turn them into fearsome blockers. Astral Fox, a one of in most recent variants of this list that I've seen, being duplicated by Stalking Shadows is fantastic here to get even more direct damage.
Yeah, the Astral Fox coming in is kind of huge for Sir Termit here. It's potentially going to allow him to actually survive and finish off MTux on this turn, but unfortunately 1 mana short from playing it alongside the Decimate.
Sign-In replayed, another wide buff, 5 elusive damage being presented here. Kennen and Ahri aren't as close to being leveled up as MTux would probably like, but there's still quick attackers in play, forcing Sir Termit to maybe chump down, and that's really all you care about at this point.
For sure. And we see no deny available to MTux, so still kind of on the ropes. This game is going to end up being very, very close here.
And Sir Turman now just getting rid of these units, knows that having things in play doesn't really matter at this point in terms of combat. You just need bodies for Noxian Fervor and your second Astral Fox that you have in hand.
So it does just opt to block out that cannon, removes the cannon, stops the Seinen from getting through. The Astral Fox comes down now. Will we see a Homecoming to bounce this? Probably not. It doesn't make sense to bounce another Fox. It's just going to...
Does Nopify only work on spells, or does it hit skills too? I forget.
Nopify cannot target skills. The Homecoming does in fact come out. I'm going to go ahead and bounce the Seinen. This is okay, actually. With no secondary unit available to be played, the Astral Fox is going to have to be the second card played into the following turn. Or not. You're not going to get the 2 priorities like you hoped, but still, you're going to buy yourself at least 1 priority and a draw, which gets burned, so...
Yeah, so just a glut of resources on MTuck's side. We've got 3 copies of Ari in the hand, Nopify's Concussive Palms, but no denies. We need to start finding these abilities to play around this Decimate. Sir Turman is just praying, can I find the time? Can I get the resources available, the tempo available to hit this final Decimate, and has to take the risk here. Gets rewarded because there is no deny, but things are getting very dicey. The Astral Foxes have been properly sidestepped thanks to the Homecoming, but Kinko Wayfinder not going to refill the board again, so that means a second Gohard going to come out of the deck, and maybe MTux pivots from this position and starts to heal, but no, goes for Recall!
Yeah, he's going to go for the Recall here, I think, just so that way he can open up the following turn with double Gohard into a Seinen.
Yeah, very cool idea, but no, Ari's just going to swap because you can't block the elusive, so it's just going to be lethal anyway on the open. Very, very close game. Very, very close game. The Astral Fox being picked up off of the Stalking Shadows, and had that been something different like a Doom Beast, right, where, you know, you can't Homecoming to sidestep that extra damage, would have been a completely different game, but that's only the first game.
Yeah, that is game 1 of potentially a three game set.
Yeah,
with
and
these
if you're
2
playing
players,
against a triple aggro lineup, you just have even more chances for these decks with so much tempo and so much burn to just draw the absolute nuts against you.
Certainly. And I imagine we'll now see MTux on one of his signature decks, Lee Sin.
Yes, if Feel the Rush was banned as you predicted, and Mr. Emotional, another prominent aggressive player, has been very vocal about the fact that with the proper plays and the proper setups, aggro decks do not need to fear Eye of the Dragon. So we could see Sir Turman perhaps adapting a little bit of that mindset, and I think the trick that Mo had said is just you need to pass into them a lot.
Yeah.
Accumulate the burn in your hand and just kill them over the course of a couple turns. You can't have this like beat down style.
Definitely. The way you want to kind of play into these Eye of the Dragon decks is you want to set up your board, and then if they've not played spells, you don't give them an opportunity to, or you pass and you force them to play the spells prior to your attack, so that way if they want the Dragonling, they have to pre-commit their mana and then they're down.
So Zoe trades away into the Saboteur. Sir Turman being blessed with the triple 1-drop here.
Wow. This is an incredibly aggressive opener from the side of Sir Turman. I imagine we'll just see more board flooding here with the Stygian Onlooker to follow up, and only the Wayflame coming out. Oh, this is actually a better option.
Yeah, so we get to stun and then get a blocker in play. I like the further development here because you're going incredibly wide. You're proccing your Stygian Onlooker, and if you're saying if my opponent just goes for Gifts from Beyond, Crescendum, just get a the Eye of the Dragon in play, I'm just going to swing on you regardless. So still getting that early 8 damage through, and with no Eye of the Dragon in play, you're still exploiting, your aggressive stance versus this deck. They're so reliant on that card and Guiding Touch to keep their Nexus health up.
And I really like this Sonic Wave coming out from the side of MTux, you do need to start removing the threats off of Sir Termin's board. Otherwise, he's just going to not take any blocks, and you're just going to have to stare down a 6-wide board every single turn.
Unbelievable. A lot of draws, a strong mulligan. We've got White Flame, but we need the Gifts from Beyond. And at this point, I don't even know if you'd bring out Eye of the Dragon. You'd probably just put Severum on the Dragon.
Yes.
And pray for no Noxian Fervor.
And this is going to be pushing 8 damage more.
Woo!
We're at 1 HP.
1 HP, round 6, baby.
Eye of the Dragon
still wide on the board.
We found the Eye of the Dragon. I imagine it will come down this turn because it is able to be played naturally.
Mm-hmm. Sir Termin doesn't need to take the block here, just wants to stay 6 wide.
I fight with my spirit, not my fist.
Are we going to see the Twin or another Zenith Blade? And it is the Zenith Blade played out. Just wants to be able to give himself a secondary blocker, but unfortunately it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, it already throws the Shen emote down. Sir Termin even overwriting that unit with the final card in his hand. Sir Termin, please stop electrocuting that poor...
Yeah, the Fury Horn is getting shocked constantly. Just like we've been shocked by the explosive opener from his hand.
Yep, so here it is. And we could even see a develop. Now, here's the thing. It's like you can develop this Saboteur because that's 1 damage. You have to force MTux to stun it or recall it because they can't stop this on the stack. You have to... You can deny. You can deny that 1 damage ping, but...
The deny was picked up off the top there just to stop it.
So we have to
timing.
deny the Saboteur ping. We can Twin Disciplines the Eye of the Dragon. Excuse me, the Dragon Link to heal for 5. So if we heal for 5 to go up to 6, don't take that 1 damage, we're at 7 HP, we block 3 things. We still take 6. So I think we just go back down to 1 HP, if all things considered.
Where we are. I think this turn ends up net neutral, which is actually really good for MTux because that's all he needs. He needs it to end net neutral, and then he needs Sir Termin to not top deck 1 more piece of burn, and he should be able to get there with the Lee on the following turn. Instead, actually just goes and plays the Lee down.
Oh no, the Lee! Ooh. Ooh. Hang on, did you need to hold the Lee back? I didn't know if MTux was able to crunch the numbers there. Maybe just was running out of time, wanted to just play it down.
I'm going to give MTux the benefit of the doubt and say that he did run the numbers. And all he needs to survive this turn is, in fact, the deny. But no, we're wrong. He did, in fact, need that Twin Disciplines.
Yeah, I think you had... So I think we calculated it, right? Of deny against the Saboteur ping, and then Twin on the Dragon Link.
And then you end up right back where you started.
Yeah, you end up right back where you started, and then you're just praying against the top decks. I mean, with such an explosive opener, mathematically, it's probably not even worth putting the mental energy into trying to win that matchup from behind, especially when you're playing a control lineup in Swiss rounds. You've got to, you know what I mean? You kind of need to save your mental energy. It's the other aspect of playing competitively. So I honestly, I don't think that it would be, you can fault MTuck for not wanting to play that one out, even though there is like a small percentage chance that all the Noxian Fervors and the Decimates and everything are at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, I don't fault him at all, especially in a long tournament like this. Your mental is more important to be... You want to save your mental as much as you can. Scoop, go to the next game. Just keep your head on its shoulders and stay confident.
So we've got another really strong triple 1-drop opening for Sir Termin on Pirates. This list also has done pretty well into Lee Sin. We've seen it pop up from time to time, where typically it does decently into Lee Sin, and then the player's other deck in their control lineup is the thing that beats the Pirates, and you can't close out the best of 3. But with 1 win under his belt, Sir Termin is still trying to make things happen.
That pass right there is the prime example of taking passes that you normally wouldn't expect people to. Not enabling MTux to create a Dragon Link there means that this 11 HP is gonna be his new life total. Now we'll see the Sonic Wave coming out, so that way there is a Dragon Link available on the following turn. But it might just have been too late. Like, he might have already just taken too much damage.
Yeah, because now the Dragon Link comes out. We've seen from the Plunder matchup, right, that Gangplank doesn't care about the Dragon Links. You've got the Overwhelm. The Dragon Link's biggest point is the fact that not only do they lifesteal, but they also chump block. But the Overwhelm allows you to cancel out a little bit of that damage.
And here's part of the reason why Pirates actually does do all right into this Lee Sin deck. You have Make It Rains, and Dragon Links have 1 HP.
So we've got Make It Rain already about to come down on the board. I wonder if MTux is saying, if this Dragon Link does not live, I will die. Play Lee Sin out and just cross your fingers that he tanks one of the bullets for your lifesteal unit.
I really like this Concussive Palm coming out from MTux. It's going to stop the Overwhelm damage, as well as give him another unit to block. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to end up mattering all that much.
Yeah, we've got elusive chip damage with the Zap Spray Fin, another just very wide attack. Eye of the Dragon can block the 2/2.
5 damage still being pushed here. Gangplank getting closer and closer to that level up condition. Second Gangplank in hand is available to be played just as a parlay if needed. That's 2 damage directly to face. And
oh no, Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. You're getting your lifesteal, you're getting your challenger, and Sir Turman has the Noxian Fervor on the top.
Yeah. Incredible. I wish I was this good, Skarzig.
Again, it's the primordial force in card games, the aggro soul that only certain players can tap into. And now at 2 HP, Sir Turman has the Legion Saboteur for 1 more ping, has the Gangplank turning into a parley for another ping, has an elusive attacker.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does here and how he decides to actually navigate this. And he is just going to go for the parlay first. He says, if you have the Deny, if you have the Notify, you have to use it now. That's going to take up a good chunk of your mana, and then you're left with even fewer options.
Yeah, you've got to hush the barrel. So that you don't have it for the Zap Spray Fin?
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like, not only are you getting, like, very strong draws, but you're playing perfectly into the Win condition being offered by your deck and still setting up these fork plays. Has the Zoe to stop the Spray Fin, but Saboteur still gonna deal the final point of damage. This is another game for Sir Turman where Saboteur's ping on the stack has been so important.
Yeah, incredible how that 1 damage can matter so much. A lot of the time you do want to be playing that card out in your early game because it's guaranteed 3, but after that first turn or the first attack token, suddenly it loses a lot of value, and then you want to be saving it for the end game just so you can get that 1 point of damage that is uncontestable. Outside of it, of course.
I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on Sir Turman as one of the top finishers from the Swiss. After seeing such clean play and just getting a better understanding of the triple aggro's position in the competitive metagame right now, this landscape seems to be massively favored for that deck. Again, aggro just beating down Poros if people are trying for that, beating down these control Lee Sin decks, maybe being able to sneak in wins versus Ari Kennen here and there. It makes perfect sense, and I'm glad that Sir Turman is really shifting gears here.
I completely agree. I love to see it. The triple aggro, the aggro brain is on. Maybe I do have a chance for seasonals after all this time.
And, you know, maybe Lee Sin starts to adapt, right? I've talked immensely about how Ionia has such a deep and flexible card pool in order to shift to account for its bad matchups. And Eye of the Dragon, Gifts from Beyond, maybe just isn't enough these days. To be fair, MTUC didn't draw a single Gifts from Beyond in those 2 games. However, Ionia still has Fey Folk, and you know, a card like that can just heal you for 4, clear out a big, like, early mid-game threat could be an additional idea for the list. But forget about Lee Sin. We're here now with Nightfall versus 4LW on Sentinel control.
Yeah, I really like the Sentinel control in the current metagame. The buffs to Kindred made it a lot more viable. It's definitely a lot stronger of a deck than it was, and it was already doing pretty well beforehand.
Yeah, I do agree. Kindred just as a one-of in that deck was just a fantastic, like, extra thing you could do to pressure your opponent. It's kind of like, again, when you drop that Shellfolk or the Fleet Admiral Shelley. It's just one of those big, semi-tanky units that you have to get off of the board. But this new version that players are running with Kindred and Elise has Ledros, has Corinna in it as well. Like, again, just a beautiful resurgence of a previous archetype coming back to the forefront of the Runeterra metagame is just one of the freshest things about this game. And look at all this fearsome coming through. Ikato cannot keep up.
Yeah, not much you can do in this position as Ikato. I'm wondering what his deck list is. I saw Targon Shadow Isles and I immediately thought Nightfall, but that was an Elise that we saw and a Vile Feast.
So is it Mist Wraiths?
That's yeah.
Because I know that Mist Wraiths would sometimes tech Pale Cascades.
But that was back when Pale Cascade was Shapestone,
yeah,
right?
When it was +2.
Yeah, it was a lot stronger back then. I'm very curious. There's a reason the Spiders deck has the perfect blend of Fearsome and Burn to actually exist in this metagame, whereas a more all-in Fearsome deck has to play a little bit slower because it does play for that harrowing top end. And if you're playing for that slower game plan, then you're giving the RE Cannon players time to actually do their own thing. So I don't think pure Fearsomes are super well positioned in this meta, and I'm a little bit curious to see what it was that Ikato actually did end up bringing, because I can't see him knowing Ikato, knowing that he knows the meta and that he plays constantly and that he's well aware of everything going on. I find it unlikely that he's brought just a pure Fearsomes deck. Maybe he's created some new Diana Elise pseudo control aggro thing.
I think that's probably what it might have been. Maybe Diana Elise, maybe Elise Aphelios, some sort of like control style.
Mm-hmm. But maybe playing a bit of a slower Nightfall deck with the Lunari Priestess and Eclipse Dragon as top end, perhaps. Maybe, hopefully we'll be able to get back into that in a future round. But right now we are against Captain Bang and NNT Eluard.
Elward, okay. Elward and Bang. So now we're seeing Pirates shift, where we don't have like a very strong opening, but with Misfortune, it shores up this weaker draw. It seems to be that Elward is starting to stabilize now with Wounded White Flame with a Chain Vest on it, and it's going to be very difficult for Captain Bang to get through. However, this simply means that if I go wide enough, your singular White Flame won't be able to beat me.
I like the single combat here. It's not gonna stop all the damage, but it is gonna go ahead and remove the blocker and stop most of it.
Just trying to keep the board under control. And from this position, maybe you just attack with the Saboteur. You deal 2 damage thanks to the Misfortune. That's also 2 attacks for her. And I wonder if Captain Bang is going to try to run the risk of just trying to get Misfortune to level up, play for a greedier line.
So the Gangplank comes down. You might have to in this matchup, to be honest. But with that double up top deck, maybe you try to switch gears back now. This is a very interesting spot that we're in.
Yeah, there's really no other good plays for Elward. You could maybe summon the Pantheon, have the barrier to chump block some of this down, but you're opening yourself up, of course, to Make It Rain, or Parley if there's a second Gangplank in hand. So I think that Screeching Dragon, despite missing out on Faded this round, just having the massive HP is your best option overall. If you trade that into the Gangplank, then maybe White Flame kills the Misfortune.
Completely agree, and I think that is probably the line we'll end up seeing here. Alongside with maybe even the Make It Rain coming down on top just to help push a little bit of extra damage.
Dragon Pantheon is a deck that has also gotten a lot of love recently because of its favorable matchup against Poros, right? You've got single combats and sharp sights to deal with the elusive. You've got big scaling units that the list can't really stand up to. You've got challengers to keep the board under control, and then you have this nice keyword-oriented overwhelm finisher with Pantheon if things do get a little bit later into the game. So I like it a lot that players are not, again, just playing decks that they like, but they're very sneakily trying to counter the things that they expect to see.
Certainly, and I've really been enjoying watching the evolution of these Pantheon decks and testing out all the different versions that have become available over the past month or so. We started with Taric, then we all kind of decided Taric is no good, so we moved to Pantheon by himself, and then everybody realized, well, when you're playing only Pantheon, you kind of just don't have enough units, and sometimes you draw spells, so that really sucks. And then in that intermediate phase, we found out that Confront is a really, really good option for these faded units. It's fantastic. Gives you Challenger permanently, it only costs 2 mana. So what champion has Confront as a Challenger spell? As a champion spell? Shyvana. What units are already being played in the Pantheon decks? White Flame. Well, there's some Dragon synergy. What units are really good to buff up and throw stuff like Chainbeth on? Dragons, other dragons, okay. So we throw everything in together, and suddenly we have a new deck, and it's actually really solid. It shored up a lot of the weaknesses that the Mono Pantheon deck had without opening up any new ones. The buffs to Dragon's Clutch means that Shyvana and the dragons that you've been growing all this time are now win conditions and threats of their own. I love seeing the development of decks like this. It's my favorite part of card games.
And I remember back when they did the big buff, right, to Dragon's Clutch, and they were really pushing dragons as like the tentpole archetype of that particular patch. And a lot of players, you know, it was a polarizing decision. Like, oh man, I can't believe that they're making dragons overpowered on purpose. Like, we want to figure out the meta for ourselves. We don't want you to basically print dragons are now OP, please play them at the top of the patch notes. And I told everybody, like, calm down. Dragons are a deck that is a great starting point for the metagame. It's the first square when you're playing Candyland. You go through the dragon deck forest, because either dragon decks go greedy with Eclipse and Assault and they lose to aggro because they don't have enough early game, or they run like early mid-rangey stuff and then they just get outvalued by other Targon decks. And so I was like, it's a perfect starting point, and then we branch out from there, and that's exactly what happened. And now the cycle is coming back through. Dragons are great as a solid mid-range archetype, and who knows if we're going to be seeing like Pantheon Shyvana with one Assault at the top, or if we're going to continue to see like Pantheon Shyvana and then even more early game Dragon synergy.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to adapt these lists as necessary. But you know what else can help you adapt your gameplay? Metafy and
Let's go.
GGtoor are wonderful sponsors. If you guys are looking to up your game and improve, you should definitely go check out Metafy. There is going to be, I believe we've been dropping some codes for 15% off in the chat, so you guys can go ahead and use those. Take advantage of it. It's there. They've been kind enough to sponsor this as well as every other tournament RuneterraLife has been putting on for us.
Yeah,
and they are wonderful. Some of the best players from all over the world are available for coaching on there.
And then GGtoor, as you mentioned, is a website where you can find a lot of indie tournaments with great prize pools, and just for some obscure titles that maybe don't get a lot of love. When you browse the selection on GGtoor, they have a lot of just fantastic, solid tournaments that you can just participate in for fun. And just get some experience. Your first couple tournaments, you aren't just going to show up and dominate. You need to have that tournament experience. You need to figure out what the meta game is for any deck. You can't just simply read about it. You need to get that experience by doing. And GGtoor allows you to, get those skills and that practice and that seasoning that you're going to need to start your competitive journey. So having both of these as sponsors for the RuneterraLife event is a perfect synergy, and I'm really glad to have them back once again for the RuneterraLife Showdown number 3. And speaking of number 3, round 2 is done. We're going to be heading into round 3 shortly. And have we seen any deck on stream more than once so far? I feel like every time we jump into a game, there's a different deck on screen.
Draven Rumble has shown up twice, maybe 3 times at this point. But that is Spiders, I think we've also seen twice.
Oh yeah, spiders.
Spiders and
then
pirates.
Ari Cannon.
Pirates.
Yeah. So the aggro decks, there's a little bit of overlap there. But what's the missing aggro deck? We've seen spiders, pirates, Rumble Draven is kind of like OG discard aggro a little bit, and we've seen pirates, Nightfall. Are we gonna see Lulu Jinx or something?
I don't know. Last week I would have told you yes, but with the change to Bandle City Mayor, I think that deck actually lost a bit of power, which is funny because the only multi-region cards it was playing are the Mecha Yordles, but it did I think affect the deck a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think the metagame has shifted to be a little bit more volatile for it without the Flame Chompers being buffed up by Suit Up or something other than Lulu. That anti-aggro control, that anti-aggro deck loses a little bit of power. So maybe we will, maybe we won't. I do know Salty Simon and the other REO guys were super big on that list in the past, and a number of them are playing in this tournament. So we can hopefully get into one of their games, and we'll see.
We'll maybe see some shenanigans there, because there's been like an Iceborne Legacy Flame Chomper deck that players were trying to run, because you're just throwing your hand down with all of your Flame Chompers and generators, and then you have Jinx, which is hilarious to say. There's like a Jinx Yeti deck, I think, at one point as well. There's a lot of shenanigans once you start peeling away the layers of the top of the metagame, and if you're just joining the tournament, especially if you just want to have fun, you want to play the decks that you like, we're going to be seeing definitely a wider variety, but I think the main point for sure is simply that if you want to play aggro, you have a lot of options available to you. And I know in previous metas, it was like, okay, discard aggro, pirates. It's like, and anything outside of that was kind of meh. It was just you're running a bad aggro deck as your third aggro deck just to round out your lineup. But every single aggro deck feels incredibly threatening right now.
Yeah, we've definitely seen all of them pop off at this point. Nightfall's had its time in the sunshine. Pirates we've seen do very well, which very much surprises me still. And Spiders, of course, we saw killing people by turn 6 consistently. So if you're an aggro player and you want to turn your aggro brain on, now is definitely the time to do so. It's pretty well positioned in the meta, as it turns out.
Yeah, and when you're just looking to exploit your opponent, you get a lot of free wins, but you can't rest on your laurels when it comes to being an aggro player. There's still a lot of clean plays to make, very skillful passes that you might need to make in order to play around AoE, to play around Eye of the Dragon, and a lot of players, that's what they like to do. Sometimes they play aggro because it's just good in the metagame at the time, but then when the meta shifts and everybody's playing anti-aggro stuff or running a lot of healing, players will swap off of it and say, okay, never mind, I'm going to go chase the next flavor of the week. But the really dedicated aggro players that still stick to their guns and play through these unfavored matchups and still find the wins, still pull out those extra percentages of win rate, that's like where the true champions are forged. And that's where you get the big names now, like Mr. Emotional, and Nick Makes Plays. And now apparently Sir Termund.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
on the aggro
that's
train.
Showing his name is definitely in that ring. He's in contention. Very, very well played from him in that last round to take down M-Tux in it did go to 3 games, but
yeah,
the wins were very dominating.
If we continue on this trend, I think that we might see a different swing. We saw a lot of control and a lot of aggro and just a little bit of mid-range from Shadox earlier. And I think that, with Grandpa Roji and Shadox both bringing like very mid-range lineups, I think that we could continue on that trend and get some more mid-range down. Like we saw Pantheon earlier, and there's still some other ideas as well. With Shurima, for example, with the buff to Sundisk, some players might be willing to bring that, and it has a lot of very strong mid-range options.
Do you think we're going to see some Sundisk at some point?
I don't know if the players are going to be able to resist playing it. I've been playing tons of Ziggs Zareth myself, which is a control deck. And then you've got like Arsenal at the top end, but it also kind of has that mid-range feel to it. It's similar to Darkness, right? Where you're playing a deck that's very slow and very passive, but because you have a lot of units in the deck, you're still playing to the board a lot. And Darkness is another deck, I think, that once the meta settles down a little bit more, can maybe find a niche for itself, because right now it's really getting blown up by these fearsome decks and these aggro decks. Like the Risen Rider, like
Such
just
a powerful card.
has always annihilated Darkness. Like even when it was just being played in Draven Scion, it was like, I have mini morph for Scion, and you got it in hand, and you're like, let's go. And then
Yep.
Risen Rider comes down, and you're like, oh god, I don't have Catalyzer.
I don't have my Twisted Catalyzer. I need a way to deal with this. I'm freaking out, man. So you have to rip that mini morph onto the 4/2, and that feels really bad. But sometimes it's just what needs to be done. Yeah, I like that you bring up Darkness, because I feel the exact same way about the deck. I am not a very big control player myself. I've always preferred mid-range archetypes. But Darkness is one deck that I actually can get my hands on and enjoy playing, because you can have those mid-rangey draws. It's kind of on the opposite side of the spectrum from that Draven Rumble deck, which is a very, very aggressive mid-range deck. Darkness, I would say, is like a more... It's a combo control deck, but it has mid-range elements, because you can just throw out 3 catalyzers and say, hey, deal with this.
I wish there was a word for that, because it's like when the deck is straddling the line between like aggro and mid-range, I like to just generally call it a tempo deck. And then mid-range and control, there's not really a word for this pseudo archetype, like right in here. And I wish that somebody would coin a phrase. We'll have to come up with something, maybe on today's broadcast. We'll come up with something.
We'll put our heads together and we'll think of something. I'm sure we're on top of that. So there has been some, I guess we're on delay. So I was going to point out that they were doing things in the chat for Metafy giveaways. But when you guys hear this, keep your eye on the chat, because there will be more in the future.
Yeah, so just keep your eyes on the chat for sure. And speaking of which, honestly, just thank you in general to our viewers for joining us today. I know that when it's a Swiss round and we're like waiting for like a game 3 of some final set to finish up, we're kind of, as we're cruising into the next round, things wind down a bit. I really appreciate it when the viewers do stick around in between rounds and let us kind of just chew the fat regarding the meta game and, you know, changes that we like and don't like, things we're going to be looking forward to seeing. And it's just a great way to kind of talk shop and share information. And as we move into the next rounds, we've got our fingers crossed for other archetypes to still show up on the stream. Like Deep is another one that I really and I mean, like in NA especially, I think the players kind of have a proclivity for realizing when Deep isn't a good meta game and exploiting it. Because it was which meta was it? It was when Hipster Waldo, I think, took down the seasonal. It was like, I think it was his final versus 4LW, and it was and they both ran Deep, I believe, in that seasonal.
Hipster Waldo is an EU player, so
it wasn't not Hipster Waldo.
It was Random 7 brought Deep.
Random 7, that's who I was thinking of. Random 7 versus,
I forget who he lost. Rigby. It was a Rigby.
Rigby, not Hipster Waldo. Yeah.
Rigby. That was that seasonal. Deep was out of the metagame up until the week before the seasonal.
Yeah.
The week before the seasonal, suddenly everybody's like, Deep. And I'm like, oh no, not this again. I can't play against Deep personally. Every time I see it, I have to ban it just because I lose. I punt. I don't know what it is. That deck just messes me up, and I can't play properly against it. So I'm hoping that it doesn't come back, but you know, it's going to, and I'm gonna get bitten.
Deep comes back, it's only been since it's like its initial inception and like its heyday. It hasn't been like hella popular. Even when it comes back, when like the meta's good for it, as soon as it like pokes its head up between like a certain like amount, it starts to get countered, and then it goes away, because it's one of those decks that has to tech so specifically for the metagame, where it's like the meta has to be good for it, but then it has to prop itself up with like 4 tech cards. So it's like, okay, am I running Withering Whale, or is it a you know, Withering Mist meta? Do I need Atrocity? You've only got like 3 or 4 tech slots, and if the metagame does not also play into your tech slots, then you can't really run Deep. And so it just pops up, is like, haha, look at this win rate spike, and then goes away. And with the box being a great example for Shadow Isles to get some mileage versus Ari Kennen and just other really wide swarmy boards like Pirates or Daring Poros. I think it could be fine. I played deep a couple games and I was like trying to run Slaughter Docks and see if, maybe Slaughter Docks can see some play. And I personally am having another opportunity here to yell at everybody and say, please don't run Shipwreck Hoarder at your top end. Run Terror of the Tides. I'm telling you, Terror of the Tides is the way to go. You don't want to outvalue people with deep. You've got the big bodies already. There is no grind. There is only punching.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That Terror of the Tides is such a strong card. I've always been surprised to see that deep decks don't want to include it there. Shipwreck Hoarder, yeah, it gives you some RNG wins sometimes, but I feel like it's far less consistent. Sometimes you'll pull that treasure and you just won't have anything there.
Yeah,
nothing will come
or
out
you
of
get
it.
Heel Breaker and you're like, oh, well, I don't really want to deal damage to my board because I'm playing into my opponent's AoE. And it's like, if you get the Treasure Trove, which is just such a funny meme, you're just like, okay, I hope this draws me a rally. I think is usually the mechanic that you're looking for the most off of Treasure Trove, because anything else you get, like, okay, am I going to get a big removal spell? It's like, well, my units are already really big. I probably already forced my opponent to chump me out 1 or 2 times and I'm favored and ahead on board. Or am I looking to just get another big unit like Lady of Clouds? I think I saw that one time come off of Treasure Trove. And it's like, okay, now my big units are twice as big. And so it's like, it's a little bit of redundancy there. And Terror of the Tides. And honestly, this just ties into how strong Fearsome is, I think, right now in the current landscape. Because so many decks are based around being able to generate a lot of 2-attack things. That just defend, block, chump. And then Fearsome going above them is such a strong mechanic right now. And it's really taken over. We had a metagame where Fearsome was strong, and it fell off for a long time. It was just sprinkled in here and there to get some cheeky early game ideas. And it really, I think, crescendoed with Nasus. And then the bubble burst, and everything became about Overwhelm as the way to get over these roadblock speed bump units.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what happened. We the Nasus deck, Fearsome became really popular. Then a bunch of Fearsome units were running counter to that, but the high attack units tend to have a little bit lower HP, so Overwhelm suddenly becomes a lot more powerful. And we have gotten into Doughy Nut versus Sonic.
Sonic Holic on the Poppy Lulu, and Doughy Nut on Lurk. Another aggro archetype I forgot to mention. This was the missing piece. Tickling in the back of my brain. I knew there was one more aggro deck we were forgetting, and it is Lurk.
How
Let's
could we forget
go,
about
baby.
Lurk? It's always there waiting just below the surface.
Indeed. And already we've got, look at this. Snapjaw Swarm up to 4 attack. Sonic Holic has to take the damage. When you're playing these like scouty sort of decks, you have to get a wide board before your deck really pops off. And hopefully with this swing, with Poppy, with Young Witch, this could be the turning point where Sonic Holic gets an ironclad grip on the board and Doughy Nut might not be able to close out.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like it's going to be a close game for these two players. It's really going to pivot on this turn itself. And actually, I can see in hand that Doughy Nut does have Death from Below, but he's gone ahead and played the Under Titan, so it's not available. If the rally comes out here, there's a good chance that Sonic is going to be able to steal this game away.
Wow, so this is a very interesting line, because basically what you're saying is I can go for Death from Below and I can get Pike in play, but I'm just removing one unit, and then I won't be able to attack safely anyway because of like combat tricks, etc. And so by playing the Under Titan, you're just having to take the most high percentage line of getting a big body in play that can still defend a little bit for you, and maybe even a nice swing here to get something to chump down, because Sonic Holic is fortunately at a low enough HP total where a Rek'Sai proc here is going to force something to sacrifice itself and jump in the way.
Yeah, if Rek'Sai is on top of that on top of the deck here for Doughy Nut, you can't afford to take all that damage, and you'll have to throw a unit away. The rally does in fact come out as predicted. Let's see, is the Rek'Sai going to be there?
Do you attack with the collar here as well? No, he gets chumped down by the Holy crap!
Boy!
The blessing!
Wow.
Oh, hang on. I'm and also I'm getting a message from the past from the chat here. I started calling them bruiser decks. The ones that are between mid-range and control. I like it.
I like
it. Jado, I'll have to work that in. I like it.
I can get behind that.
It ties into the League of Legends term.
I love it.
I love it.
I'm actually a bruiser player in League too, so I can get behind that. That's perfect for me.
Okay, that's tight. We're coining it now. Big shout out to Twitch chat.
So we're gonna end up.
The Rek'Sai proc though, the Caster Blessing Ultimate version coming through, but now we've got the rallying counter swing from Poppy. This is attack number 2. She's going to potentially level up at the start of the next round.
Yeah, with the open attack, she will be able to level up. Sonic does in fact opt to play the second birdie here. Just wants to get as many buffs onto the board as possible, present as many threats as possible. As I said, Doughy Nut does have the Death from Below in hand available, but Pyke at this point is... Lurk has given +6, so Pyke is at 8 HP, and that is enough to kill the Poppy even through this next round set of buffs, I believe.
Yeah, so this is gonna be the attack into the buff, but also granting impact.
Yes. Impact.
So a lot of damage coming through. We didn't get a glimpse at the early stage of this game, so I don't know if an earlier Pyke had been cast or participated in combat at some point. But if this somehow levels up the Pyke with the Death from Below, I think this might be a wipe.
That's right. Poppy on flip actually gives everything +2/+2. Goes to show you how much Demacia I play. Even if the Pyke is big enough here, the Ranger's Resolve should be able to stop it.
And here we go. This Poppy is enormous. Doughy Nut just has to quickly look at the Lurk procs, because there's Lurk, and then there's the Rek'Sai proc, but yeah, it looks like it is not enough.
And that is game 1 going to Sonic. At least we're assuming it's game 1 based off the time left on the clock.
Yeah, who knows how aggressive these matchups really are, but wow. Poppy, actually, again, her effect is just so strong. And in a deck like this with lots of rallies and wide threat potential and challengers where you're able to attack with Poppy safely, maybe just have other things that are higher priorities for your opponent to block down, it does make a lot of sense. But heading into the next game, Lurk still trying to find a win, going up against Spiders.
Interesting. I don't know how this matchup plays out at all. I have to assume that the Lurk player is just going to be able to run away with it because their board should be able to keep up with the Spiders. And then if you're keeping up with the board of Spiders, they're not pushing enough early damage. And if they're not pushing enough early damage, suddenly their burn doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this is going to be a knife fight. This is a matchup where both sides want to just swing at each other, but neither side really wants to block. Legion Rearguard can't block, but there's also room for some techs, right? Because some Spider players, I've seen a little bit of contention come up where they aren't sure if Frenzied Skitterer belongs in the deck right now, or if it's just like a 2-of to get it off of Stalking Shadows, how much Astral Fox you run. And then Lurk has the potential to run things like Ruthless Predator, so you're setting up better trades for yourself, or even Rite of Negation, which used to be in very, very like prototype builds of the list, and maybe that comes through as a way to stop things down the road. Things like Concussive Palm, maybe they're trying to punt your Rek'Sai or negate your Death from Below. You can negate their negate, but a wide swing coming through nonetheless, and this might be the break turn. You force Spiders to trade their board away, and then they just can't keep up with your threat any longer.
Sonic opting to keep his Elise rather than trade it down to the 3/1 values the 1 extra attacker. That 1 point of damage could matter so much in these matchups. Every point of HP counts. You
Yeah.
mentioned the Rite of Negation in Lurk in the early builds, and let me tell you, Skarzik, there's very few things that are more tilting to losing than losing to double pike or triple pike. One of those things is losing to a player on the ladder who has played 3 pikes and then has the Rite of Negation for your last point of burn.
Oh my god.
That is a tilter.
That's definitely.
I put the game away for the day after that happened.
I've definitely seen some shenanigans. I've won from Jaw Hunter making all the lurkers focus down just one unit before, and not Jaw Hunter, Jawfish. Jawfish is a cursed card. Whenever I play it, it always like hits the wrong thing. I've played Jawfish before, and it will kill the target that was going to level up Pike. And it even when my opponents play it, it never like does what you want it to do. It's like got the craziest AI built into it somehow. But now we're starting to see Sonic Holic accomplish the goal of still forcing through enough damage where Doughy Nut does not want to block and now has the burn in hand. Normally, if it comes down to a unit v unit matchup, the Lurk players just come out ahead because of Call the Pack. But
Yeah.
Sonic Holic now has managed to keep up and has now the burn. Snapjaw Swarm needs to be blocked here potentially.
No second pike available to Doughy Nut, so no actual way to interact with this Noxian Fervor on that we see in Sonic's hand, and that means that Sonic should just be able to close this out pretty cleanly.
Yeah, so very, very just volatile match. We knew that it was just going to basically be both players blocking as little as possible, attacking as much as possible, and the stat scaling from Lurk really pays off, allowing you to block down the fearsomes if need be, and still hit very hard. And just when Sonic Holic is on the precipice of doom, is able to pivot to a direct damage game plan, which Lurk cannot.
And decides to actually fire off the Stalking Shadows and pick up some more units rather than going for the burn. Will still have the mana available for both spells next turn, doesn't necessarily need to cast them, but part of me wonders if this is a mistake or an oversight.
Perhaps you're thinking, if I can go wide enough, I can deal a little bit of damage. Because of Bone Skewer and Death from Below, the Noxian Fervor isn't guaranteed. And if you stalk into Doom Beast or something there, you get more guaranteed burn, perhaps.
Yes, the Doom Beast would. If you find a Doom Beast there, you're feeling pretty good about that. But yeah, with how quickly the first Death from Below was played out, perhaps Sonic does have a read on, okay, there's a second one, but suddenly all that goes out the window because now all he needs to do is survive to the following turn, and he will be able to just play out the second Decimate, and then you're not worried at all.
Yeah, the two rear guards cannot block, and this is the situation where you need to block. We thought that Sonic Holic might be able to close this one out, but it turns out it's not as cut and dry. Has to go for Noxian Fervor here against a Bone Skewer, but goes for Decimate first just to see if Doughy Nut's going to play down any more mana, maybe commits to a Dune Breaker or something. Just another Snapjaw Swarm. These have been lining up so beautifully, forcing these defenders to be cashed in.
And Sonic is just going to go ahead and rip the Noxian Fervor because he's out of options now.
Oh, doesn't have the Bone Skewer.
Nothing available to Doughy Nut there. So that was a pretty quick 2-0 coming out. And I would say that wasn't even Lurk losing to itself. Sometimes we see Lurk in these tournament games and we feel bad for the Lurk player because they just miss on 1, on 2, on 3, on 4. And you're like, oh, that really sucks. Your deck shouldn't do that, but sometimes it does. In this case, Lurk just couldn't contest with the pressure.
Yeah, it wants to be a deck that has the tempo at all times, and you're just forcing your opponent onto the back foot from the early turns. But when a deck is also hitting the board at the same speed as you, it does become very volatile. You don't have any healing and very specific types of interaction in order to counter. And, you know, that game could have gone either way for sure, if the draws were just a little bit different. But that's why we play Swiss, right? So that you can take the average of a wider sampling of games and different matchups. I think that Lurk being the lost aggro deck that we weren't considering does still have some merit. Again, it has that fearsome angle that we've talked a lot about, and it starts to kind of break away from the typical aggro style simply because it has more staying power with Call to Pack, resource generation with Rek'Sai level up potentially, and just exchanging the direct burn damage that other aggressive decks enjoy for just having much stronger board dominance. Yeah, and as we saw there, like if without the burn, the lethal swing was coming. The Snapdraw Swarms traded everything down, and here it is, Landmark Control, the other deck that I was really praying to see today, going up against Ari Kennen. Blade Twirler is stunned by Hexplosive Minefield, but Ari is still putting a lethal swing on the stack because she's leveled up. Do we have a Quicksand here? Mini Morph. Excellent. So that's going to be a chump block from the Zilean, and only 4 damage coming through from the boys here. Absolver going to come out to finish this up. And there's just the auto surrender, no Scrying Sands to stop that with just 1 mana left. The version I saw of Zilean Xerath control that was being played by Trickster Sari, I believe, was that he got to top EU with was actually only on 1 Quicksand. And I think that in a Swiss matchup like this where you're playing against a wider variety of stuff, I think that Quicksand hits enough things that you want multiple copies. My Ziggs Xerath version that I've been running personally has the Ziggs again for an early fearsome blocker, a little bit more, mixing it up in the early mid game. Has triple Quicksand, and it's just been paying off for me immensely.
I actually am going to disagree with you very respectfully. I think Quicksand is a highly overrated card, and it's one of my... Some people have cards that they love. Quicksand is one of the cards that I hate, and I just I actively try to avoid putting it in my decks. Especially in this list, then
kind of overlaps in that same defensive niche if you want something.
Yeah, I was thinking just because you have Mini Morph available to you already, yeah, it's double the mana investment, but it's typically going to deal with threats a little bit better. That said, I haven't actually put any time into these updated versions of Zilean Xerath, despite the fact that I do like the archetype quite a bit. So
yeah,
maybe
I totally agree, because I was a Nightfall blasphemer for a very long time, where I was saying, please cut Stygian Onlooker. This card is terrible. You know what I mean? And Quicksand is definitely one of those cards that you have to have it save you several times, and then you build up an affinity for it. Because I played it in my Sivir LeBlanc, and I used to run Xenotype Researchers in that deck, and those are just 2 cards that if you get a taste for them, and then you're just you try to squeeze them in whenever you can because they're just so good. When they hit, they hit. Let me tell you. That's true.
They do. When that Xenotype hits exactly what you want, it does feel really, really good.
And when you play Xenotype, when it hits what your opponent is trying to kill you with, it also feels great. It's oh man, nice Pantheon you got there. But Time Bomb also hitting the board beautifully here to wipe out these 1 HP units. Looks to be just a classic Scion variant coming out of the Black Boss, pardon me. And so this is an interesting idea of still playing towards this value-oriented style after the Scion nerf, and even before then, Scion was really falling off, and players just maybe aren't accounting for it. Black Boss perhaps trying to exploit the fact that there's so many decks to account for right now that you can hit a blind spot here.
Yeah, and I wonder if Black Boss is still on that 1 copy of Vi that he was so keen on when he first started developing this Scion deck, because he was one of the pioneers of this deck. When Scion was released, I believe he was one of the first, if not the first player to Masters, playing exclusively Scion, except he was running a single copy of Vi just to have as a secondary threat. If you discard that Scion, you give her Overwhelm, a 10-4 Overwhelm unit, pretty strong.
Yeah, especially with Challenger, being able to pick the thing you want, and it just with Tough gives you a little bit more defense in your mid game. I liked it a lot. I remember when Scion first came out, I was also running 1 Lady of Blood in my list as well, and just trying to get a ton of value And this is the definitely the archetypal bruiser deck of the game, where it has a lot of late game value, but has the potential to shift to just a mid-range style and beat you down if need be.
Certainly. The Scion is gonna... That's a first, eh? Skarzig, unleveled Scion, not at 10 attack.
Right?
Coming down.
So things have definitely gone awry leading up to this point. B-Ball is just developing the board, kicking back, feeling very safe because of Raw Copper and double Devout developments here. Having fearsome blockers for this matchup is just great. And Black Boss doesn't really want to swing because the 3/3s get traded away, you're activating your opponent's synergies with the Sarcophagus, and they just get a 5/3 fearsome back. And Black Boss knows the Scion isn't going to be as reliable of a win con because of Minimorph. And what you need is to force through as much damage as you can and rely on your burn. And this has been the basically modern evolution of Scion, is they try to deal like, 7 or 8 damage to you and then can reliably burn you down from there, just with the decimates, mystic shots, get excited. At its peak, the deck was even running Noxian Fervor and Captain Farron.
Yeah, it was. Since switched away from that a little bit, gone back more towards these slower archetypes, less burn in them, more survival skills, more discard targets. And there's the Minimorph coming out to deal with the first Scion. We do see that there's a second one available to Black Boss, and we'll probably see him drop it on the following turn, just because there's not a whole lot else to do with his mana. But as you mentioned, Skarzig, that landmark is now on the board and is going to start counting down, and Xerath hits the board as well. He's going to start clearing off all the units as these landmarks pop. This is looking really good for B-Ball.
The Black Boss is trying to play this in a slower, value-oriented style, not recklessly swinging with the Twin Blade Revenant, preserving them for defense. Because you get those Lost Souls back in the hand, they're just great free blockers to keep your opponent under control, and maybe even absorb ticks of Xerath for you, if need be. And if the game continues on this angle, maybe what the Black Boss is trying to do is play second Scion, force B-Ball to Minimorph again, right? Just instead of trying to play towards the Xerath and trying to end the game in burning, or playing the Arsenal to close out, you're forcing response after expensive response to keep B-Ball under control, and then Black Boss finds the angle to close out with burn. We'll see what the developments are here. Very much mana for both players.
Yeah, this is looking... The Black Boss's hand is starting to get clunked up by these Lost Souls. You can't really find time to continually play 8 mana units, so I'm wondering how he's going to end up using all of his limited mana in the next couple turns. Does need to get the Scion down, does need to kind of get the rest of these down. Xerath proving to be a very strong control tool here, just going to allow B-Ball to take out all these extra units while removing the bigger threats simultaneously.
And with the Roiling Sands being developed as well, whenever Black Boss plays something, he triggers that trap card, and then another shot of damage comes out of the Xerath to keep the board under control. This is a very devastating lockdown setup that's been established here by the level 2 Xerath. The buff to him to have that extra point of HP means he's even harder to take down. With 4 mana still available for B-Ball, you don't want to go for the Get Excited Mystic Shot that might get negated, or you kill the Xerath and Broken Ball might just have a second one in hand.
You suck.
Yeah, this is such a weird spot now. Broken Ball looks to be in complete control of this game, and with Burn coming out just to remove 5/3 units, that's a really good sign if you're B-Ball. If you see that, you're super happy. You're not worried at all going forward.
And I think the development of the Draven is still correct overall, right? Because it's going to die to Roiling Sands. It does have the Vi very late, hasn't had a chance to get scaled up quite yet. But by playing the Draven, you get the Spinning Axe so that you can start activating the survival skills and getting the trades that you want.
And actually just going to go ahead and drop the Vi because he knows she won't die to the to the target.
Yeah, she won't die to Xerath's ability with Tough. Desert Naturalist is coming through.
This this actually will end up killing the Vi though, even with the survival skill's not an option. Can't buff her up higher than, can you? You can play the axe, you can play both your... Oh, maybe you can. If you play the axe and you play the mystic shot and then you use the get excited on the stack last, you can buff the Vi up high enough that she is not dying to that, but Black Boss decides to let it through instead, just going to play out another Lost Soul here.
And at this point, because you're able to have these dual synergies of getting your big targets developed to the board, detonating your landmarks, proccing the Xerath, he's keeping your board under control for you. Suddenly, this deck that's been kicking back and just playing very passively is now completely wiping the board and is about to go for a massive swing and just close out. No arsenal required.
Yeah, don't even need it. Who needs to call in the big guns when you got a bunch of smaller ones?
So survival skills being cashed in to just preserve the Lost Soul. He can't drop down below 1 now. Maybe swinging in here. Ironically, I believe Quicksand does take away this buff.
I think so. I think it does, yeah.
But not the last breath. It would still go back to hand, but just for the sake of chump blocking with the Hourglass, this is fantastic.
I love this. This interaction with Xerath and the Hourglass is great. It is just going to let B-Ball take out, I believe level 2 Xerath does do 3 hull damage. So the Lost Soul is going to go down. That open swing was presenting very real threats. Black Boss forced to use another Get Excited just to keep his HP total at a reasonable level.
And so here we go. Xerath hatching out of the Hourglass and now going for a wide swing. I like this too, attacking with the Xerath, saying, I know you want to block this down, I know you want to get rid of it, but the chance of just having a combat trick, the chance of just having a second Xerath in hand anyway, means that Black Boss just needs to take the best defensive trade here to get rid of the Rock Bear.
Yeah, as you said, the attack with the Xerath tells Black Boss, I have a way to protect this, so he's incentivized then to just save as much HP as possible. 2 landmarks on the board.
About to level up.
Zillion about to level up. Xerath going to count down, clear the board for this open. Black Boss can't develop.
And it's just now at a position where you can't keep up with his value. All of your plays are very expensive, so you can't try to get damage wide. B-Ball still at 20 Nexus HP in a list with no healing.
Yeah.
Black Boss has really struggled to get anything through, and we saw in the early game the development of the Endless Devout and the Rock Hopper just did so much work in keeping that under control, and even this final Scion not going to make even an attack against it. And to finally the Arsenal, a big pile of keywords.
Oh wow, that's
Look
a
at
lot
all
of
of them.
keywords.
Whew, all of
and
the
Black
keywords.
Boss says, yep, I'm out. Thanks for the game. You can have this one. That was a very, very commanding performance from B-Ball in that game. The Echo Zillion deck looked, the Xerath Zillion deck looked phenomenal there. I'm very, very excited to give it a spin on ladder after this tournament now. I was already kind of hyped on it, but...
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Zillion version might be a little bit too weak to aggro, but with the extra additions of Ancient Hourglass and Roiling Sands, you're just also leveling up your champions so quickly and resulting in massive control that it's probably worth, you can't have good matchups versus everything, but I certainly am going to be taking a better look at Hourglass and trying to fit more copies of Roiling Sands into my build. But going into the next game, we've got Scion trying to take a game off of what I assume is Feel the Rush, and we actually saw during the World Championships when Majin Bey was on this list versus Shihu, who had the incredibly ridiculous read of running Feel the Rush, how well that deck can shut this down. But it seems to be Iceborne Spiders now that we see the Hapless.
Yeah, Iceborne Spiders definitely on the come up with the recent buff. In my opinion, this is the better of the 2 Iceborne decks, and I think most people would agree at this point. Poros, while capable of presenting a very explosive opening threat and being difficult for some decks to deal with. It has been, the meta's adjusted already and has accounted for it, and the win rates on the Poros decks are not looking so hot.
Yeah, and what's great too about this Spider deck is the package is so well contained within a handful of cards, and a few that you are going to be running anyway within this region combination, like Vile Feast and Hapless, that you have so much room to run other win conditions, right? Like Ledros Atrocity, Trundle things, even some one-of Feeler Rushes, getting a 10-10 at least, if that's really your game. But again, Catalog of Regrets, just you can really see the utility of this archetype. You've got just the foundation of the Spiders and Iceborne Legacy, and then you get to run whatever else your heart desires.
Yeah, I know Drizoth was big on the catalog, and he's also in our Wombat server, and when this deck was being discussed, we kind of came to the conclusion that ARAM is pretty mediocre, and all of us found that when we drew the ARAM, we actually won less. So Drizoth brought up catalog is a really good inclusion because it lets you just get continual value out of the spells that you're playing. So I'm glad to see that it's being represented here by the EU players. They've also picked up on this tech, and as always, they're very on point with their meta analysis.
Now that you're like explaining it to me and I'm seeing the implications of this in action, this is actually horrifying. If I'm the black boss, I'm like, oh my god, Catalog of Regrets is like actually Galaxy Brain. My opponents are going to keep getting extra copies of Brood Awakening. It's not a good look. 8 mana available as well. Elise about to flip. All you got to do is pop this Hapless. And because you are going to have a wide board of really tanky units a lot of the time, you don't mind giving up that board slot for Catalog of Regrets. And if your board gets wiped, this is just something that gives you continuous value even into the late game. Just the more I talk about it, the more sense it makes. So big shout out to Drizoth. Because when this card was revealed, I was certain it was going to be broken, and it just took such a long time to find the right deck and the right meta, I suppose.
Yeah, I also thought it was going to be a lot stronger than it did end up being. But it does appear to be a pretty good tech inclusion now that we have some spells that are worth duplicating outside of just Go Hard.
Yeah. Like, even there were builds that were trying to duplicate, like, Piercing Darkness, where you just have, like, big kill thing plus heal, and it's just you're healing for so much, or playing defensively where you haven't taken a lot of damage that you're losing out on a lot of that value potential anyway. And with the buff to Vengeance to 6 mana, it's also a better card to potentially get off of Catalog of Regrets as well, where your opponent plays big threat, you kill it, they can't play another big threat because they know you have Vengeance in hand, and
Exactly.
it's just and here we go, threatening the Elise level up now.
Yeah, just the threat of having that spell that was played the previous turn is really, really huge. And there's another reason why the catalog is good. I believe that Vile Feast that we just saw was in fact generated off of the catalog, so it is a lot. Normally, this Elise level wouldn't necessarily be guaranteed, but here it pretty much is.
And look at this, and how much Black Boss has to struggle just to attack what would normally seem like a pretty free attack. I've got my Fearsomes, but there's an Iceborne Legacy that's going to buff these spiders up so they become fearsome blockers.
Yeah, Iceborne Legacy definitely a threat, and there it is, exactly as you said. So
and
the
then
Elise
the
level up
Hapless can chump, and then you get another 3/3 and Elise levels. You could take... I like that B-Ball is not going to focus on leveling up the Elise here.
Yeah.
You're trading away your spiders, and this is really all you care about, just having them as blockers. I've seen Iceborne Legacy spider decks level up the Elise, and it almost feels worse because you aren't getting that spiderling anymore.
Exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth, Skarzig. As the Elise deck, in this version of an Elise list, actually, anyways, you really do want to... Generating a 3/3 or a 5/5 is much more valuable than giving everything Challenger, especially since your board is filled with these anyways after a certain point.
And now with Brood Awakening being played, even more spiders attacking. +1 AoE to the spiders that are already in play, and now a Brood Awakening gets added to the hand thanks to Catalog of Regrets. Black Boss putting his entire board on the line just to stay alive, and can't develop against the next Spider Onslaught.
Yeah, Catalog really showing its strength in this part. I don't know that I like that Bile Feast from people.
Maybe has something else in the hand that's a lot better versus the maybe a Scion that you want to have. And it's a 50-50 whether you get the Brood Awakening or the Vial, right?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
My thought is that you would almost always rather have the Brood Awakening on this turn, and you're pretty happy using that Bile Feast on the following turn because it doesn't really make a difference to the Poro, right?
Oof. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That was just a nasty setup with Hapless into Elise, the Catalog on 4, and it just snowballed from there. Just even one copy of Iceborne Legacy. This wasn't the sort of game where it was a grind fest and the 7/7 spiders are finally what did it. It was just the raw value of that plus Brood Awakening. Scion, unfortunately, really struggling to put up the threat that it used to, even struggling to deal the damage in the early game that allows it to pivot to its burn game plan. But heading into this next one, we've got Lazy Guga versus Grave Trail. And Grave Trail we're seeing on a Feel the Rush list versus Nasus.
Yeah, Nasus. This is not something I was expecting to see. I am very much a Nasus fan. Nasus is one of my favorite decks of all time, and I'm excited to see it come back. Do you think this is a Kindred version?
I have heard whispers of such a deck, and it would make a lot of sense where Kindred maybe allows this list to play a much more tempo-oriented version rather than just the all-in on Nasus variants with Thresh that we saw in the past, because once he got nerfed, the decks really didn't have anything to pivot to from there, because Blighted Caretaker had gotten nerfed, and then Nasus got nerfed, and then Atrocity got nerfed, and I think a couple other cards I'm forgetting. Cursed Keeper had gotten nerfed. Like, this deck was responsible, I think, for, like, the most singular nerfs, I think.
Yeah, it definitely did cause a lot. Atrocity, Atro, Merciless Hunter, all of these cards end up getting changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Nasus is definitely a threat, and it is in fact a Kindred list. I have the second hand up, I've checked it. It is Kindred in there. I've seen this list floating around a little bit. I'm excited to try this one as well. Spirit Leech comes out, draws more cards. Rite of Calling is now available. Could potentially see that come down this turn. Unlikely, though.
And I am getting told that this is game 3. These players do have a lot on the line, trying to beat out the Swiss rounds and make it to the top cut for tomorrow. This tournament does have a pretty massive prize pool thanks to the sponsors Metafy and GGtoor, so the players know what's on the line. This isn't a for fun tournament. They're taking it very seriously. That $1,000 prize pool means they have to give it their all, and we'll see if Lazy Guga can make it happen with the Kindred here, now that Nasus is out of the picture.
Another Spirit Leech picked up as well, just to allow for more and more draw. Lazy Guga's HP is still super high, so this Atrocity not really a threat. No Rite of Negation available to stop the Feel the Rush, so I imagine we'll just see Grave Trail rip that out, since he has the second one, and he doesn't really need to hold the mana up for anything else this turn.
Yeah, there's nothing, you aren't in a situation where, oh, I have to play around Atrocity, so I can't take this big commitment. You can just slam it down. Kindred is buffed up. Thanks to...
Must have been a second Nasus played as a
Siphoning Strike. Right, thank you. I was like, was there like an Omen Hawker that got generated by a...
Yeah,
something, but yeah, this Siphoning Strike landed somewhere earlier in the game. So 6/5 Kindred is very strong, very resilient to a lot of the AoE this deck does have. We do have the box plus Avalanche to wipe if you really fear the Kindred, but I think that the Feel the Rush is also a fantastic idea.
Yeah, I think we will probably see the Avalanche box come out now that the Kindred's down, just because the Kindred player is going to have the ability to isolate this Tryndamere with the spell if they choose.
Yeah, you can make it so that Tryndamere is the one that takes the mark. He's already leveled up due to clashing with Nasus, so this will make him leave the board permanently. And so with Kindred online and just cycling your own units, you're able to proc those marks, and Grave Trail doesn't have the utility to play around them the way some other decks might have. Like Ari Kennen is a great example where you just recall the marked unit to cleanse that. So yeah, I think that Grave Trail is thinking about the line, recognizes the implications of the Kindred, and needs to go for the Avalanche here. And the box would also scoop up the Abomination from the Keeper.
Yeah.
Oh no, but hesitates on it. Maybe wants to get a little bit more development here into this AoE. Because with this setup, Kindred will
mark the 3/2, and then
Yeah.
the 3/2 will die to the 4/1.
Yeah,
Kindred
you've got to
will
have
get a mark.
Kindred. You've got to have Kindred pull the pillar further down the line, so that the Kindly Tavern Keeper is forced to maybe block further up.
Actually, still happens the same way regardless, right? So the
Oh yeah, because if Kindly Tavern Keeper dies in a
the
trade,
avalanche
then
needed to not happen.
Then yeah, because then the pillar would just get marked because it's the weakest. So pardon me.
That's okay. I also dropped the ball on that one. So now there is 29 worth of stats staring Lazy Guga in the face, and that is very, very scary.
Yeah, chat's gonna let us have it from the past, but that's okay, because Grave Trail is about to let Lazy Guga have it with the second Feel the Rush, getting another Tryndamere and Trundle into play. Ironically, this deck is very weak to Overwhelm. This was one of the original lists that kind of forced the meta in that direction. We all remember seeing the Demacia the Freljord Shurima Renekton deck rise to prominence, and I believe it was Majin Bey that teched his Nasus Thresh deck specifically with Ruin Runner to help out in the mirror.
Yeah, I do remember that tech showing up, and I do remember it being a very, very interesting one. I was never a fan of it myself, but it did do some work.
Yeah, it paid off for, I think, the purposes of it was meant to kind of bully people in the open rounds of that particular seasonal.
So Lazy Guga did opt to go for the Rite of Calling there to try and find a second Kindred to have access to the Spirit.
Yeah, the Spirit's Journey.
Spirit's Journey, thank you. That would have definitely negated a good chunk of damage that's about to come in. As it currently stands, you can't play double Atro, and Kindred is 1 point of attack off of actually ending this game with the Atro.
Is there a way to live here? Oh, if there's a hesitation, this would allow Nasus to be played. There is no Three Sisters in the hand.
And the Nasus is a 16/16 right now.
But
So-
we're actually 1 mana off of that play. I remember this used to be like the classic style, but the nerf to Atrocity meant that you had to have 13 mana to do Nasus and Atrocity in 1 turn.
Yeah, and we are in fact too short.
But if you play Nasus, you still just get a big chump blocker regardless, so you survive either way. Depending on how this attack is ordered, Nasus can get even bigger by chumps further up the line.
Now I wonder if you almost don't even attack.
Because yeah, 19 HP means that even the big Trundle pulling the Kindred doesn't do enough.
So I guess these blocks work, sort of. The Vile Feast. Nah, it doesn't really matter what happens here because the Atro's just always going to come out, and we see no response from the side of Lazy Guga. So any blocks that are taken are just going to leave him dead here. He needed the Kindred to not be marked.
I think this. Let me see. The 10-19 -3. So what this does is it sets up the Atrocity for Grave Trail this turn because there's enough overwhelm damage coming through from the Tryndamere.
Yeah. So this is exactly what I was expecting to happen. The Atro will come down. There's no Rite of Negation in the hand. Grave Trail's only consideration is if there is one in the deck, which I imagine there would be, given that it's playing Kindred and is now definitely skewed a little bit more towards the control-y style, as opposed to the previous Gnosis Thresh decks, which could go very hyper aggro with multiple Bokkai Reapers and just early game aggression.
Yeah, so fortunately, there's just no response to this, just the Vile Feast. Lazy Guga just trolling a little bit, just making Grave Trail sweat, like, is this the right negation before just revealing it's a Vile Feast for fun.
Who
But
knows?
yeah.
Maybe while you're hovering it, they just say, ah, screw it, he's got it at FF.
Yeah.
It could happen. It could happen.
Yeah, you have to do it. You just have to snap, bring it out of your hand to really sell it.
Did you ever do that in Hearthstone, Skarzik? Did you ever play Hearthstone?
I was mildly interested in Hearthstone way back in the day, but I never managed to get into it. Ironically, when it first came out, it was very popular. I tried to download it, but there was some kind of error with my Blizzard account, and it wouldn't let me. And then I just never went back to revisit it.
Well, Blizzard did you a solid on that one. But the reason I bring it up is because in Hearthstone, you can hover your cards, and your opponent can see what you're hovering. So, back in the day when I used to play Hearthstone, you could just bluff and just hover the card and be like, haha, I have it, haha, I have it, and just BM them.
Oh
and
my
people
God.
would actually surrender from it.
And hopefully we'll get a little bit more of that in Runeterra, because we've got the emotes and stuff, and I remember that I think it was an interview or something that was posted a while, that the reason Blizzard did that, where you can see your opponent's cards move around as they're moving their mouse around, is to make the person across the board from you feel like you're actually playing against a person, which is an interesting touch. But Runeterra is like, look at all these gorgeous art and effects. And when Runeterra first came out, I remember it was like widely praised by just the quality of the art and the smoothness of the effects. And we really take it for granted these days, just like Tank Buster's about to take this Get Excited for granted.
Yeah, that the Get Excited is gonna be able to close out this game here.
Oh
no.
baby, we're
I
still
spoke too
hanging in
soon.
there.
I spoke too soon. It's gonna come down to a top deck by the looks of it.
We've got 10. If we get Dragon's Clutch, maybe Pantheon. Developing outside of an open attack here is scary because of Decimate. If there's just a buff on one of these unblocked units, it is enough.
Even
just the sharp sight will do it.
Even a single combat onto the dragon, I believe.
Oh, but the portal cannon didn't get a blocker. It needs to be Dragon's Clutch for Overwhelm here.
This is gonna really come down to the wire, Skarzig.
Because then the Daring Poros are being developed as elusive attackers. We have to worry about, do we have Sharp Sight plus single combat to stop 2 elusives?
So there is a single combat there. This is going to help Camilleri push an extra point of damage, as well as actually level up his Pantheon.
So that was the ticket.
And there's the Pantheon itself, so there's no rally coming down this turn.
So that's why I was wondering why you wouldn't say the single combat for defense, but it's specifically to play for the line of leveling Pantheon and rolling elusive and lifesteal. Doesn't get it.
I'm just a little bit confused by this line. Like, I'm even further confused by this line now. If we opted not to play, I guess on the open attack, we had a lethal represented, and then with the burst block, okay. So my confusion came from, why wouldn't we play Pantheon at the start? Because, like, we're always dead to Decimate if we're going to play it afterwards, right?
Oh, yeah. So we had double single combat here. And so now we know that Camilleri had 2 singles, could have done single combat versus the Daring Poro. But by setting up the line for the Pantheon plus single, you double dip on lifesteal if you roll it. So I think that was correct. At 1 HP, trying to just roll the lifesteal and double dip.
Yeah, I like it. I like it now that you've pointed that out. It unfortunately didn't end up mattering for Camilleri. The Tank Buster was able to close that one out with the Get Excited top deck. Poro didn't end up mattering. No need to chance it against a Sharp Sight when you have guaranteed lethal. Demacia has no way to interact with your combat spells.
Yeah, so overall, a very strong play, and it just goes to show, like, again, these mid-rangey, like, Pantheon builds, the Targon Demacia doesn't really dip into the healing side of Targon as much, and it's very difficult for these lists to stand up to aggro, and we know how it goes. Demacia gets bullied by aggro until they finally snap, and they go, fine, I'm running triple Radiant Guardian. Be mad, and then...
Yeah, it's with aggro coming up, I'm surprised we're not seeing Radiant Guardians slotted back in yet, but maybe that's next week's meta. And we have another game of Kanan. We have Kanan back on screen again against Boomer from NA, and Boomer has opted to not splash anything in his Ahri Kennen deck.
Not you whiffed allegiance one too many times. And we've seen that, you know, with Sign in Thousand Tailed, Godwillow Seedling, there is still a lot of good Ionia cards that you can just have an extra copy or two if you want. This allows you to run like 2 copies of Deny, 2 Concussive Palms, still covering your Nopifies. Really interesting idea here for sure, just going pure Ionia.
Yeah, it's I was talking to Eni Amor, another teammate of mine, who has been playing Sunk Cost Ahri on ladder just to prove a point. He goes, yeah, this deck is too strong. I don't need to play any splash in it. In fact, I'm just going to go 2 cards down and play Sunk Cost and deal with it. So this he definitely believes that the Absolver and Might and all those splashes are just win more, and that this deck actually thrives and does the best when it's able to just play out its tempo game plan like this.
Because what it's doing is great, and we even saw earlier with the Go Hard version, even though you think that list does pretty well versus aggro, because you're trying to save up your Go Hards for a combo turn rather than use them over the course of the game, it does not really shore up that weakness at all. And if you just really believe in the strength of your own win condition, we can go even further. So very, very, I am impressed by just the faith in this list and the confidence, right? Because some people like the splash for Allegiance decks just to give you that extra utility, like Absolver, because it has that extra +1 HP, has double duty as a defensive card, the Overwhelm helping in the mirror match. But I think in terms of facing other decks that maybe aren't the mirror, you're still favored in general if your Ginkgo Wayfinder doesn't whiff, and you're just getting to your denies more consistently and Thousand Tailed.
Yeah, definitely the major point, being able to get the full copy of Seinen Thousand Tails as well as the full copy of Godwillow Seedlings, because you're not sacrificing those slots for a splash like the Absolver is going to up the consistency on this deck. Anytime you add draw to a deck, it's going to get better. That just makes sense, right?
But with that all being said, Canon is still running the Bandle Targon, which is meant to counter this deck. And, you know, techs or no, you're still going to have your hard matchups no matter what you do. And this is one of those where you're going to struggle. 7 HP on the Nexus means that a lot of work has been done from Ken and Ahri, but still yet more needs to come. Lifesteal about to hit from the Golden Sister, being sidestepped by Lightning Rush, but we do see the Star Scraping in hand.
Yeah, Boomer just deciding that he's okay using this Kennen spell because he does have the Nopify available to stop any potential pings that would kill the Kennen.
And also trying to cycle the Dancing Droplet, find more resources, perhaps looking for that Sign in Thousand Tailed. Now we're getting into the later stages of the game in a matchup where you need that additional value.
And the Pokestick comes out. Kanan not going to go ahead and try and stop the Kennen. Doesn't see the point behind it, I guess. Instead,
has Notify for the stick, but there is one final mana for the group shot. Doesn't want to take that risk against the Notify.
I like that. I think it's proper. No reason to risk losing your Kennen. Yeah, it sucks to lose the Droplet, but at this point, you are in a spot where you feel pretty good about winning this game on the next attack. You have multiple elusive units, you have your Ahri still available to you, you can go ahead and bounce Kennen more times to stun the elusive if you want.
And with Ahri leveled up, the bounced units are discounted, so it's very easy to do even more explosive combo turns. And when you're playing against Targon Vandal City, you know that late in the game, they have to pick. Do I just play a bunch of cheap defensive swarm units to block on board, or do I have to keep all of my mana open so I have Mini Morph and Hush and Star Shaping? And so Boomer is just going to continuously sit here, do all the combo things, make the most potent attack possible, because Cannon has to keep all this mana open and can't respond yet.
Cannon gonna go ahead and throw the Hush out. Doesn't need to burn that Mini Morph yet.
Hush
Throws the
comes through
healing.
to stop the Ahri chain, has the blockers thanks to Silver Sister and Zoe. Kennen comes through, 5 damage being put on the stack, but no buffs.
Yeah, no buffs
Threatened
is
with the twin.
nothing available to Boomer here to actually finish off this game. Is just gonna try and protect the Ahri. Instead, opts to throw the damage face. I like this a lot.
So this is going to be lethal if it connects.
Trinket trade, looking for a way to answer this.
Trinket Trade finds gifts from and then has group shot to stop the Mourned, hanging on by a thread. Notify for the group shot.
And
What
Boomer
a game.
Boomer shows count on, hey, you can bring a counter deck, but I'm just gonna beat you anyways.
Yeah, Trinket Trade, maybe looking for Guiding Touch there would have been fantastic. Get a little bit of healing on the Nexus. And the deck doing its holy work, right? Ahri Kennen is a list that developed a reputation very early on for just being, oh, I'm just getting beat up by the Mourned and Dancing Droplet and Ahri, it's too strong. And then, you know how it shifts. Oh, no Kinko Wayfinder, no win. And now the players that have really stuck with the deck through thick and thin really believe in it. And again, like Boomer from NA, who is just running mono Ionia just for the purposes of always hitting that allegiance and really facilitating what the deck strengths are on its own 2 feet, are just being rewarded by just being able to adapt even through matchups that are meant to counter. And for those of you who joined us earlier in the broadcast when we first started, Monty and I had a great discussion just about how there are decks that are favored versus Ahri Kennen, but nothing that's a severe enough like auto lose counter to where it's making Ahri Kennen a deck that is something you don't want to bring. Like Lee Sin, I think, is the premier example of a deck that is great, but has such ridiculously bad hard counters that if you don't build your entire lineup around it, or you're expecting players to forget Lee Sin exists and you kind of bring it out as a surprise factor, you kind of get farmed up. And Ahri Kennen hasn't hit that chance just yet. Riot's already confirmed that they've got their eye on the deck because it has risen to prominence over the last few weeks while they were on holiday, which I do want to point out here to all the viewers in chat. They didn't just say, oh, I can't believe they skipped out Ahri Kennen during the patch. But we'll have to see. Again, the a lot of decks at play. Monty, you've already said that on average there's probably like 10 decks that players just never get around to experimenting with that might actually be pretty strong.
Yeah, and I am completely pulling that number out of nowhere, but
Yeah.
I think there is a good amount of decks out there that people just don't look out to, or that they just overlook because they think, well, why would this be viable right now? And they just don't even care to try it. Like we've seen today alone, Gnosis Kindred showing up again, Zillion Zerath showing up again. These are decks that were around in previous metas, if not fantastic, but now they're coming back, and both of them had pretty good showings in today's games. Yeah, the Gnosis Kindred deck fell a little bit short, but that's a really bad matchup for that deck. Freljord Shadow Isles was never a good matchup for Gnosis. It was always very difficult.
And it just goes to show, right? Even though the changes that we saw in the patch didn't seem as impactful at first, like, oh, they nerfed Plunder some more, and they nerfed this and that, and it didn't feel like it did a lot. But the top deck in the metagame sometimes is gatekeeping like 4 or 5 or 6 decks from players even bothering to try them out. And if you remove that stopper from the metagame, things just start exploding and then begin to shift from there. And after that happens, the cycle begins anew. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, what decks come out to, again, start countering Ari Kindred. Ruben Zoo has just proven to be an expert over and over and over again of finding that one wild deck that nobody's considering and showing that it's good. In the previous meta, it was... What was he running? Swain Twisted Fate, I believe.
GP
came back.
It was
Gangplank. It was Gangplank GP. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Gangplank GP, because people like renamed the deck to Ruben's Raiders.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh man, this is fun. And I played it for like a couple days, and I was like, oh yeah, this is slapping. And maybe those sorts of decks can come through. I am sad, talking about the patch, talking about Swain, because like the Lecturing Yordle nerf really did hurt like Teemo Swain, which was a very cool side deck that was using, Lecturing Yordle for sort of its intended purpose. And also I was running a ton of Caitlyn Teemo, which really likes Lecturing Yordle, but maybe you just switch it for the buffed Chump Wump now and it still keeps coming through. But that's another, archetype that shows up every once in a while and just starts bullying people, like something like Teemo Sejuani, right? Or Ezreal Teemo, like Freljord PNZ.
Yeah, I know Anamor, who I mentioned a little bit earlier, was also playing some Teemo Sejuani a little while ago. That deck is pretty playable. I think it was Teemo, might have been Ezreal. But he with the Ballistic Bot Splash, all that stuff. So that deck is another one that's kind of, it's around, it's playable, but have you seen anybody on it?
Yeah, it's like with the meta being this control heavy, that we've seen so much Targon today, we've seen landmark control today, we've seen tons of Field of Rush today, and as long as you can put in just the right amount of anti-aggro tools with your Tavern Keeper, Blighted Ravine, that kind of stuff, then I think you absolutely could build a lineup around that archetype. And I know that MTuck, who we've seen on broadcast already today, is a huge fan of that anti-control mushroom archetype.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that one as well. The Ezreal Teemo list hex core is something that I actually tested a little while ago, earlier this week, and unfortunately it still doesn't feel fantastic, but you could find a room for it in your lineup if you really wanted to. But with that, I think we're going to cut to a little bit of a break here, Skarzig. I know I need to refill my water.
Same.
So, I think if production would be kind enough to cut us to a thing, we'll just give one more quick thanks to our sponsors, Metafy and GGtoor, for coming together on this one again and bringing us such a wonderful tournament, and RuneterraLife as well, of course, and Optima, who is putting all of this together behind the scenes for us. If you guys want to keep an eye on the chat, there have been Metafy giveaways and discount codes going out in there, and you should take full advantage of them because there's some phenomenal coaches on there. Shodox, What Am I believe Roji is coaching for them as well now. So many good players available to be hired as coaches to step your gameplay up to the next level.
Yeah, so really great. All right, perfect. I'll be right back.
I'm back. All right, I think we're back live.
Let's
And
go.
we're bringing you Butterbrat 5 versus Cephalopod, and it looks like this is an aggro mirror. I see double main deck Daring Portals from the side of Butterbrat. What are we possibly playing? What deck could this possibly be here?
Main deck Daring Portals and Aftershock.
No champions.
Championless Burn.
Yeah, I think it has to be. And
Now, we discussed all of our aggro archetypes, a lot of the ones with long histories that have come back to prominence, and a couple ones we forgot because there's so many. But Championless Burn, I never thought I'd see the day.
well, Mo has been on something similar to this lately. I know he's playing even Sigil of Malice in it just to have enough burn, like just to hit that critical mass of burn cards. Yeah, it's nuts. Although he did end up putting a Teemo back in because Teemo is effectively a Daring Portal plus.
Mm-hmm.
So you have champion slots, may as well make use of them. I think Swim has done the math on it, and Teemo ends up being about 1.7 damage.
That's interesting. And then that just goes up and down depending on how much card draw your opponent's running. Perhaps. I mean, it's like murky mill math where it's like it doesn't really matter, but it kind of does. But anyway, we've got Butterbrat just trying to beat down, and Cephalopod still has this is Drape and Rumble, right?
Yeah, I think
So
it
still a
is.
very aggressive angle, but needs to get set up on the board and win through raw tempo is the thing. Because Butterbot essentially can ignore. This is what we saw earlier against Lurk, where it's just burn v Lurk, where you have board presence, you're attacking a lot, and then as soon as you lose control of the board or the chips are down and you're going to lose, you just put your burn on the stack and go. And Cephalopod, unfortunately, is far enough behind where even though you've got 5 burn in hand, you've got to find a carrier for this might. You've got to start hitting the Nexus to soften it up for that final combo.
Seth definitely suffering from his draws in this game. Having no units to actually put down on the board is a little bit scary.
I've never seen this before.
Yeah, goes for an open pass there. I don't know, but I guess he figures that his opponent has to play something, and this is going to let him choose his line a little bit better. I expect we'll see that Might discarded here and the Poros played out.
Yeah, discard Might, play Poros. Playing Decimate would also be like a completely harebrained line that could pay off. But when your hand is so bad, you know, sometimes, you know, you can just wait and see, or if your opponent plays overcautiously because they think you're setting yourself up, you know what I mean? You just trying to kick back and end the round. But one Poro traded, still another blocker in hand. Butterbot still putting on immense amounts of pressure thanks to the Ballistic Bot. We're going to respond to this with Get Excited. And even though Cephalopod is giving up a lot of burn to do so, in terms of unit draws, there's a lot of strong top decks still bring him back into the game. Another spell!
That's not what he wants to be seeing here. And if he even goes for this Mystic Shot, which he might feel like he has to, it's going to get countered by the Noxian Fervor that we've seen is drawn. Instead, Butterbot actually plays out the used cast Salesman, so the Mystic Shot will go unpunished if Seth opts to use it.
Yeah, and you take a point of damage regardless. And so this is very interesting. By keeping the Grenadier alive, you're saving 1 point of damage for now because you're just that far behind. From this position, like, you're hoping to draw like Draven into another spell.
I think this is a top right angle. There's not really a whole lot you can be doing other than that here, and look at that.
It's like we're running this championless burn, which, you know, is kind of notorious for just throwing tons of spells at your Nexus without a care in the world. And then Cephalopod, who's supposed to be playing the deck that's much more board oriented out of the two, has not played any power cards. There's no Riders, no Dravens, no Rumbles.
Yeah, unable to find any of the cards that he needs to. This is still surprisingly close, though. Perhaps, I was going to say if Seth had targeted some of those earlier burn spells to face, he might be a little bit better, but my goodness. Another Decimate off the top. Had he actually used some of those earlier burn spells on face, he would be dead at this point. So those did need to be used on the defensive, but... I don't know how he's gonna.
There's no way to account for your draw being this bad, though.
Yeah, like spell after spell after spell. The only unit he's seen all game was that one Zonite Urchin at the start.
Yeah, and then we got the Poros off of a spell.
Yes.
And then you're discarding cards to enable all of this burn, trying to keep up, and so you're throwing resources away while trying to keep up with your opponent's game plan. So this is just going to be Cephalopod cashing in all of his bad luck here in this point in Swiss so that he can top deck like a god later on when it really counts.
Definitely. You want to get that bad luck out of the way early on. That's why I always lose first round.
Yep. Just get it out of the way.
Just lose the first round and then it doesn't matter.
We haven't lost yet. Each game gets more and more high pressure, so you just get the loss out of the way and then just win from there.
So that was just game one in this set, despite the fact that the round started before we got back. This one was delayed, so we are able to get into the rest of it, and looks like Seth is going to run it back against Pirate Aggro this time.
All right, and Pirate Aggro still has it with Darius.
Newly buffed. GP got nerfed. Darius got buffed. I actually don't hate that change.
Makes a lot of sense.
The kegs are very valuable to the Pirate Aggro deck, surprisingly. So you might be suffering a little bit from losing it. And this is a much better hand from the side of Cephalopod. Oh my. Has the
Yes.
Rumble this time. Has the Boom Baboon. Has pretty much everything he could want.
Yeah, I'm counting to 4. So we might even... Okay, so there's a really greedy line where you pass turn 1 because you want to keep the Reborn Grenadier in hand. And actually, they have the option now where you can play Urchin and stuff like that without discarding if you want. So you could just play the Urchin if you wanted to have a blocker versus the Corsair, but Cephalopod saying no. I'm going to keep this Grenadier in my hand. I'm going to get the Boom Baboon. I'm going to play the Draven. I'm going to play the Rumble, get the Giga Discard synergy into my big open swing on 4, and it's going to be amazing. Now, Cephalopod really wanting to attack there. I think into the Corsair, you can get punished massively because if the Corsair does trade away into a double 1-drop development or Mirai Warden, it would be pretty rough. I'm wondering if Butterbrought... I think with this hand, you're just going to go wide and attack, but there are certain lines where you can maybe bluff and see if your opponent's going to cash in their 1 blocker if they fear the crack shot.
Yeah, we'll probably see the Draven come down here, and then I imagine the Axe will come out onto the Grenadier to block out a second unit. If this MF doesn't attack, then probably not, but with this, I expect to see the Grenadier come out, as there is enough discard targets for Rumble anyways. You don't really need the Spell Shield on him in this matchup. Yeah, it's nice, but 2 is more than enough, and if he does think that he needs the Spell Shield, he can always opt to discard a 3rd card that doesn't have a payoff for it.
If Draven's going to die here anyway, I think that I would just kill the Crackshot Corsair.
Me too.
But Cephalopod that we saw in the previous matchup, where he is worried about saving as much damage as he can in the moment, right? Because he knows that this is a deck that is not as like burn oriented, wants to fight on board, and if you just save a lot of damage here, then you're forcing them to draw specifically into burn later in the game, where if they get units, maybe you just have massive tempo instead. So just a very minor calculation. I wonder if it's going to pay off, because Crackshot Corsair maybe being forced to block the Rumble here, for example, simply means that you get to kill it before it gets another rep of its ability, and then it just pays off for you overall.
And here the Noxian Fervor will probably just come out going face, stopping the Rumble from progressing towards that level up. This is the point where you really wish you had a Might in hand and the mana to cast it, but unfortunately you don't. As a side effect, the Fervor is also going to turn on all these Jagged Butchers, making them quite scary.
Boom Baboon has still survived all this time. It is a great blocker versus the 3/3s. We've got survival skills as well. To maybe just keep a blocker alive alongside the Get Excited. Butterbrought is in a great position with the second Noxian Fervor as well. Getting to have your cake and eat it too. But Cephalopod still doing a great job of developing all spells in the last round, but all the units coming through this time around. And versus Pirates, that's really what you need to succeed, is being able to meet them in the field.
Absolutely, and we also see that Cephalopod picked up the Get Excited as a counter to this Fervor. We've mentioned that the Rumble deck does kind of want to establish board and win that way a little bit more than through the burn. So having this Get Excited available as a counter to the Fervor is going to be far more important to Ceph's win condition and success here than just firing it off as face damage.
And now, Butterbrought is really scraping the bottom of the barrel to find the win. Now that Cephalopod has hit his stride, he's starting to take over the board thanks to the Boom Baboons and even the Flame Chompers, right? Just saying the Crackshot Corsair, sure, it's 1 damage. I'm not killing it this round, but I'm just getting rid of these 3/3s before my 1 HP units die to Make It Rain or something.
And we're actually going to see an instant Rumble flip here if Ceph opts to take it. He can play both the Might and the Flame Spitter to level Rumble, and then start generating some Mecha Yordles with the follow-up.
I'm just crunching the numbers there. If that was potential lethal, right? We've got Might, swings through, and now every subsequent point of Nexus damage that happens down the line is going to discount that mech as well. Let's see what he gets.
He got the
Earthshaker.
Noxus one. Yeah, that's the best one to get, I think. Okay, so I guess Seth opted not to use the Flame Spitter just because if something goes wrong here, you can then have a second Rumble as backup, and if nothing goes wrong, you always have to get excited as lethal here regardless.
So
Sees the line.
Going to Cephalopod. And yeah, it turns out that other play of leaving the Crackshot Corsair alive, really didn't end up being any sort of punish. It was just a small unit that wasn't threatening to trade up into anything on the board. It was something that Butterbrat really didn't want to use defensively to sacrifice because you were so reliant on that one damage. So Cephalopod, right, not recognizing that I don't need to overreact to this Crackshot Corsair, because for all intents and purposes, it's a dead card for my opponent now that I'm leaving it alive.
And this is an opener you like seeing as Seth. Double Dragon Chow plus Pantheon. You don't actually want to keep multiple Dragon Chows most of the time, just because it is going to end up being a little bit too slow, especially against these aggro decks. But having one as a blocker on turn 1 is quite good.
Yeah.
And
then mulligans and then draws into the next one. With double Dragon Chow draw, you're really hoping for like Wounded White Flame. That 4-drop in the hand is the Blinded Mystic, which does give a unit +1/+1, and then silence an enemy. It's going to be great against the Grenadier if it does come to that, to sidestep 1 damage, and then maybe even granting extra stats to the Dragon Chow so it can actually start to mix it up on the board.
And once again, Seth is kind of being cursed by bad draws here. These are not the cards he wants to be seeing at this point.
And as you're forced to play very passively, like we see with any sort of Demacia Targon list, they generally don't run a ton of early game and then just swing in with this massive mid-game spike. And Pirate Aggro is just trying to exploit that lack of early defense and only very meager healing with the Guiding Touch. So this might be another kind of desperate line like we saw where the Pantheon player is looking to start targeting their units, leveling up the Pantheon, and just praying for a lifesteal roll.
We did see the Dragon's Clutch picked up, so Seth does have a way to guarantee he's going to draw into some units here. It's not completely doomed.
Yeah, that's actually a really great pickup because now you can get the Wounded White Flame down. And then it is going to kill one of your Dragon Chows, but you're drawing more cards on top of that. Oh man, that is pretty close.
I think we'll see the Blinded Mystic come down here just because it's going to present the best blocker.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no guarantee that you do draw a Wounded White Flame off of this Dragon's Clutch.
Fair.
It also lets you keep mana up for the... Oh, okay, Seth tells me I'm wrong.
It's a very close calculation, I think. Because if you go for Blinded Mystic, you can buff up the Dragon Chow +1/+1, silence the Grenadier so you don't take the 1 damage when it dies. But instead, White Flame comes through, double striking, drawing more cards.
I see a Judgment, Skarzig.
Evans to Betsy.
That's some spicy tech. Judgment is a
is
card I like a lot on the latter versions of these lists. In tournament lists, I go back and forth on whether I like it or not, because on one hand, if you put it in your deck, your opponent has to respect it. On the other hand, if your opponent's respecting it, it's often a dead card because they can just kind of play around it by only attacking with their 1 Overwhelm unit, which is still vulnerable to it, but is also vulnerable to every other strike spell. And they can just play a little bit slower. In this case, I think it's going to end up paying off for Cephalopod, because he should be able to just play this second White Flame out here, take the pass, and then have 8 mana available to just counter the next swing. And if you didn't know, the dragon grows as it strikes down the line. So with each unit it kills, it then gets progressively bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So if this ordering is done wrong and the Darius is not put first, things could go very badly for Butterbrat.
And it is important to note the White Flame is at 3 HP, so it can get scooped up by Noxian Fervor if there's not enough mana kept open for Judgment plus Sharp Sight, things of that nature. But we're very, very low here, and even if the Darius doesn't connect, we still have Noxian Fervor in hand, potential for Decimate. Some variants of these newer pirate builds are also taking a page out of Ping City's book and running the double ups as well.
I'm a big fan of that card myself. And open attack. This is curious.
So indeed, just going for the swing, not wanting to develop the Darius, giving Cephalopod a chance to just maybe summoning a even bigger blocker or wiping the Darius with a concerted strike.
Well, the Judgment is going to come out, and it's going to save Cephalopod for at least one more turn. He is still going to take 1 damage from... He's still going to take 3 damage from this, so the Decimate off the second Darius is technically lethal if given an action on the following turn.
And so... yeah, so that's going to be it then. Cephalopod needs to draw a Guiding Touch and a Guiding Touch to survive that, because even on the next round, Pantheon is nowhere near leveled.
Well, there was a chance that the Darius wasn't played. There's always a chance of opponent misplay. This is the latter win condition when you're at 1 HP and they have Pokey Stick. Well, maybe they FF.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does look like Ceph is out of luck on this one. Unfortunately, we caster cursed him and his draws were just bricked through 2 of 3 games.
That first game where you're just drawing all spells as Rumble Draven, I definitely have never seen that before. And we talked about it earlier, how the deck has evolved to run sort of less spells and just have more tempo-oriented ideas for the early game. But here's the open attack, trying to force enough damage to where Butterbrat needs to sacrifice the Darius so that if there is second Darius in hand, it's no longer a Decimate. And right now we've got 12 being threatened. Do we have enough to make 8 more happen?
2, 4, 6, 8. We do. We did actually have enough. We have exactly enough, but we don't have the mana for it. We're 1 mana short. So
yeah, so you could have threatened a lethal there to force the Darius to block, but that's just going to make Darius's Decimate come through, and also a little bit of love from me to Riot for giving Decimate an animation the way the community begged them to do for a long time. Where the axe comes crashing down on the Nexus. It's such a nice touch.
I forgot it didn't used to have one. That was really disappointing. You'd play this great card, and then it would just do nothing.
Yep, it just goes like, poop, hits the Nexus, but now it's like, whooshing, love it. And they already had the asset from the Noxian Guillotine.
Yeah, they did. So great, very nice of them to actually give us some more special effects. As you've talked about earlier in our broadcast, one of the best parts of this game, how visually appealing it is.
And the player base has just really enjoyed it, right? The devs, not just in terms of the attention they pay to the special effects and the artwork, but also, updating and changing artwork based on feedback. Misfortune, Talia, and Lulu are all examples of champions that had their artwork improved based on player feedback, and just adding more special effects over time. And to be honest, as we're on the cusp of getting the final set of Bandle City cards here in a couple months, right? All of the initially designed regions and cards are going to be in the game, and then they can maybe open the floodgates to start assigning more dev power to just making the eye candy pop even more. I'm really excited.
I'm also very excited. I know that's more visuals and more purchasable cosmetics is something that a lot of people have been asking for, be it borders around the cards, be it hollows for the cards, be it animations for the cards itself. These are all things I've heard people requesting in recent times, and as you said, now that they've gotten all of the main regions in, perhaps they can focus a little bit more on that kind of stuff.
And we are going to be focusing on Black Sparrow versus Grandpa Roji. Grandpa Roji on the Ari Kennen has a beautiful setup already with the Fey Blade Twirler and cycling a Dancing Droplet, a very devastating line. And Black Sparrow on Darkness.
You called it earlier.
Waiting to see.
And it did in fact show up.
It has access to Withering Wail and the box.
The Absolver's going to go ahead and nullify that Quicken. I love the play from Roji. It's going to guarantee that he's still able to push this damage and that his units are safe. Gets the card draw off from the Dancing Droplet and finds another Absolver, so he's not even really hurting on that front.
From this position, we do have Senna coming down. I think we just saw a Stilted Roadmaker that was in play. So we know that the Darkness is discounted by at least 1. And now that we've got Senna kind of working a bit of overtime here, maybe we have the high number of Darkness that Grandpa Roji can't keep up anymore. We do have a Concussive Palm and Homecoming as well to just send her back and set up for the open attack. Really unfortunate, right? Because you have like this...
Oof.
Oh, that's right. Poison Dart is accelerated to fast speed thanks to Senna's effect.
Crazy. Absolutely wild turn. This is still going to be completely fine for Grandpa Roji, I believe. He is still going to be able to present a lethal threat if he opts to recall this.
Yeah, because then you have the elusive Droplet. You're drawing a card regardless, just backing out of this play. You can just play one of the other Droplets that are in your hand if you're like, oh no, mushrooms in my deck. No, you get the mushrooms anyway. You can't fizzle Poison Dart.
No, you can't.
Senna can hit. You probably are fine taking the 4 damage because Ari Kennen, and based on what we've seen with the board state here, can put you under so much pressure that you can't really cast the Darkness, and you aren't worried about Vagar leveling up and finding some sort of cheeky win. If Ishtali Sentinel comes down, you have so many ways to just ignore the lifesteal. This is definitely a really tough matchup for Darkness, and bringing it as a comfort deck that targets other things might be what Black Sparrow was going for here.
Yeah, very likely. So lethal is being represented right now. I wonder if we're going to see the Palm come out, and yep, there it is. And Roji, of course, does have this Nopavai available to stop the Darkness,
which has been discounted even further thanks to the second Stilted Roadmaker. And Black Sparrow just trying to hang on. If you force the Nopify here, that's all of Grandpa Roji's mana, but you've also spent all of yours, and then you just don't have enough blockers to keep up with this onslaught.
The Vile Feast is going to come out on top and actually provide Black Sparrow with just enough blockers to protect themselves.
So now you have a chump blocker for the Blade Twirler, and you've got to sacrifice the Senna here.
Yeah, I think you have to sacrifice the Senna, right? Oh, I guess not.
Oh, no, I guess not. So you can take the Ari down, but Grandpa Roji is getting the Concussive Palm back. And again, this just allows you to keep the Senna from attacking and generating that extra darkness. It means this Ishtali Sentinel is going to be massively diminished. And these Blade Twirlers just keep on growing.
I'm so very glad that this Ari Kennen deck does not have any direct damage. Could you imagine if this deck had burn of some sort? How terrifying would that be in this spot? Like, even a Ruinous Path, you could just... Well, you'd have to trade something off. So, that doesn't exactly work here, but...
The only thing that Black Sparrow needs to fear here is this Wayfinder hitting Kennen into more cycling with the Droplet and maybe some sort of Lightning Rush shenanigan.
Definitely a possibility for Grandpa
That's
Roji.
probably what they're going to do first, is make it so that Lightning Rush can't target face.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like that it can, but at the same time, it is an extra point of power that the deck doesn't really need to have. And the card itself is already super versatile in being able to protect, and it's both an offensive and a defensive tool. So,
and yeah, just cycling the Droplet once again. This is going to get interacted with. Grandpa Roji, I think you don't need to go for the recall here, right? You just, because that's an ephemeral Droplet anyway. You've got a couple more Droplets in hand.
I think just wants to be getting resources out of Black Sparrow's hand. If you lose this Droplet here, you're kind of sad about it, but you're also kind of okay if they decide to burn a Darkness, right? because then they can't generate another one, as Senna's already attacked for this turn.
And so now Kennen is finally leveled up. We don't know if the fifth play was Kennen himself or the Mourned there. But now we've got the Mark of the Storm setting up to maybe remove this Senna from the board. She's also about to level up, so now we're going to be getting discounts on a lot of these cards.
And Kennen is just going to go ahead and send it be pinged off by this darkness. And Roji will fire back with a Mark of the Storm onto the Senna. If he finds another Kennen, it's going to enable him to remove her pretty effectively. I spoke too soon. She actually levels up off of that kill.
And so now, alongside the acceleration, she also discounts your spells even further. So now we've got 1 mana Pokey Stick. And now that Black Sparrow has seen there is no Twin Disciplines, etc. in the hand, you can just go all in with the darkness here and just start now controlling the board. 0 mana darkness, because of the combined discounts of Senna and the Stilted Road Makers, means that you can get these Blade Twirlers out of the way. You open attack next round because you know your opponent has Concussive Palm, so you generate another darkness. You've got Pokey Stick. You're going to try to take down these Dancing Droplets and Elusive Threats. Another great ping that you need.
So with that Blade Twirler found, part of me wanted to see Roji put it down first, allow Black Sparrow to respond with removal that he is most likely to have, and then go in for the stuns just to maximize the potential. Of course, that is a bit of a caster vision play. It does just make sense to go for this right away, fill up your board, let him remove something, and then redevelop another threat.
And perhaps you're in a situation where you are holding the card just to make Black Sparrow sweat a little bit, maybe overthink like, oh, did they draw, X, Y, Z sort of ideas. And I think too, with Grandpa Roji being like a very mid-range player, is kind of evaluating his opponent under that mindset of, I want to have this in a situation where my opponent is respecting it, but indeed just goes for the Blade Twirler after all.
Yeah, at this point, he does want to keep his board full, so does still have the 1 card in hand to bluff whatever needs to be bluffed, but now we will see another stun come out. At least I imagine so. And the Blade Twirler alongside the Droplets will get in for their attack.
Grandpa Roji, thinking about this, I can open up a line, maybe try to get more attacks. Senna's going to open attack and get the darkness anyway. So do you want to just save this Concussive Palm for Ishtali Sentinel? You just have no fuel at this point. This is the second time we've seen Grandpa Roji on stream just being unable to keep up the pressure. I don't know if his variant is running Sign 1000 Tailed or not. It's been a very heavily praised idea for the list, but is not present in 100% of builds.
And the number of copies it varies quite highly across builds. I've seen 1 copy, I've seen 2 copy, and I've seen 3 copy, pretty much in equal numbers. So a lot of options available to these Ari Kennen players in the way they want to construct their decks.
So Concussive Palm onto the 3/2. Pokey Stick onto the Dancing Droplet. Again, the discount from Senna is fantastic here because even though you're giving up your mini-morph, you're still drawing into something that's playable. Go Hard being included in this variant as well. The acceleration from Senna is massive for this spell.
Yeah, it really is. Being able to play a 1-mana Pack Your Bags is so strong it got nerfed. It should not, and somehow it still found its way back into the game.
So now we've got 0 mana Go Hard at fast speed. So you just have another great ping. And it looks like the darkness is finally stable. I guess the question remains, like, do you sacrifice Senna here just for the sake of getting this Tail of the Dragon out of the way?
I don't think so. If
You're just going
Roji
to
had
coast on that to victory?
If Roji had attacked with the 2/3, I think you probably do, because you're out of options at that point. But with this attack, actually, I guess if you attack with the 2/3, you just jump the 2/3. But then you're threatening to push more damage. I don't know. This is kind of close.
And then leaving the Wayfinder back is just Grandpa Roji saying, I need to draw like a homecoming or something to cycle this and then get Kennen out of the deck. And we do have a cycle drawn.
This will work. This is an option.
Ooh, so I actually do like the open attack here because you need to force Grandpa Roji to get rid of this board. Makes the Navori Conspirator useless.
I see every move.
Yeah. This is pretty rough for Roji in this spot. The darkness can't just come down and remove this 2/3 right away.
Mm-hmm. And then that's the full board wipe. That would be a very specific read saying, I'm going to remove the Wayfinder specifically to play around Navori Conspirator.
Yeah. It could also, you don't also necessarily have to be making a read there. You could just be saying to yourself, well, he wants this back, so he's opting not to block with it, so I'm just going to remove it. But then the problem is if you go in for the darkness, they could bounce it with a homecoming or some other recall effect.
Mm-hmm. And so Grandpa Roji has the Wayfinder, gets a Kennen, and the Mourned. Mark of the Storm will stun the Senna now on this open swing. And then Ari comes through to eat this mini-morph. And because of the healing that's been gained from Go Hard and Withering Whale, it might be enough.
Ari is leveled up. So, yeah. Actually, we can see that there is a mini-morph in hand for the side of Black Sparrow. But if it wasn't there, Ari would be pushing enough damage. Except, of course, there's also the stress defense. So,
wow. Such a close game with darkness here.
That's maybe a little rude, Black Sparrow. Going in with the Caitlyn when he knows he's perfectly safe.
Yeah. And because, again, Grandpa Roji has been forced to play with no cards, and this is very rare to see Ari Kennen without a ton of cards in hand, you are taking so much pressure off of your opponent when they're like, oh god, but what if they have Twin? What if they have Deny? What if they have Nopify? It's just been a knockdown, drag out value fest from both sides. And darkness, if you set your opponent to play at your pace like that, you're gonna come out on top. Even without Vhagar, just the Senna generating removal over and over and over again is really all you need. There is enough blockers here for both Senna and the Stilted Rope Maker. And
yeah.
Is there even a draw here that saves you? It has to be Sign and Thousand Tail. That's just another Kinko Wayfinder. I think there's one more Kennen in the deck.
I think so. We did jump into this part way, so it's possible one has been lost already, but
Telescopes in this build.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's not something I've seen up until now. There is one Kennen left. We did find it.
And another copy of the Mourned. And Black Sparrow finds Minion, just another blocker that's going to keep on trucking.
And there is stress defense to prevent any of your units from dying if you want. There's also stress defense to prevent you from dying if somehow Roji does find a way to get in. And of course, Santa's going to generate this darkness, which will just let you ping anything you want off as soon as you choose to.
The Wayfinder going for a chump, Kennen going for a block as well. You have to keep these elusives alive as many as you can to try to find that win con. Taking 2 damage from the minion. There's only so much that you can do with darkness. You've got like Ishtali Sentinel maybe to connect with the Nexus, generating a Pokey Stick from Conchologist or drawing it from the deck. You've got to give up something. If you're running Loping Telescope, something has been cut from the deck, and I wonder what it might be.
Probably Hidden Pathways.
True.
That's like
that was already on its way out,
Yeah.
and after the nerf, there's like no reason to run it.
I think you still need it though. I don't know if darkness.
I like
just
it as a
has enough.
one-of. In situations like this specifically, where you're in a top deck war, Hidden Pathways just wins you the game so much.
Exactly. Yeah. You're just really struggling to actually close out games or to have enough just have enough gas in your deck without any copies of Pathways.
Both players are just out of steam, and it's just so funny to see where the Mourn is connecting, but it only deals 2, and there's no buffs to be had, and finally, at 1 HP, Black Sparrow has the means to attack the Nexus, and there's not enough blockers.
And Ixtali Sentinel shows up, and Twin Discipline shows up one turn too late for the side of Grandpa Roji.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not that it would have mattered, because there isn't that stress defense sitting there.
And so now we've got the duplication of the darkness onto the Nexus, can be stopped by a deny, but now the board is just way too wide for anything to even matter. And of course, Grandpa Roji doesn't have like main deck Lightning Rush. There is no more cannons left. They've all been summoned by the Kinko Wayfinder, and they've all died.
Mm-hmm. They have indeed. So that will seal the deal. And we did just see Black Sparrow win 2 games in a row, correct? I think. I don't know.
That was just a really long sequence to finally see Darkness versus Ari. We joined that one in progress.
Oh, we did. So, is there going to be another game in this set? It doesn't look like it, as it's not starting yet.
Yeah, so I think that they did finish that up. But with that being the conclusion to the set, that does mean that that was game 3. And Grandpa Roji unfortunately going down there. But again, Darkness, one of my personal favorite decks. It's great that it finally made an appearance. And just, again, the crazy variety that we've had for today's broadcast has been just a treat, an absolute treat.
Yeah, we really did land ourselves in a pretty good meta game. There's a lot of viable decks. There is even Ari Kennen, while some people will tell you it's too strong and it's OP, and I agree it could use some love taps. I don't think the deck is nearly as overbearing as Irelia Azir was, or as
Oh my
TF
god,
was.
right?
It feels like a much more fair tier 1 deck, tier 0. If you want to call it a tier 0 deck, which I've seen people do, I still don't know if I agree with that.
It's in that like in between area of tier 0, but it's like it's not tier 0, it's like tier 0.1, where only certain very high level players pilot it so extremely well that it makes it tier 0. Like TF Fizz was in that space where it's like you could just do Raffle, level up TF in one turn and just cruise to victory. But because the deck was so intricate and had so many moving parts, it took like a master pilot to really just bully your way through matchups that you're supposed to lose in situations where you're incredibly unfavored. But speaking of unfavored, we've got 2 copies of Sign and Thousand Tailed on Yori's side, and Sonic Holic trying to make it work. Both players seem to be very even, but Sonic Holic, check this out, running the Scattered Pod in his build. I have not yet seen this tech, but both players on the Go Hard variant makes more sense.
So the Scatter Pod was one of the original techs in the Go Hard variant from what I remember seeing, just because it does, in fact, it does tutor that Go Hard for you. But then quickly ended up getting cut because just the draw consistency off of Sign End coupled with the Godwillow Seedling more than makes up for the fact that you can tutor one specific card. However, 5/6 elusives are pretty good. So Pod's showing its value in this spot in particular.
And so this is a very rare occasion where a tech that kind of rotates out comes back in just because it's really strong in the mirror. 5 damage. This sets you down for pack your bags range. We didn't get a glimpse at how many Go Hards were cast by Sonic Holic, but another Sign End being put down. The buff is only for the turn that it's played, but you just want the card draw.
I think you might have to deny that. And Sonic agrees.
Into deny. Gets the healing. Has elusive blockers for the Ari to stop the combo.
So that was the third. That was the third pack your bags. I checked. I have Sonic on my friends list. I hopped in. There is now a pack your bags in the deck available for Sonic, and there is a very good chance he can actually get it, either by using the Homecoming here to pull the pod back into his hand, or just by drawing into it naturally with the Seinen.
And so really spooky attack here. You know, the cannons, they get the Mark of the Storm, and then when you block them, they generate extra Marks of the Storm. So this board is going to be cut down to size by Sonic Holic. And thanks to that healing from Iori's Go Hard, the Pack Your Bags isn't going to be enough to do it. You need to find one more means of clearing the board.
Does opt to use the Homecoming to pull the pod back into his hand, looking to tutor out that Pack Your Bags and try to close out this game.
Even if the direct damage from the Pack Your Bags does not end the game, wiping your opponent's board from the position would be good enough to set up. Iori just going to let this one go through. Likes the attack the way it is.
Yeah, Iori hovered something, so definitely had an option to respond to it, be it another Homecoming or a deny of their own. There were choices available to them. The Seinen comes down. I like this over replaying the pod. The pod can just tutor it for you on the following turn. At least by dropping the Seinen, you're healing your Ahri up, pushing her out of range of these cannon marks.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just getting deeper into your deck, making more of your top decks better.
But Iori has another Go Hard to finish off that Ahri. Healing once again. Setting up to also take care of this pod at 2 HP. We know that there is still yet more cannons to come. There it is. And so this board control style, like, we can really see just a new face of this deck. I think Grandpa Roji was playing like a more all-in variant, and that's why like being ground down and running out of fuel has been his demise in the games that we've seen. But the Shadow Isles variants are playing much more for the late game, where you have the elusive threat, the wide board buffing threat of Seinen, and then Pack Your Bags is really what you want. But here it is.
Yep.
Pack coming through. Nopify is not going to work on this. You need deny. And if no deny, you've at the very least got to bounce something that you want to save.
Yeah, the pod will be able to survive through the Pack Your Bags, but there's a Homecoming onto the Seinen. This is gonna get very tight. We do see that Sonicholic has multiple Kinku Wayfinders available here. If there's still 1-drops left in the deck, he may be able to push the last 2 points of damage just by playing that out.
Wayfinder pulling, again, maybe Droplet and Mourned. There's only one elusive blocker on the side, but actually opts for the Scattered Pod.
Wants to start going into that next Go Hard, I guess?
Ooh, Pack Your Bags gets a read on it. I didn't realize the last Go Hard cast by Iori put Pack down. And so if you play Kinko Wayfinder into the Pack, you get wiped into an open attack. So you've got to play something tanky. And then you try to kill Iori's Scattered Pod to swing for lethal here. Do we have another elusive blocker?
Just another Go Hard. Oh man, this is
Iori,
so tight.
What's that in hand? A cannon? An Ahri?
It is a cannon and an Ahri.
The open swing. Sonicholic has the palm. Iori has to respect it. It's probably going to develop, but no, goes for the throat. Forces
Must have
that
the deny.
resource.
No deny. Still wasn't a deny.
And then Wayfinder brings out an elusive.
Another Go Hard.
And now, and you can almost see how small Iori's deck is, right? Where now that Seinen has been cycled, we saw 2 on the board at one time, and Iori has drawn like 6, 8, 10 cards off of it. And the chances of just getting to Pack Your Bags number 2 to finish the game is looking much more likely.
Yeah, I expected this to be over last turn, and instead we're gonna get at least one more turn. There it is.
And because it's now 3v3, we can't try to swing for lethal here. Wayfinder wins!
No!
I thought Thousand Tail was going to be.
Oh no! Oh, it's not that it whipped. There's just no 1-drops left in the deck.
They're just playing out 2-3s, trying to go as wide as they can against the opponent. Go Hard clearing that blocker. Can Iori finish it off? Concussive Palm stopping the cannon so that it can't attack and get a mark to stun the Ahri. We've got another blocker being developed, and now it's 5v4. a little bit of damage being snuck through around the sides, but Iori's going to block down with everything. This is pack your bags. Pack your bags. Who's going to get it first? Both of their luggage has been lost at the airport. Whichever one can find it first will win.
That's a good one. I like that one. Yeah, unfortunately for Sonic here, he doesn't have an elusive unit on the board, and unless he draws another cannon here to actually kill that Ahri off, he is just gonna lose the game on this open swing.
And that is Ahri managing to survive. 3 damage onto the Nexus. What a close game.
Yeah, that was a fun one to watch. I don't think I've ever seen that mirror played out before, and it was very, very weird and interesting to see the pack your bags go back and forth and how they opted to navigate those last couple turns. I don't think I would have made any of the same decisions they did, and that's not because I'm correct. That's because I have no idea what I'm doing, and they definitely do.
I know, I would have went, I play Kinko Wayfinder in attack position, allowing me to summon 2 1-drops from my deck, and then I would have got wiped by Pack Your Bags and lost like 3 rounds earlier.
Yep, me too.
And I'm glad that you enjoyed my little airport comment. I was casting with Impetuous Panda, and somebody played Double Trouble and got Adaptatron, and he called it the McDonald's fries, and I just lost it. I just was
Have you not heard
cracking
that?
up on stream.
I saw that. That was on Fight Night, for EU Fight Night. I did see that. That was a great little bit. You guys are really great together. I like your pairing a lot.
Thank you. I really do like that he knows a lot about the European scene. He has very intimate, like, friendly relationships with a lot of the players, so it really brings a lot to the cast. And I mean, just being on stream with you as well, Monty, and being able to discuss the metagame and different techs that we've seen, because you're so plugged in as well to what the high-level players are thinking is strong and helping them come up with decks. It really brings a lot of flavor.
You flatter me far too much, Skarzig. I'm doing my best. I try to stay on top of everything because I do think it brings value to the cast, and I also play competitively as you can, anyways. So I think that's it for round 4.
Okay.
Which means we have some time to fill while they get the next round up. So let's talk a little bit about patch wish lists, because I know this is a hot topic for a lot of people. Is there anything you'd like to see for the next patch?
I like that, again, we see the implications of just cutting down 1 or 2 top decks, what that can have on the metagame. Like, even getting rid of Shellfolk means that all of the late game decks that were just getting their stuff stolen and getting outvalued can now exist. And now I think it just comes down to trying to open up even more archetypes. One that I think could also receive a similar benefit of its natural predator getting nerfed so that it can kind of come back into the scene is Scargrounds. I talked about this a lot on stream, not just necessarily like Vlad Scargrounds, but just Noxus Freljord in general, like Sejuani Swain type stuff. Trundle got a buff, so we could maybe see like Trundle Sejuani, Trundle Vlad, like any sort of like board-based combination in that region. Can't really keep up with elusives. And I think that over the history of the game, there's always been like a tier 1 elusive deck that just kind of keeps it at bay. And in terms of buffs, I'm not sure exactly what you could do with that list without pushing it way too far. It seems to be in a great spot now. I saw some a patch wish list. It was like a fake patch notes where they suggested Ember Maiden becoming a 3/3, and I was like, oh, that is horrifying, but also kind of cool at the same time. I could maybe jive with that.
Yeah,
and
I can get behind that.
What was the other one? Oh, and Reputation. Bone Crusher, I think, could maybe gain a discount plus Fearsome.
Yeah, that would be nice. Or
be a nice little touch.
Any sort of keyword would be nice for that one. That card is like borderline. I'm a big Reputation player myself. That was my favorite deck a couple seasons ago, before all the nerfs came through and kind of gutted it. But yeah, Bone Crusher was a card that after they rebuffed it to what did they do? They dropped it to 2 mana now. It used to be more expensive. When the Reputation comes through, it's cheaper now.
It's cheaper now.
And it was really good into specifically Aurelia Azir, because against that deck in particular, you could just play off of LeBlanc and instant level LeBlanc, And unless they actually had a way to kill her on a trade, your reputation was active really early. So I was literally playing double Bone Crusher on turn 4 in that match.
Nice.
Which is crazy. But outside of that specific application, that card felt a little underwhelming on the whole. And I also really like that you brought up Scargrounds, because that is a deck that's shown up a little bit in the metagame right now. It's a pretty decent counter to Ari Kennen, as it turns out. Stolen Conch brought it to the Runeterra Academy tournament with triple Death Lotus and triple Ice Shard. Gets kind of hard for Ari Kennen to keep up with that.
Yeah, I was playing Kindred Swain, and I was like, I'm a genius. I have triple Death Lotus, and I played into Ari Kennen, and it just didn't work. I was like getting bullied every time I like tried Death Lotus or a ping. They're like, I'll use Recall, I'll use Notify. I was like, I got Kindred in play, was marking their stuff, and they were bouncing it back to their hand to cleanse the mark, and I was like, oh no. But I think that there's also, again, like within those sorts of region combinations, could maybe get some help, but overall, again, a lot of great stuff seeing play. In terms of balance, Poppy is still hanging on. I'm really surprised.
Yeah, well, so speaking of Poppy, what did you think about that patch notes error with 5 mana 4/4 Poppy? Is that something you would be interested in seeing? Because I think it would be okay.
I was looking forward to Poppy at 5, because I was under the impression that making her a 4 mana 2/3 was basically, we intentionally are going to make her unplayable to kind of put her on ice while we're on vacation, and then we're going to come back and make the real change. Yeah. And I thought that was like, oh, okay, so 5 drop, we're going to see if this is what they want to go, now that they're back in the office and looking at the meta and seeing how it goes. And I'm like, she curves after your little captain, which is really strong, but because she starts up and running, you know, a couple rounds later potentially, then it might actually be okay. And I was like, and then if she's coming down as a 5 mana, like 4/4 or whatever it said in the patch notes, then there's stronger things on average that are available to you at that point. I was actually really excited to maybe see that. And also, speaking of patch note errors, level 2 Leona getting overwhelmed would be just a nice like fan change they could accidentally re-add back into the game.
That's a funny one to me, because that one is like completely it's actually irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
Leona's entire shtick is I'm going to stun the whole board. So what is Overwhelm really doing for you on that card? But I agree. It's a nice little buff that they could give back in, and people seem to love it when they did it. So why not give her a little bit of love? The Daybreak archetype could certainly use it.
And I mean, because they buffed Ravan.
Yep.
Right.
He's a 5/6 now. He's really scary, actually. You cannot remove that card. If there were more good Daybreak payoffs, I think Daybreak would be like a very serious meta staple.
And if they really wanted to, maybe if they push Daybreak, if they maybe, oh god, I've talked about it a lot on stream. Maybe trying to fix Out of the Way. And I think it's appropriately costed because its effect is incredibly strong. And the only change I maybe would like to see is, sure, you pay your 5 mana slow speed upfront cost to activate the rest of your deck and make it insane, but then just make it so the additional copies that are in your deck get maybe discounted or transformed in some way. So that way you can do Out of the Way, and then your second Out of the Way, maybe instead of costing 5, only costs 3. So it's still slow speed, 3 mana, draw 1. I don't know.
That's a cute fix. That's an interesting change. Talking about Out of the Way has given me an idea for the card. They could discount it, but then have it also read all your spells now cost 1 more. So you can play it out earlier, but now you're suffering in mana cost later on. But is it still worth it now? Yeah, because then that also means that you aren't just doing Out of the Way plus a ton of buffs. It means that Out of the Way plus Daybreak is more what you want to try to mess around with, because you're keeping the permanent stats on Solari Soldier and Solari Shield Bearer, which is the big one, just being able to play that 2 mana 3/6. Diana's Nightfall buff being permanent and her scaling up really ties together that Eclipse archetype. Yeah, I would like to see that Eclipse archetype work out. I know I messed around a lot with that back and forth there, and it's never actually worked out for me, but it would be a lot of fun to see it come together in the future.
There's always hope, because they did add Heavens Aligned, which is just a great Nightfall card that I like to run. And overall, It's just now that, again, I said it before, with the cusp of the final set of main deck, main game cards being added, it means that Riot can then really start to dig in to solo champion releases, which they've been really good at. I think like the solo Aphelios release, Aphelios entered the game as a very strong, very playable unit. Very, I use that, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting. But just like the package of cards being playable and adding a lot of experimentation and archetypes to the game, and Akshan and Viego were another release of standalone champions with a package of cards that opened up so many different things for the game, that now that if they keep on that theme of, fun champion, versatile package of cards to support, and then a sprinkle of support for other archetypes, then they can just start really dialing in on some of the essentially blank cards we have in the game.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like we are gonna just do a quick recap of the standings here before getting into the next round. Currently, we have Karaschi
Yeah.
In first place, Extasio in second, Pinus in third. That's a triple EU top.
Yeah,
NA players, where are you? Come on, guys. Talpinator in fourth, Easy to Win, representing Hydra in fifth, Boomer from NA in sixth, Dudu Denunu, also representing Hydra, I believe, in seventh, and Snipe Cross representing OMG in eighth. And just to round out the top 11, we also have Kanan, Makantor, and What Am I in 9th, 10th, and 11th top, respectively. All of these players do have a very solid chance at making it to the top cut following these next couple rounds, and I'm excited to see who actually gets there.
Yeah, What Am I has been very excited to just go back to his Targon roots in this metagame, now that we don't have Shellfolk at the top end, kind of basically invalidating a lot of value-based strategies. We can get back to, we've seen Bandle City Targon today that has a lot of those, that same DNA of, I'm going to do a bunch of card generation, a lot of value, a lot of defense. Eventually my star shaping will give me something to kill you with. And then, of course, What Am I, one of the virtuosos of the Atrocity Invoke archetype. And who knows, if we start exploring Shadow Isles Targon even further, we open up some really naughty decks like Thresh, Aurelion Sol. We start maybe moving into like Diana, Aphelios, heavy valued builds with Veiled Temple, which we did see. It was called Slow Nightfall, where you would just make the Diana incredibly big, incredibly quickly, and your opponent would die. And so with the buff to Diana and making her a Nightfall activator, maybe taking away that clunkiness of that card, and by extension all the rest of the Nightfall cards, maybe there is some sort of hidden Diana Aphelios list that could rise to prominence here. Because we did see during Fight Night EU a Nami Aphelios build, which was running, that same sort of Bilgewater, Boxtopus, value DNA, but then with just the scaling of Nami to replace the stat gains from Veiled Temple. It seemed quite good.
Yeah, it's definitely a reasonable list. My Yang has been playing a ton of that, another teammate of mine. He kind of been tweeting about it, and I guess that's where Pinus picked it up from, maybe. I don't know. But I'm always going to credit my teammates when I can, because that's what you do for your friends. But yeah, Pinus definitely had a very, very strong showing in EU Fight Night with that game. But I'm going to hold that thought, because we have gotten into another game here. We have Makanator versus Kasai.
All right. So we've got Darkness here versus Ari Kennen. We saw the end of this matchup previously, where it was very, very grindy. The players were running out of resources, and we'll see if Kasai, is still on Absolver, but still has the opportunity to have Sign and Thousand Tailed in the list to keep drawing more cards and win that late game top deck war.
Yeah, and this is a nice exchange of spells coming out here. The recall comes out to stop the darkness from scaling up, and then the Poke Stick, of course, is shot back as an answer, and that's met with the Twin Disciplines.
So now, by forcing this line, you stop the Catalyze from getting its attack proc to stack your darkness, and you generate the second Mark of the Storm to kill it. So now Makantor is not going to get any value off of that unit, and is unable to kill the cannon once again. Kasai hesitating, goes for the Notify.
And is actually going to get punished for this because, as we can see, there is another Pokestick available in hand, but GGtoor Ops says, I've already invested too much into this cannon. I don't need to try and kill it again and get burned a third time.
With when you're playing Darkness, having 3 spell mana is so important to weave that in down the road when you can. But this is already looking pretty awkward for both players, right? There's no second Catalyzer, there's no Vagar for the Metafy. Kasai just has cannons, no droplets yet to keep cycling and fueling, and maybe Senna as a 4/4 quick attack will be enough. I like that Kasai did keep the Twin Disciplines, specifically to threaten the Senna if need be.
Yeah, I like it as well. I think the Notify can find some bigger value in this deck, against this deck in particular, by stopping a crucial darkness like the one that's about to level the Vagar. But outside of that, stopping a draw is probably the best thing you can do. So I like using the Notify on that Pokestick and keeping the Twin Disciplines up and available as both an offensive or a defensive threat.
So one Darkness finally connects. In a lot of matchups, 3 mana deal 2 feels awful. But in this particular, against this particular deck where the units don't have a lot of HP on average, you're just removing something. That's all you care about. So another Darkness being generated by Senna's attack. She is marked, but fortunately is tanky enough to survive 1 detonation. And we'll see, how things go from here. There is a second Senna in hand to make that Dawning Shadow an interesting threat if things get too wide.
So that next Pokestick is going to get fired off here. Opts to go for this because you can always follow up with the box if there's a response in the form of this Twin Disciplines or a deny, or even in the form of this recall.
Ooh, very interesting idea here. We got the Lightning Rush going onto the Senna to deal 2 damage so that the detonation of the mark will kill her.
Yeah, and here's where saving that Twin Disciplines really is going to pay off for Kasai, allowing them to actually get this recall off and protect their cannon, even through the box.
And this is one of the, again, we talked about the box's value just stonks, absolutely skyrocketing, and any Shadow Isles deck needs to be on 3 copies, and so Darkness is really enjoying the ability to wipe against Ari Kennen. And the smart players, sometimes you're forced to play into it, right? Like we see here. Kasai doesn't have the droplets, doesn't have the Ari to keep cycling, and you just go for Kinko Wayfinder because you have to get some resources out of the deck. And arguably, you could say he played around it by saving the Twin Disciplines to protect the cannon afterwards, because now Senna is about to go down here.
Yeah, Senna is definitely being threatened. I wonder if we see this end round taken. The 2 damage doesn't matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, and burning 7 mana sounds okay to me. We do actually see the Darkness prop out. Will there be a deny? Will there be a recall?
Yeah, just going to clear the cannon now that the Darkness has been discounted because Senna leveled up from the box. And that allowed her to survive the Mark of the Storm detonation. As we get later into the game, Metafy has tons of healing in hand, and so even with a massive combo and with Kennen being leveled up, there's not really a lot that can happen.
And
or Darkness being generated.
Yeah, this mark is going to go down onto the Senna, but with this Kennen being able to be removed, it's not going to do a whole lot beyond that.
Yep, just another open attack. Put Darkness on the stack, open attack, get another Darkness in hand. And at this point, now that Metafy has hit his stride, there's so many individual removals being generated that Kasai's mana is just under a very heavy tax. The way that Ari Kennen typically wears you out is you have to spend your removals that are getting sidestepped for cheaper options. and you're falling further and further behind. But when you're able to generate these darknesses, these removal spells out of thin air, you aren't giving up cards to threaten Kasai over and over and over again. And this has resulted in Mekanter's overwhelming card advantage here. Sign-In drawing 2 cards is just barely stopping this leak.
Yeah, they're really running out of options on the side of Kasai here. This, as you said, the Sign-In drawing 2 cards is nice, but compared to the 8 cards in the hand of Mekantor, it's not a whole lot. We did see the Godwillow Seedling picked up. This is going to be a nice play on the following turn, just to draw another 2 cards and reapply the Seinen buff, as well as, yeah, they do have enough mana to replay the Seinen that's going to be recalled, so can potentially get enough card generation going here to not feel terrible, but you're definitely not in a good spot.
And Mekantor just plays the Ishtali Sentinel out. More lifesteal, more safety, even though you're missing out on the doubling of the darkness. You're just using your mana. There's really no other play you can make that round, and you're just trying to punch through and close out. This is that sort of bruiser style of darkness, where once you get your advantage, instead of kicking back and waiting for your value, you're just playing to the board and beating your opponent down. Kasai now drawing more cards, has a lot of options, but is afraid to develop because of the threat of so much removal from Mekantor.
Yeah, and as he should be, because as we can see, most of the cards in Mekantor's hand are in fact removal options.
Yep, so we've got Darkness going on to the Kennen. There is Homecoming to protect. This is going to be Kennen number 3, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
So has to preserve this, sending Ishtali Sentinel back to the hand. There is enough mana for it to be replayed, but again, what Kasai is banking on is you have to respond to this Homecoming, and then you won't have mana to play the Ishtali Sentinel anymore. Effectively removing the threat for this turn, trying to make something happen for this round.
Whale Group Shot is going to come out as an answer to stop the Homecoming.
Group Shot, a fantastic spell to see here in Darkness. It's been paying massive dividends for the Targon variant to play into the Ahri Kennen matchup. We thought the box was enough, but Mekantor's taking it a step further, and the bullying continues. However, Senna is off of the board. The Sign-In coming down as well again. Finally starting to claw back into the resource game here. Mekantor has yet to find a Vhagar.
And this is the second Darkness game we've seen without a Vhagar showing up yet. And that's very surprising. I know when I play against Darkness players, they always have Vhagar on for it, and I have no way to deal with it. And then I'm very sad.
That's ideally what you would like to see, right? Because Ahri Kennen can't, they have to take a massive detour of their game plan to just Homecoming the Vhagar. They can't, just kill it. And they just have to tempo you down. They have to hit Droplet, Ahri, Wayfinder to make it so that the Vhagar is just too slow of a play. But based on what we've seen over this game, if Vhagar had been developed at any point in this match, I think that the game would have been over a long time ago. So many individual darknesses have gone through without even having their damage increased. They've still done their job of removing these really shrimpy units.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about playing against Ahri Kennen. You don't really need to increase the damage on the darkness to have it be effective as a removal tool. Everything has 2 HP or less, with the exception of the Kinku Wayfinder, and you usually don't care about removing that one.
Mm-hmm. And thanks to Senna, again, leveling up super early, the discount on the darkness is also helping out massively. If we were paying 3 mana for these, it would be much more difficult to maintain flexibility. Ahri is leveled up. She's coming through now that darkness is out of the way, trying to set up a big combo turn. But Mekantor does have the Vengeance. Gonna go for it now, forcing mana for the deny here.
And I think we'll see a Homecoming come out as a response, just because it clears out the board the best, at least in my opinion. And yeah, Kasai agrees. Now, does Ahri discount herself? I guess not.
She does not. I wonder if Kasai was doing a little bit of science there, or if he recognizes I can just play the Ahri, out, force Mecantor to resummon the Senna, and it's just not as wide because now I have Deny as well this turn for the darkness that Senna generates. There is Vhagar there in the hand we finally see. And because a lot of darkness have been cast, but the effect has not been amplified, I think that one more needs to be put down before this Vhagar is leveled.
And Kasai, maybe with a little slip up there, ends up losing this Ahri. Has to use the palm now if he wants to save her. But says he's just going to let it go.
Yeah, you're only taking a little bit of damage here. Yeah, she goes all the way down to the bottom of the line, punches into the Senna. And now we potentially just have Vhagar to be played out here.
And with no way to actually remove the Vhagar, that should allow Mechanitor to start firing darknesses off at the face over and over and over again and just close it out. And one actually really cute interaction that he can opt to use is playing the Vhagar and then the Ixtali Sentinel and firing the Ixtali Sentinel's darkness off at the face to get a double face shot.
Yeah, I actually have seen that play one time where it was like a full OTK. The darkness was like fully stacked up from a Vhagar that was just sitting there the entire game but wasn't able to target anything, and then just went straight in for the Nexus. But yeah, look, Vhagar's still not leveled.
Oh, wow. We just kind of assumed it would be after all of those darknesses that we've seen fired off, but
it was just my spider sense. The fact that I knew like one more darkness I think needed to connect here. Nopify, clearing that out. Concussive Palm on the Senna so that she can't attack to generate another darkness. Mecantor does still have access to the Ixtali Sentinel. And to play another darkness to get the Vhagar leveled. And what this is going to mean is that we now have fast speed darkness at the start of the round to play into this open attack, which is great. We don't have a mini morph, but stress defense could go a long way. Twin disciplines were spent very liberally in the early game by Kasai to keep the Kennons alive and kind of just exist and stabilize in the early mid game with no droplets in the initial draw. And now, without those buffs available, Kasai's combo potential is massively reduced.
Yeah, Kasai is definitely going to struggle to find a way to actually be able to close out this game in these later stages. As you mentioned, the stress defense is going to just remove any potential threat if he does find some buffs and decides to throw them on pre-committally. And with Vhagar being leveled up, all the darknesses can now start going face. And Senna's on the board, so they're all fast speed. And it's just going to be very, very, very scary.
And Kasai down to 8 HP. Another Ixtali Sentinel in the hand. So we could be setting up that double face shot that you mentioned with Vhagar leveled up now. The next darkness is going to be at 4 damage, so it would be just enough. Kasai does have the deny, however. This is indeed going to be very close.
Yeah, the droplet I would imagine is going to get replayed here. And then we should just see the open attack come out.
Yeah, there's 4 elusive attackers in play.
Second deny found. And this might actually let Kasai win the game.
Yeah, because we've got Withering Wail here. You want to wipe these 2 1 HP units. That gets denied. And then you have to go for... You have to pivot, right, to the stress defense to lower the Ahri's attack power.
Mm-hmm. But if you've already committed the Whale and the Darkness, yeah, you have exactly enough mana because of the Senna discount.
Ooh. Very interesting idea here.
I like
Bringing the, attacking the sign-in with sign-in like this means that, wait. How does this work?
The lifesteal, the Ahri will just bounce immediately,
the Ahri
so there's no
bounces
lifesteal
sign-in.
applied.
But then she swings into the Ixtali and then it just kills her, right?
No, because she bounces the moment she moves to the next target the moment she swings. It's only the last one that can be blocked.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm too used to playing around against level 1 Ahri.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually when I play this matchup, I die before I see the Ahri level up.
That's okay. I need to. We can suffer together. And here comes the Withering Wail that we saw was available. And of course, the second deny is going to come out and stop that. And now we will likely see this stress defense come out, assuming it's necessary. And it is. So stress defense is going to come out.
So many games have come down to these like beautiful late game spell sequences, just really showcasing what Runeterra is all about. You know, going into combat, your opponent's trying to outplay you, you're trying to set up these resources, both players tapped out of mana, putting everything on the line. But there's going to be a little bit of redevelopment here post-combat because of Ari's discount. And now I think Mecantor might be able to finally close this one out.
Yeah, this
We've got
darkness.
fast speed plus a Senna attack to get another darkness in the hand, so another darkness is hitting the Nexus.
Yeah, darkness can just get queued up directly into the face with this attack. The moment you press OK, another darkness is generated. Any response from the side of Kasai can then allow Mecantor to fire that next darkness into the face as well. And of course, we saw the 2 denies come out last turn, and I believe we saw one Nopify earlier into the game as well. So perhaps only 1 to 2 Nopifies left in deck for Kasai, and clearly we can see they're not in hand. This spells the end of the game and the end of the line for them in this round. Anyways.
Wow. So seeing darkness again, the Shadow Isles decks, they have to kind of dip their spoon into the metagame and sample the soup and figure out what they need to draw, what they need to bring to tech the deck. With the Hidden Pathways nerf, it makes it a much easier decision about what cards need to be cut, and then just including the box seems to be a great idea. And then the group shot. I like Mecantor's build of the list, and it was piloted very effectively there. And a very rare occasion of just 2 mana darkness just going the 2 damage darkness going the distance.
Yeah, it really did. And we actually do have one more game in this set, maybe 2. Actually, 2 more games in this set, I think. Potentially, if Kasai can win this one out. Anyways, although we have talked about how this is an unfavored matchup for the Ari Kennen player a couple times today.
Yeah, the Targon Bandle City just has Zoe as an early chump blocker, a value generator. Getting things like the Trickster, things like the Charger or the Serpent are great for punishing these small units or just getting you some extra defense. You've got great cheap pings like Group Shot and Pokey Stick to keep up. And even if that all fails, you've got Star Shaping to just heal a ton, keep you in the game. And if the combo comes together, Mecantor still has Hush or something to fall back on to, just squash those combo turns. So overall, it does really pay off. Mecantor's lineup, as we see here, with Zoe, Diana, Darkness, and the third deck being Kennen Ari. This is definitely the sort of lineup where you force your opponent to ban the Kennen Ari, and then you just farm their Kennen Ari with your good matchups.
And we can definitely see how that might come to be in this game with the recall. Sorry, with the Kinku Wayfinder coming down, Droplet and the Mourne are going to show up, and Ari is going to be able to get in and start this cycle that she loves to do. But unfortunately for Kasai, we do see that the Group Shot is available to counter any potential tricks. And also, that Bouncing Bomb manifested off the Conchologist.
You'd love to see it. Like, the way that Conchologist, sometimes it can be frustrating when it pulls, some really crazy nonsense on you. But I do like the way that some of these very niche cards that are strong in specific situations can really get their moment to shine. Bouncing Bomb coming through. Recall on the Droplet to draw. Mecantor doesn't want to stop it with the Group Shot. Gonna let that go through.
I don't know. I think you could go either way on that one. You could stop the draw. You could also just let it. By sandbagging the Group Shot, your opponent then doesn't play around it in the future, and stopping this particular draw isn't super critical. So I can see the logic behind it.
Wayfinder goes back to the hand thanks to Ari. And just another development, keeping this wide board. This is going to boost group shot up to 2 damage now with 4 allies in play.
Hush is a very nice pickup off of the Concologist on this manifest for Mekantor. Enable them to deal with the Ahri or any of the elusive units that may prove to be a threat in future turns.
As time goes on, this Zoe is also threatening to level up. This list, because of the manifest of Vandal City combined with the invokes from Targon, can generate a wide variety of cards, level her incredibly quickly, and then you gain the potential for AoE lifesteal from the Trickster or the Golden Sister, and just get those massive finishers as well. So Kasai, while having a very, very good draw as far as Ahri Kennen goes, is under a massive clock now because Mekantor has that Zoe on 1.
Yeah, the Zoe is... that's definitely one of the major strengths of this list. The Zoe being able to level up so quickly. She's already at 4 out of 10, and we do see that there's a lot of cards that she has not yet seen available in the hand of Mekantor. So the Zoe's gonna be able to be very rapidly accelerated and leveled up if targeted.
We'll see how this goes. Godwillow Seedling on the Kennen, trying to get that level up. This is one of the matchups that, again, is unfavored. But if the Ahri Kennen player, especially in the the last week or so, where players have developed this list, if you've got a lot of experience in this matchup, you definitely start to focus on getting Kennen leveled up as quickly as possible, because the list runs a ton of units. You can see 1 HP, 2 HP. They all die to Mark of the Storm detonations. And if you can get your Kennens up and running and keep the board under control that way, it just means that you can start swinging with your quick attackers and elusives that are able to attack but then still survive.
Persistence is key.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. I like that we're creating more Kennens. I like that we are keeping our options available by holding up all of our mana. This is kind of what Kasai wants to be doing if they want to find a way into this game. Unfortunately, we see all the answers are available to Mekantor, so it kind of seems hopeless from the caster vision perspective.
We'll have to see. That is the group shot from earlier, like you talked about. Kasai maybe thinking that they didn't have it, but Mekantor sitting on this card for an even juicier moment to present itself. Still at plenty of HP, not really fearing any sort of combos or burst damage from this position. Hoping for a star-shaping draw here pretty soon. Lightning Rush to save the Kennen. However, there's not a second ping to back up that play. But that just means that Ahri's not going to get the swap. But overall, pretty close here.
Yeah, it's definitely close. The Seinen is going to be able to come down in future turns here and start buffing up this board, protecting it from other pings, but there's no pings left in hand for the side of Mekantor, so that's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, we've got Pale Cascade to start digging a little bit more. Super cool star chart is also great to see. Hush, Meteor Shower. I love the Meteor Shower finding a path here to be played. A lot of these Ahri Kennen decks are recognizing the value of Deny, and it's been one of the ways that this list is able to fight against this matchup that's trying to target it, is having Deny, taking those big Targon spells out of the equation, but does find the connection there. No buffs to save the Ahri there.
Yeah, there is a second Ahri available to be played though, so you're not feeling too bad about losing the first one.
No more hiding.
And here comes another open attack. Both sides trying to pressure each other into trading down their boards and trying to just jockey for dominance here. Kasai doesn't mind getting rid of this board because you've got the sign in to reload, get more units in play. You've got on the side of Mekantor, you really don't have anything to follow that up with. You're just trying to force your opponent to trade down just for defensive purposes.
Mekantor might be falling on to the back foot here, as they are also running out of units, and you kind of need units to contest a unit-based deck.
Mm-hmm. And it's just the war of attrition. both sides able to flood the board repeatedly. And as time goes on, this could be another game, Monty, where we're going to see Kinko Wayfinder, quote unquote, whiff just because we're out of 1-drops to pull.
Yeah, it very well could be. We do see that Sinan's available here. However, I think it looks like Kasai is going to go for an Ahri level up play.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what Mekantor has. This is the part of the game where Targon is like, I have Mini-Morph in hand. I'm trying to look for falling comets and things like that, but they're just so expensive. You can't do anything in order to respond to your opponent, and it means that Kasai can pretty freely develop from this point, make that big combo attack happen, and then swing in. And what happens then is Mekantor has, mana open for Hush and Mini-Morph. But with Hush, you still keep the body. With Mini-Morph, you still keep the body. And that means that your spells like Twin Disciplines and Absolver can still find means to get the damage in unblocked areas, to find the lethal for cheap.
Certainly. And now one of the sad things about this this Fey Blade Twirler in this situation is that you really want to be putting it first so that way it doesn't get bounced. But if you put it first, it's not going to actually scale at all. And if you put it at the end, it's still not going to scale at all. So it's kind of just a dead card on the field at this point.
Yeah, it's just for the purposes of getting the last couple recalls needed for the Ahri. This, with 4 mana up, this is still pretty spooky because we only have one Zoe as an elusive blocker. We can try to Hush the Ahri, block her with a real thing. And if Mekantor gives up Zoe here, it just comes down to, can you level her? Are you going to try to take that attempt, or is she purely for defense now?
I think considering this is the second Zoe, she's probably has to be for defense. But you're also not super scared as Mekantor from this point, because you do still have mana available for a Mini-Morph should they decide to double up with Twin Disciplines here.
Mm-hmm.
Even 2 Twin Disciplines, still not enough to present lethal threat. So would have to be Absolver exactly. Even that. Yeah, exactly. Absolver would allow you to push. No, it's still not lethal no matter what you do, I think. So.
Yeah, so Kasai just not losing the Ahri, which is important to know. There would need to be the Poke Stick put on the stack here to clear out the Ahri, or maybe even just do it post-combat. But there's still elusive threats in play, both players both at 7 HP, and no star shaping yet for Mekantor, still trying to find some healing, trying to find that late game win condition that's going to seal the deal here. Once you try to get like Great Beyond or something, Kennen comes through, pops a spell shield with Mark of the Storm, opens up Homecoming as a defensive option.
3rd Ahri found, so even if this one goes down, you still have ways to close out this game as Kasai.
I like the Solari Priestess first. If you have to put your Poke Stick down or do some sort of combat trick, you don't want to lose out on the Daybreak. Snap picks the Falling Comet.
Yeah, I'd like to see the sign-in played here just to give us more options, although it is a rather heavy mana investment. You're not too threatened by all these 1/1s and 2/1s as you do have blockers for all of them. In fact, the sign-in's buffing you up is going to let you maintain your blockers in a lot of spots.
Wow. Okay, so goes for the Charm, puts the Ahri back in the deck in order to play the Kennen and level him up, getting another Mark of the Storm.
Okay, this lets you protect the Ahri in multiple ways. You have Mark of the Storm to protect her from challengers, you have Palm to protect her from challengers, you have Homecomings to protect her from challengers. This is a pretty good play, I like this.
Yeah, focusing on leveling up the Kennen. This was a line we talked about earlier. If you can get the Mark of the Storm engine up and running, you're able to just use your spells to control the board, rather than having to sacrifice your units, and then you stay ahead based on that advantage.
Considering what is worth marking, what wants to be removed.
Kasai maybe having the read here. The Mekantor is running incredibly low on resources. Can see there's only 2 Dusk Petal Dusts in the hand. Maybe has a read now. There's just 1 invoked card from the Solari Priestess, and then if you're sensing double Mini-Morph, you know without any blockers, you just need to go in with a board clearing strategy and then sign in to buff up these elusive targets and go for a swing next round.
Yeah, I like targeting the 1 HP units just because it protects you against a Pale Cascade, and you really want to be minimizing all the damage that you're taking at this point in the game. Can't afford to take a whole lot more, and we'll see an Opify here for sure.
Opify onto Pokestick. And Ari is still alive.
If this Comet comes down, we do still have the Homecoming as an answer. It'll also allow us to reset the Zoe. Sure, she'll be able to be replayed, but then she's no longer a threat for the level up, which right now she's getting pretty close at 7 out of 10.
So the Falling Comet does indeed come through. Mekantor recognizes that that is the only way to stop this. You either have Deny or Homecoming. And what this means is with no mana down, Kasai has to replay the Ari to threaten lethal. And if you do that, it allows you to play the Mini-Morph, since the other Ari was shuffled back into the deck. Great that the Falling Comet was also able to get such an important spell out of Kasai before he draws into this Deny. Whew.
Yeah. And finds Lightning Rush, Poison Dart, and Pale Cascade. All of these are pretty good options.
Mm.
In this situation, though, you probably opts to take the Lightning Rush.
Lightning Rush does let you cycle the Conchologist again and draw another card while also dealing with one of these 2/2s.
True. Pale Cascade, though, can be played alongside the Mini-Morph on this turn if necessary.
Yeah, it's very close.
And, of course, we are going to see the Mini-Morph come out here. It just has to be done. Blocks will come through on the rest of the board. And Mekantor going down to 3 HP.
Very close. Now you're saying, is there a Twin Discipline? Again, the Twin Disciplines were used very early on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I believe there is a third in the deck, and we have not yet seen the Absolver. But just goes for the Lightning Rush in order to break the chain, going down to 2 HP.
And this is going to get punished by the
Deny, so that is going to be lethal.
Oh, that's a little bit heartbreaking to see. The Mini-Morph was there and available, and it wasn't really costing you anything to play it.
Yeah, if you Mini-Morph the Ari, you can block her with the Serpent. And perhaps Mekantor said, even if I use the Mini-Morph and chump block that way, I have no board left, and I wouldn't be able to find a win from that position.
Very likely. Very likely. Opted to go for the winning line instead of the I don't want to lose here line, and I think I know I can respect that, because that is the correct play and it's the mark of a great player. Mm-hmm. So well done by them to at least try to take the bull by the horns and run away with the game. Very, very tight game. I really enjoyed watching that one. We ended up seeing the quote-unquote unfavored deck win again. So after today, maybe I'm starting to think that Ari Kennen is a little closer to that tier 0 deck than I thought it was.
Yeah, the bad matchups for it aren't bad enough, is what I like to say.
Mm-hmm.
And was that? I thought that was. I thought we had another game in that set. We had Darkness. We had Darkness versus Ari, and Darkness won, and then Ari took game 2. We must have missed the first game. We must have missed game 1 in that set then.
They are nothing.
But at any rate, we're jumping into Lazy Guga versus Deriva. And so we're seeing Shyvana put in some work here. These Targon Demacia decks have been very centered around, Wounded White Flame and Pantheon. But now Shyvana gets her time to shine. She really snowballs the game with, if we manage to land her on a Dragon Chow. And then with the Strafing Strike being developed, it's just so difficult to keep a board against her, and you just slowly lose the game.
Yeah, that's actually one of the really nice things about these Dragons deck, is that you are able to play these Strafing Strikes. It's actually such a powerful card, especially alongside the Wounded White Flame, because it not only gives you a strike spell, but it gives you healing for your Dragons. And that's very, very, very valuable when they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger with each kill that they have.
And because so many decks are relying on low HP, low attack units. The Strafing Strike is essentially, you know, a one-sided strike, the way Bloody Business or something like that would work, and you just remove something and keep on trucking. Now we've got a second Shyvana being drawn for Confront, and Wounded White Flame is an excellent target for it, as you talked about earlier, Monty.
Yeah, and the fact that this Dragon Chow doesn't die and enables a second draw still with the White Flame is just so good. It's so ridiculously good. I almost wonder if they should quote-unquote nerf Wounded White Flame to a 3-3, so that way it actually kills the Dragon Chow, and 3 HP is a lot more manageable at 3 mana than 4. 4 is such a big break point in this game. It requires 2 spells to kill with almost anything.
And then the Faded giving the +1/+1 means that Sharp Sight giving +3/+3 temporarily makes it very difficult. And players did want it to, you know, Wounded White Flame to come into play and deal 1 damage to itself, so it's wounded.
And we see the single combat come out, and this is going to get punished quite heavily by the Sharp Sight, which I believe Lazy Guga should go for in this situation. Sorry, not Sharp Sight, Shapestone.
It is active. It is active, and you can certainly go for it. There, Deriva is tapped out. You don't have to worry about anything silly like a Chain Vest. And notably, the attack buff does not apply until the single combat resolves. So you're just going to have this go through. Bam. However, Shyvana levels up, and this gets pretty dicey from here, like we talked about. The Strafing Strike just keeping the board under control, and with Sivir, if you don't have any units in play, there's no other way for you to win the game.
Yeah, luckily that second Shyvana was picked up off the Dragon's Clutch, so is going to be able to be played on the following turn, is going to give Deriva another draw off of this Dragon Chow.
And gets the Sivir.
It's what you're looking for.
Using Lucky Find from the Bruiser. It is a fleeting card, so you have to cash it in this round. Might as well put it on something, and just gets extra HP. Trying to maintain board dominance, trying to maintain a wide stance to set up for a rally potentially. If Deriva didn't have the second Shyvana, you know, the rest of the units in hand can't really stand up to Sivir. So this is getting pretty snowbally from this position. And Lazy Guga is just going to end the round, doesn't want the Sivir to get scooped up by the Strafing Strike, doesn't want any other combat tricks to hit her, even with the Spell Shield. When you get a free card like that, you can just cash it in, right? To clear the Spell Shield and set up for a later play.
Absolutely. Especially since you have the second one in hand available to you, as well as the Cataclysm in hand. That's another very powerful card in this archetype that is kind of started to replace rallies almost. Especially with Shyvana, it lets you generate a fleeting Strafing Strike even on your defensive turn.
And that just facilitates her scaling even more. You're getting Fury into Fury, and then you're healing and healing. And Lazy Guga, at the very least, can just keep chump blocking the Shyvana. If, oh no, I was just going to say, if Dragon's Clutch doesn't show up to give Overwhelm, then you just keep feeding the Shyvana and saving your Nexus until you finally collect the pieces to make something happen here. And at this point, Shyvana's going to get so big that Concerted Strike or something of the like will not be able to stop her.
And now I expect to see the Cataclysm come out onto the Sivir here because it pops the Spell Shield and it generates a free attack. And Deriva agrees with me. Deal with my Shyvana attacking you in the face or die.
So Shyvana will still enter combat?
Yep.
It doesn't fizzle the spell. It only makes it so that Sivir isn't dragged into combat anyway. Very interesting. I've actually never seen this interaction.
Yeah, and then with 2 Strafing Strikes available to Deriva, they are going to be able to pretty effectively clean up this board here.
This is so wild! I've never seen this interaction. This is blowing my mind right now, Monty.
Yeah, it's a really cool one, and it's one that you would have had to have tried at some point to kind of figure out because it's not super intuitive. Cataclysm doesn't have a there's no and or to or anything in the wording. It's an ally starts a free attack challenging an enemy. So you would think it would fizzle because you can't challenge the enemy. So how's it going through? But because there's no... An ally starts a free attack by challenging an enemy, or
Mm-hmm.
to challenge an enemy. In order to challenge an enemy, an ally starts a free attack or something like that.
Yeah.
It just kind of goes through, and it's as we can see here, it's going to pay off dividends for Deriva.
And this is like some Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic the Gathering, like, rules lawyering, like, you know, you push up your glasses across the table from your opponent, you go, actually, because there's no and, I can attack your nexus directly.
That was an excellent Weevil impression. 10 out of 10. Guga does have the option to use both the sharp sight and the front half of the Absolver to threaten this Shyvana, but of course we can see that that's not going to fly, as there's both Dragon's Clutch and the main deck Strafing Strike available as answers. Is going to opt to do it, as we talked about in the last game. This is the I'm going to play to win line. You can't afford to respect the punish to this in this spot, because you're losing if you do.
Mm-hmm. And again, you're already so far behind with this level up Shyvana and the Strafing Strikes controlling the board all together. This is very cute. Like, instead of going for some sort of buff, you're using the Strafing Strike to kill a unit because it procs Shyvana's Fury and then she heals it back anyway, and then you just kill the Sivir outright. And Deriva's hesitating here. I think just wants to make absolutely sure that these cards resolve the way that he wants them to. Like,
yeah.
And it's like, if I just hover the eye, it'll be okay. We believe in you.
I think he's trying to figure out if there's a way he can save the Shyvana, because this Shyvana is still going to go down regardless of how this happens, I believe. So wants to take out as many units as possible in the process.
Yeah, because you deal 3, go up by +1, and then heal 3, and then Sivir levels up because of the level up. Yeah, so that's what it was. I think if Sivir doesn't level up, the heal allows you to survive. No, it doesn't. My mistake.
It was, yeah, unfortunate, but still, this is going to be positive for Deriva, I believe. Oh,
that was the second copy of Shyvana.
Yeah,
so
but we do have Dragon's Clutch. And,
Dragon's Clutch to reload.
I'm a little bit surprised to see that Guga didn't attack there. Perhaps wants to try and combo it alongside of this for Demacia and a rally. And the third Shyvana is found, and that should probably put the final nail in the coffin for Lazy Guga.
Very difficult to take down the third one. It was a tall order to deal with the first 2. And yeah, just playing the Waking Sands here, just as a means of getting extra defense for this turn, maybe trying to box out a certain attack. The Fleet Feather Tracker wants to pull this to the side maybe, or you're just dealing enough damage to the Shyvana to maybe set up for a single combat down the road. But either way, you're just defending yourself, removing a unit from the board without giving up one of your real units, one of your real cards. And all things considered, is there a... Let me see, you're going to get 13 mana next round. So you can't do Golden Aegis and For Demacia and another Aegis, but Merciless Hunter is this is 13 mana play. Merciless Hunter into For Demacia into Golden Aegis.
It's exactly the card that was needed. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to actually remove the Shyvana, because there is the Brightsteel Protector available for the side of Deriva.
And now we've got 4 Demacia, and this could be responded to by a Blinded Mystic to take away that buff and temper this attack a little bit, and then Shyvana just chump blocks the other unit with her barrier.
Well, Shyvana's going to get dragged for sure here, because she was granted vulnerable. But the Blinded Mystic is going to come down and stop the Fearsome, so that way anything can chump block it. Not that it's really a problem for this deck that does have multiple Fearsome blockers anyways.
Stat line's lining up pretty beautifully here. Lazy Guga does know that since we saw the Dragon's Clutch count, sent through before, that there probably is not any other units in hand, most likely. There's one more dragon to account for, but just forcing your will through. I really like this play of pulling with the Penitent Squire because it doesn't die to the Shyvana, and it means that the Merciless Hunter's body still gets value by forcing something to trade down.
Yeah, I like it as well. If you try and go about it the opposite way, it's not gonna end up working out for you. And this also lets you do exactly this, which will help you remove the Shyvana. And
So Shyvana number 3 going down. 2 Dragon's Clutches have already been spent, correct? To just keep drawing
Yes.
dragons out of the deck.
yeah, so both players kind of on their last legs here.
And now, if you force the Mountain Goat to trade like this, the Wounded White Flame is maybe only hitting you for 3. No. Let me see. Because you can do
6.
because you can do a gem this round to proc its Faded. Oh, but they don't go for it.
Had we seen our own unit targeted that round already?
The Wounded White Flame, no, it had not yet been targeted, but I guess that Deriva says, even if I buff this up, I don't want to take the risk. Maybe just hoping for a better top deck, gets the Concerted Strike.
Yeah.
This is very close. Like, we thought the Shyvana was going to come through, but overall, even with just 1 gem, I guess it's still enough. You don't need to use the second.
Yeah, and you do force a block here.
Meet my blade.
And Deriva has to take the chance to only block with 1, right? Saying, well, if you get top deck Sharp Sight, then it's whatever. You're already fighting from so far behind. You're finding the proper line to weasel your way back into this game. That's a bit mean. I don't want to say weasel, but as though like you don't deserve it, because this is still very clean play. It's such an unfavored matchup, but we're running out of time in the round.
Yeah, it's coming to a close very quickly. Another Concerted Strike is not what you want to be seeing as...
Yeah, so that's going to close it out. Akshan can has to pass. Deriva can just use Concerted Strike to kill the Akshan.
Is just going to go ahead and use the gem this time, get that Faded proc.
And now we're just into overtime, where it activates the final 5-minute timer, and whichever player has more time left on their like pool of stored time when this finally ticks down will determine the winner. But this is definitely coming to a close. There's the Shen emote. Lizzie Guga knows that with Akshan going down, there's no more threats in the deck, and honestly, just really impressive to see all 3 Shyvanas dealt with, because she leveled up very fast. Tons of cards were drawn from the Dragon Chows, and the snowball was definitely there, but just couldn't make it happen. Dragons versus Sivir Akshan, just not the matchup you want to see here in the Swiss rounds. And we're just going to continue looking for another matchup. Just a beautiful spread of decks, and that was a list that we saw where the Dragons were really able to shine over just, I'm going to snowball with a Wounded White Flame into a Pantheon. It was a lot of Shyvana heavy lifting.
Yeah, definitely. And I found, as I talked a little bit about earlier, the Dragons kind of bridged the gap from the Mono Pantheon to the Taric Pantheon. Both of those 2 original iterations of the list were a little bit lacking in certain ways, and Dragons coming together with the Pantheon package just kind of created the perfect storm. And it clearly works out, as we can see. When you're not finding your Pantheon package, you have Dragon's Clutch as a backup and as draw, something that the original Pantheon deck was kind of suffering from.
Yeah, that's really what you need is the resources. And we can kind of see, again, these mid-range Demacia builds. They want to get an advantage and then rally in order to close out the game before their opponent is able to properly stabilize, get to their late win conditions, their value generators that just allow them to grind you down. And Sivir Akshan is trying to do a similar idea, and their version of Reload is just the Warlord's Palace, right? Getting that Relic of Power, being able to predict and draw a card, getting the next power card you need. It's kind of like in Donkey Kong where you fly off of the rails and then you land onto the next part of the track, and then that your plan keeps going. And if you miss out on that, if you don't have the initial setup and power in play, then even though you're drawing cards, you just still can't keep up. And Dragon Chow is just a much more effective way, and Dragon's Clutch is a much more effective way for a mid-range Demacia archetype to keep up in terms of resources.
Certainly. Yeah, ew. Let's get into that part of the day, Skarzig, where I am starting to trip over my own words and
It's totally
losing
fine.
it. But that's okay. We are gonna go right into round 6, I believe, so long as
All
that's
right.
all right with you.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, I'm good to go. I had some coffee while we were on our last break that I've been sipping on, so I'm powered up and ready to go. But if you
okay.
want to power up, dear viewer, don't forget to check out Metafy. They can help you find a coach that's going to let you improve, not just in Runeterra. They have many other games as well and many coaches that can help you improve in any competitive game that you enjoy. Even if you don't want to compete, just getting better at the game is a great way to explore the deeper nuances of any game that you do love as well. And if you want to have some fun, find some events, and maybe make some pocket change, GGtoor is going to be for you. They are a great website that have tons of tournaments all listed for various games. And they're all just a lot of smaller tournaments hosted by just great niche, passionate communities, just like RuneterraLife is doing for Runeterra. So you know you're going to get, just smaller, friendlier tournaments. It's not just like a massive churn that we see in maybe some larger competitive events. Just having like a small community of maybe familiar faces that you compete with over and over and over again is something that players do also enjoy about the competitive scene. Players who do follow my personal stream or know my history as a FGC tournament organizer, having that local tournament feel of just a smaller pool of players that and you can improve alongside them and be very proud of their improvements too, is something that I think RuneterraLife, Metafy, and GGtoor really do facilitate. And I'm glad to see that as Runeterra's competitive scene has, expanded and evolved thanks to our sponsors. We've still maintained, I think, a bit of a familiar feel. A lot of the competitive players still respect and know one another, are still sharing knowledge, helping each other get better and optimize these decks, because it's not just about being selfish and getting the wins. It's about, seeing how broken you can actually make Ari Kennen, apparently. Because you know how it is, Monty. When a deck gets popular, starts winning tournaments, and then it catches fire on the
Yep.
metagame, the entire collective brain power of the entire planet's competitive scene saying no, mono Ionia with no splash, and then things just start to just snowball from there.
Yeah, we've definitely seen it, particularly with this Ari Kennen deck. The deck kind of has all these different splashes. You have Shurima, you have Noxus, I've seen Demacia, I've seen Shadow Isles. The only thing I think I haven't seen is Targon.
Yeah, I know, right? I play Pale Cascade.
Yeah, why not, right?
My deck.
Maybe there's a point where you want to tech Lighted Mystic because they changed the droplet so that way when it's recalled, it no longer actually gives you something like that. So,
oh my god,
yeah.
Again, it's really cool too that the different splashes of Ari Kennen really change the way the deck wants to play out, because you can go the distance with the Shadow Isles deck and play towards pack your bags. And if you're the sort of player who used to play the go hard archetypes, the Twisted Fate type stuff in the past, then you have a lot of experience of setting up the pack your bags and knowing when is the appropriate time to shuffle it in, especially in a combo-oriented deck like that. Speaking of go hard, with the Kindred buff, who knows if we're going to be seeing some Kindred TF, Bilgewater Shadow Isles stuff. I know that Corinna has been giving a lot of value lately, just using the spider package in general like it used to, and maybe that also gets ported over to the Bilgewater version. You'll have Withering Wail in the box, great Bilgewater units, tons of card draw, stuns with Twisted Fate to answer maybe the Ari combo turns. That would be really interesting to see. So, this is the stream to be at, Chad, if you're looking for forbidden ancient decks that potentially are playable in the current metagame.
Yeah, it's definitely. I've been a little bit surprised that we haven't seen any. Okay, any deep still no deep. I was expecting to see some of that today. But spooky kegs, like you said, it's something that makes a lot of sense in this metagame, with kegs being so strong, with pings being so strong, with the box being so good, and with Kindred just having been buffed. It's I expect to see some of it show up, and there hasn't been any, and I haven't even seen builds floating around on Twitter or anything like that either. Usually, they show up here or
Is
there.
it just because of the Gangplank nerf? What would the build be? Is it just going to be Twisted Fate Kindred with
I think
Ledros
so.
Atrocity at the top?
Probably. Most
Maybe
that,
one Maokai?
you could definitely try the one Maokai as just an alternate way to win. But we are going to get into Pinus versus What Am I? Two very, very strong
Ooh.
players from opposite sides of the world. And we have Lee Sin from the side of What Am I against, I believe this is Draven Rumble Burn from Pinus.
So we've seen this matchup earlier in the broadcast, and the early tempo can be very devastating. No Risen Rider yet, and there is a gift from Beyond from What Am I? Pinus is looking very strong here with Rumble and attacking on even turns. Has
Yep.
the Zonite Urchin, has the Ballistic Bot here to get some fodder for the Rumble. Looking good for sure. What Am I is going to have some defense, but because of the impact, because of the overwhelm and the quick attack, the lifesteal is massively diminished in the value it can get.
Yeah, but the difference in this deck's win rate when it has Rumble on 4 compared to when it doesn't is absolutely insane. So Pine is very, very happy to see himself on the even tokens with the Rumble in hand and has discard fodder available to him. Wouldn't feel too bad to throw out the Zonite Urchin. Instead, actually opts to go ahead and drop it. Draws into some more discard fodder, so it worked out nicely for him there.
And What Am I? There's a lot of different variants of Lee Sin, right, recently. As the deck has been getting targeted a lot, it's been trying to adapt to these different matchups and still continue trucking, because the players that like this deck have put a lot of time into running it and really like to still bring it in these tournament lineups, even if it is not as good. It's one of those lists that is so deep with so many moving parts that you can still make it work through bad matchups. And to get to my point, like Scattered Pod being present in the deck to play around Aloof Traveler, and now Wounded White Flame finding its way into the list is just an extra thing to play to the board, means that What Am I does still have some options to pivot around this Zoe perhaps and find a line to victory.
Definitely going to be wanting to make this Zoe work for him, as he doesn't yet have a Lee Sin in hand. Having the Eye of the Dragon is going to be super good for What Am I in this spot, just because it will allow him to start stalling out. Opts to go for the Zenith Blade, thin the deck a little bit, make the draws on these deep meditations a little bit better, as you don't really want to be drawing the Zenith Blade off of them, because Zenith Blade will draw itself. And the Rumble attack's going to go in just to work towards that level up condition. That might be something that actually ends up mattering a lot in this matchup, especially with this hand from Pinus. And the way What Am I started, you're not going to be able to get that early aggression in that you so value.
And What Am I, even though you're not getting the lifesteal from the Dragonling, it's just a free chump here versus the Rumble. So you can go ahead and put that up as an offering. We've got double deep med in the hand as well to just get more resources, keep thinning the deck, making that Lee Sin a little bit more likely to come out. This is a matchup where, because your opponent is so tempo oriented, you can just play early Lee Sin. It's not really under a ton of threat of getting killed, and just try to control the board after that.
Now, both Palms and a Hush available in the hand of What Am I to knock the Spell Shield off of Rumble. So Rumble not going to be quite the threat that he was before we saw this show up.
Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike being put onto the Dragonling to pull this Rumble and take him down. Attacking alongside the Zoe does open you up to Whirling Death, but this is a split idea. Do you want to clear the Zoe, prevent me from getting another card, discounting the star chart, or do you want to protect your Rumble and just get rid of the Dragonling?
Yeah, and it's a tough decision for Pinus here. Obviously, we see there is no Whirling Death available, but he does have the Get Excited. And I think you have to try and protect the Rumble at this point. I don't know that you can let this go through.
You've got one half of its level up already completed, and if the game goes long, because there is not a lot of burn in hand, you didn't hit your Risen Riders for Fearsomes to exploit this early game, maybe you are going to try to pivot to a value-oriented mech game plan, which we have not yet seen from this list.
Finds the Whirling Death actually so critical to his success in this situation, because as we can see, What Am I does have the Twin Disciplines available that would stop the Get Excited in its tracks.
And Whirling Death is also going to prevent this lifesteal. Keep the yeah, just keep the progress that you've already made under control. What am I, at the very least, already committed to spells. So that means you're going to get another Dragon Link for your defense next round. But things are starting to get very dicey as you continuously force the Lee Sin player to create Dragon Links, try to use them proactively like that. They're just running lower and lower on resources. Zoe's looking to level up soon, but AoE lifesteal still means that these units have to participate in combat.
Mana available for the double palm now, which means this Rumble is not going to get through if the might comes down. What am I can just opt to respond with the stun. Yes, it'll tap him out, but he's still going to generate a Dragon Link off of it, and he's going to save himself a lot of HP. Definitely worth it, especially if the might is committed. If the might's not committed, it's debatable.
I wonder if the Flame Chompers might be used here. This is, and so there's a line, right, where you do Flame Chompers to pull the Dragon Link, attack with everything else, try to get the Eye of the Dragon and the Zoe into combat, or if What Am I is spooked by that aggressive play and maybe doesn't block, you're just getting a lot of damage overall.
I think if you want to go for that more aggressive line, and I actually do like going for it, you probably want to start by developing this Risen Rider, and then seeing how the rest of this turn shapes up, because you do have a Boom Baboon and a Poro Cannon in hand. There's a potential to get another Flame Chompers on the board.
And we talked about how these aggressive players really want to be passing a lot, forcing the Lee Sin to develop their mana preemptively to proc for Dragon Links, but Pinus is incentivized to attack anyway because the Rumble win condition, the level up, getting these mechs, the wide variety of effects that you can get, and the impact. Every single mech that you generate is just going to be dealing that much more chip damage is just massive at this point. And if you're Pinus, definitely I like the okay here.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a bait from the side of What Am I. He's saying, do you have the might? If you have the might, you should use it. And Pinus is really considering it here. But I think you do just have to be happy getting the Rumble level up. It's not super critical to push that damage immediately. There's still no Lee Sin threatening you. And you do have this Ballistic Bot available to start discounting these units if you want it. Or you can always play out this Mecha Yordle and then make another one.
And now we're going to get a nice chain going with the Ignition as well. The Trump Attacker are going to be an AoE +1/+1. That furthermore stacks on the Rumble. But look at this. You know what Pinus is saying, but what if I don't do anything because the Eye of the Dragon isn't procced yet?
Is going to go ahead and fire off that Ignition, discount this by 1. I like this play. It allows Pinus to play both the second Ballistic Bot and the Mecha Yordle, which will then in turn allow him to generate 2 Mecha Yordles on the following turn if he opts to.
And what do you overwrite? Probably the Urchin. Keep the Flame Chompers up. It is going to get buffed. One attack means that it can kill a Dragon Link if it does get pulled.
Might also just opt to keep this in hand and bank the mana, which is also perfectly okay in my eyes.
Yeah, having mana open for burn, reactivity, Whirling Death, and Might are just great things to have in your back pocket while still being able to develop. And what's great too is because the Trump Attacker keeps getting discounted over and over again, you can just play your Ignitions without a care because you aren't pulling away from being able to summon the Trump Attacker.
Yeah, and it's actually buffing it up by +1/+1 with each Ignition as well. So very beneficial to you to convert those Ignitions into mana discounts on the Mecha Yordle, as well as bonus attack and defense.
So
Zoe level up though.
Finally, Zoe's leveling up with the Wounded White Flame, means everything's going to get Fury and Faded.
That's really scary, actually. That's terrifying. Faded being a transferable keyword is not something that I even considered in this. I haven't seen this interaction happen before.
So now we've got AoE Faded. When people were talking about Wounded White Flame and Lee Sin, it was just that meta game where Wounded White Flame plus Zenith Blade was just soloing everyone. But now we get to see the true potential of the Faded keyword sharing.
Yeah, I think at this point I would start generating, and I would look to generate another Mecha Yordle, just because I don't believe the one we have in hand is particularly valuable, but we'll see what Pinus opts to do. Of course, you don't have any ways of interacting with this board swing apart from a Get Excited, but you don't really want to be wasting that just to remove a 3-3, especially when Jordan has all of that mana available to counter it.
And so now the chip damage game plan is maybe starting to come through with the elusive attackers. Once you get your opponent down to very low HP totals, you don't need to do as much work with your Lee Sin. But so the Trumpet Attacker does indeed hit the board. We've got a 6-7 with Impact. Rumble's got Impact 2. Just massive board. Behold the Infinite now from level 2 Zoe being put down. What am I looking for? Golden Sister, perhaps?
Finds a Trickster. That's a pretty good one. Gonna give the whole board elusive.
Just sit on this for later. AoE lifesteal about to happen now thanks to the Eye of the Dragon.
And Pinus is in a pretty bad spot at this point.
I did really like this line of just building up a wide board because you missed out on just like the early aggressive tempo like we saw in earlier matches with Lee Sin against Pirates, for example. Trying to pivot to this value-oriented style of just having a very wide threatening board, then going for a swing that makes it so What Am I has to sacrifice this entire board and can't redevelop, while you are enjoying a very easy redevelopment with your cheap mechs and things of that nature to close out on top of a lot of burn. We haven't seen anything really come out of the deck yet. No Noxian Fervors, no Decimates. We just have this Might.
Yeah, and the Might's not going to do a whole lot with double Concussive Palm and Hush available from the side of the Lee Sin. Kind of a liability, actually, because it's just going to be 3 mana wasted.
There just hasn't been an opportunity for Pinus to do like a half attack that forced What Am I to use any of these important defensive tools just yet.
Yeah, perhaps Pinus had to play the early game a little bit more aggressively despite not having the best setup for it.
But we'll see what this next turn brings. Even with the lifesteal, like, What Am I is essentially at full HP anyway. So your goal now isn't to, like, one-shot. It's, again, just trying to find the line of What Am I being unable to block, and then you just go for an attack. We have a little Dipper in the hand there. That's the mech that lets you encapsulate another unit from your hand, and that is then summoned when it dies. But just another big mech body with impact.
Cute thing you can do with that card, if you're not generating it through Rumble, is you can actually let yourself put 2 champions on the board by discarding one and then playing one. So there's some fun tricks with these Mecha Yordles. If he can find the Noxian one alongside the Might, then he can definitely present a massive threat, as that one doubles your impact and attack damage whenever it swings. It gets very, very scary very quickly.
And Pinus just trying to take a couple pass plays, seeing if What Am I is going to spend any mana. But What Am I likes the board setup. I'm at 15 HP. I've got tons of lifesteal. Even with your quick attack, even with your impact, it's really not going to matter. And I don't even know if this ordering is optimal or if it matters. It's all about just forcing trades at this point.
Ready yourself.
Choosing defense is for the blocker. Math is
It's
for
like
blocker.
sometimes it's like I need to attack in this very specific way to play around lifesteal, but when everything is lifesteal, you just swing.
Yeah, sometimes it definitely does matter.
And
And I've definitely lost games because I attacked in the wrong order. But as you said, in this particular situation, the entire board is just going to get traded down anyways, so it's not a huge deal. And I think if you're Pinus, you probably just hit okay here. Yeah, you can try and threaten the Zoe, but I personally would be very okay with this happening.
Ooh. Doesn't accept. Puts the Flame Spitter down. Gives What Am I a chance to reconsider this defense. Make something a little bit better for himself. Twin Disciplines to protect the Zoe.
Might opt to go for the Might now, which we know is still going to get punished.
And the reason What Am I is protecting the Zoe is just because she's an elusive unit. Pinus can't deal with it. Behold the Infinite is giving you the AoE keywords that your deck really wants to abuse from this point. Getting something like the Great Beyond, so you get AoE Spell Shield, means that Pinus just cannot interact anymore. Here comes the Get Excited.
I like this play. This is going to allow the impact units to generate another Mecha Yordle, and that one wasn't doing a whole lot for you in the hand.
Yeah, just discarding that Dipper. Very smart. And you already said that Earthshaker is another fantastic pickup if we can generate it from Rumble. With so many different pings of impact going off this round, whatever mech is generated is going to be very cheap as well.
And there's the Palm. That means Might is now safe to go onto the Rumble.
So that's going to be overwhelming damage coming through this 3 HP. Everything you notice at the bottom of the stack that is blocking is very low attack, very few points of lifesteal. But this is a fantastic setup.
Yeah, very
Even
well
with the
played.
lifesteal, a little bit of healing will come out of the Zoe at the start of the next round, but by dealing a big attack like this right away, it means that Pinus can start drawing into burn and closing out because the ballistic bots are still surviving here. And we have only seen mostly units, not enough burn, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of burn left in this deck from Pinus' side, and I'm really impressed that he was able to find a way to use this Might, because I thought for sure, looking at both hands, that it was just going to stay dead or just get super incredibly punished, but actually found a way to get it in, and it pushed damage, and it created another good Mecha Yordle for him. So, very, very well done.
Yeah, and Trumpetecker, just more AoE buffing, keeping your board resilient, forcing even more aggressive trades. But now Lee Sin is finally found by What Am I? There is a Zenith Blade in hand, and only 11 HP from Pinus, 5 of which is going to be carried up by this Zoe. We've also got Sonic Wave Resonating Strike that might just be lethal without the Overwhelm.
Yeah, there's unfortunately nothing Pinus can do now that the Lee Sin has been found.
Really unfortunate to see such a wide, threatening board. Big green numbers, and Lee Sin does not care. Lee Sin, those big green numbers can't hurt me because I can't see. And so Dragon's Rage comes through, and that is going to be the classic one-shot combo coming out of What Am I? I am glad that we got to see the value side of Rumble. Level 2, getting these very powerful, very big mechs, but it just wasn't enough here.
Yeah, it was very cool to see how much Rumble level 2 can actually do when given some time, and I definitely was happy to see it show up. Rumble is one of my favorite champions in this game. I actually very dislike Rumble in League. I'm not a fan of playing him, but his design in LOR is super, super exciting and interesting to me.
The Mecha Yordle package is so fun to me. When Rumble came out, I was like trying to make him work, but I was secretly just also trying to just run Mecha Yordle synergy, and the shenanigans that you can pull off just end up being so hilarious with like Fury Horn Crasher, the Freljord one that buffs the things in your deck when it attacks, and then you just keep attacking. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to make Rumble work as well, and unfortunately, none of the things I put together ended up performing. But this new deck does seem to come together and does seem to have a very good shot into a lot of the metagame.
Yeah, just taking that aggressive, tempo-oriented approach. I'm also looking forward to seeing a little bit more love, perhaps given to the Tristana Rumble deck, where instead of having direct discard targets with Lost Soul, you're just generating a lot of fodder to get that Rumble into play instead, and then Tristana kind of shoring you up in the late game. Heading into game 2, What Am I on Ari Kennen Shadow Isles, it appears, seeing that droplet in the hand, and Pinus on Spiders.
Yeah, Spiders, one of the premier decks to counter this Ari Kennen list. At least that's what players seem to believe. But I've had the displeasure of having to play against What Am I on Ari Kennen. And boy, let me tell you, it doesn't matter how favored you think you are, he will pull it out. and he will make you suffer.
We did see earlier this same matchup come through where you mentioned the Go Hard deck isn't directly favored versus aggro with the Go Hards, even though it seems to be at first blush. But because, again, you're spending your mana just trying to control the board, you aren't developing and furthering your own win condition, and you might just fall too far behind, even if you are healing for 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, and we do see that Pinus has started finding the burn cards that he needs, but wasn't able to convert a lot of this early board presence into damage just yet. Is going to present a threat on this attack, though, and I imagine he'll just open here.
Yep, we got an open attack, another Spiderling being generated. What am I needs to trade just a little bit, maybe trying to prevent an Elise level up as well. There's only Homecoming in the hand to cycle this Kennen to get the second Mark of the Storm. Really unfortunate to see.
It does have Navori Conspirator as well. That is an option available.
So overall, I think this is probably the best bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't afford to lose the Ahri, but you do need to be taking some blocks. And the Kennen is going to be more valuable as a Mark of the Storm generator than as a blocker. It's going to end up saving you more HP overall in the long run.
This is the point of the game where you are just about to lose control of the board, thanks to the Mark of the Storms and the Kennen, the threat of Kinko Wayfinder, maybe giving What Am I a very wide board to start blocking you down more effectively. Lack of fearsomes means you can't just go over top of them. And more burn needs to be drawn. I like the wait and see approach there with the Kennen.
Yeah, if the Mark comes down, you can answer with the Fervor while they're tapped out. Of course, What Am I, being the strongest player that he is going to recognize that and hold off on replaying the Kennen until the following turn when he does have mana available to answer.
And so Imperial Demolitionist does come down, a little bit more burn being achieved. We've got 7 points of direct Nexus damage in the hand. The Noxian Fervor is vulnerable to Nopify, Deny, Homecoming, etc. But the Doom Beasts are maybe a little bit more likely to connect. Still a lot of work to be done. Shadow Assassin in What Am I's build, getting even more card draw to facilitate the Go Hard win condition.
Yeah, the Go Hard win condition is probably going to be the endgame dream for What Am I in this situation, as the little bits of healing that it provides is going to be able to allow him to stay in this game, alongside with the Pack Your Bags, eventually clearing out the whole board. Kennen is going to get replayed here. We'll see if this Mark of the Storm gets punished by the Fervor, or if the Fervor ends up going onto this Elise instead.
Getting the Kennen cycled over and over and over again into the hand is fantastic for What Am I. No copies of Recall, no Godwill of Seedling, but just with this Ahri surviving, she does a lot of work of just pushing damage, using the quick attack to trade into these units quite effectively, and just letting the Marks of the Storm keep on coming. Pinus thinking, well, now since the Elise is going to die, I want a Fervor here instead.
Yeah, it's hard to say which option is better, trying to stop this Ahri. Based on this block, I think he will end up going for the Fervor under out from the Kennen, just so the Ahri can actually be removed.
Yeah, because if you Noxian Fervor the Kennen, then Ahri would die to the Imperial Demolitionist.
Oh
no, just runs out of time altogether.
Maybe still opting just to hold it in response to the Fervor, in response to the Mark of the Storm. There were actually 2 marks available in hand, so if you go for the Fervor, it's you're just gonna lose there.
I see. I didn't even notice that because of the way the Kennen was cycled.
Yeah, I missed it too until just now.
And What Am I like this, where he's not detonating the mark with the 3 mana up for Noxian Fervor, just marking individual targets and saying, I'm making it so that all of these units you can't use Fervor on, but Indeed does just cash it in here. I
Yeah,
can't play around Noxian Fervor forever.
You do have to try and you do have to call them at some point, say, do you have it? Especially since using that mark on the 2-1 there is technically saving you a point of damage, as you cannot interact with the 2-1's damage on the stack outside of a deny. And that's not really what you want to be using your deny on.
2 more damage coming through with this unblocked Demolitionist, potentially. We could see Homecoming. It's just none of these you really want to bounce. Goes for Palm instead, saving more HP. We've got 5 points of burn in the hand thanks to Noxian Fervor and the Doom Beast, keeping mana open for Nopify. Trying to threaten this second Noxian Fervor, but Pinus is going for it, right? Just this is one of those matchups where the longer I wait, the higher the chances that What Am I draws into the Nopify and the targets that he needs. And the longer I wait, the more mana he has, so it's less likely he'll ever tap under the Nopify from this point onward, and does get rewarded by getting the second Noxian Fervor to connect.
And that's really big. What am I going down to 3 HP with this Doom Beast is going to be down to 1. Has the go hard to heal back up to 2, but 2 is not really safe against a deck that's running lots and lots of burn.
So Pinus holding the Doom Beast, and this is because he's going to draw another card here. You can play that and then the Doom Beast. The draw you get might just be a Decimate or something. Stalking Shadows, etc.
Mm-hmm. And I would imagine he gives this one more pass just so What Am I does not have any good go hard targets, as playing the Skitterer on your defensive turn here while you're not under any real threat isn't a huge deal.
Yep. Because you've been just so aggressive in this matchup, you have a very big HP buffer. Just still take some hits from What Am I's board. And you can just go hard your own unit if need be, but then you're removing a blocker. What Am I probably just wants to play Sign-In Thousand-Tailed.
Yeah, and now that the Sign-Ins come down, there is a chance What Am I opts to use this go hard just to save himself some HP. Pinus opting to save himself some HP by actually dropping the Skitterer now.
Just to debuff this board, we've got 6 damage coming through. There's only 2 mana left for What Am I. Even if there was a Twin Discipline, it's still nowhere near lethal. And plays the Doom Beast. 1 more point of HP for What Am I. Now that the hand is empty, there's no Noxian Fervor. Go hard could be put down here, healing up once again. A little bit more needs to be done, right? 2 HP is still not very safe. The difference between 2 and 3 versus this deck is very negligible, just because there's Imperial Demolitionist, Saboteur, and Legion Grenadier that deal that point of damage. But everything else that you're really worried about from this position, like Decimate, is going to kill you no matter what if you put the go hard down. And maybe just crunching the numbers very quickly in consideration for the Wayfinder.
Yeah. Opts to hold off, I think, just because, as you said, not a huge difference between 1 and 2. This Stygian actually kind of punished for not holding off one more turn on this, as the Stygian can now not get fearsome. We obviously see that there's the go hard available to cancel it, as well as the Twin Disciplines to block it. And with Nopify now picked up, the last Fervor is no longer lethal either.
So this is incredibly terrifying when you're the aggro player and you're almost over the finish line and you're trying to find a way to get this last point of damage and you're relying on your top decks. What Am I has the Sign-In Thousand-Tailed. This is where the card draw is going to really start skyrocketing, and it means that by the time you get the Decimate, the chances of What Am I not having Deny is, I don't even want to think about those minuscule numbers. So now, Pinus thinking, is it better for me to attack? You're kind of dying to an open attack here. You need to maintain your blockers. Both sides are thinking very deeply about the plays here. What Am I hold back?
Oh, and the Decimate is found with no deny, so if given an action, Pinus is going to be able to steal this game away. Well, not steal. He worked pretty hard in the early game to actually get Jordan to this point, but
Yeah,
What
there's
am I
no,
was definitely thinking he was about to turn the corner here.
yeah, there is no card draw available. You can go for Homecoming to get the sign-in back in your hand, but that's really about it.
And there's the Decimate.
So What Am I takes game 1 with Lee Sin, but Pinus just barely able to find the damage with Decimate here against No Deny to take game 2, sending us to a game 3. What Am I gets another shot at finding a win with Ari, Ken, and Gohard, and we'll get to see Pinus's other list here, the Rumble deck once more.
Yeah, and we talked a bit about this at the beginning of the broadcast, the first time we saw this matchup. And I personally thought this was, after playing Rumble on ladder when the deck kind of popped up for the first time, I had an insane 80% win rate over 20 games, which is absolutely crazy. I was like, this deck is so good, it beats Ari Kennen, it's fantastic. And then I had to play it into a tournament, and I actually had to play against What Am I? And What Am I showed me that no, it's not nearly as favored as I thought it was. Ari Kennen very much has a good chance against the Draven Rumble deck.
We've got Twin Disciplines in the opening hand, does a great job of shoring up the weakness to Risen Rider. Pinus cycling it on turn 1 with the Urchin, lets What Am I know that it's coming. No 1-drop to carry this, however.
Rumble found as well. This is looking very, very good for Pinus. This is exactly the type of opener you want to see.
And here comes the Risen Rider. 4 damage. That's really what you need to have connect with the Nexus. 4 damage, maybe 8 damage, and then from there you're feeling really good about yourself. What Am I still not able to find a good cheap carrier for the Twin Disciplines, but of course you see here not pretending the Shadow Assassin back to the hand, having a lot of reactivity, but in this matchup you have to actually get on the board because the aggressive tempo is the name of the game, whereas in the previous match, you know, the wide board was okay, just a lot of chip damage that you could kind of shrug off and just save all of your reactivity against the Noxian Fervors and their other burn spells. But Pinus thinking, is this a good enough open attack for me? Do I want to just summon the Rumble here anyway against a Kinko Wayfinder?
I think you have to summon the Rumble. I think Rumble on 4 is just way too good.
If there's Wayfinder, then none of those things can block Fearsome, and you're getting 4 damage regardless.
Yeah. So I think you just have to let it through, especially since you top decked the Reborn Grenadier there. So with that, you do have 3 good discard targets. You don't have to sacrifice anything from your hand. You don't feel bad about this. You're giving your Rumble the spell shield, and you're developing even 1 more attacker still. So even in the case there is a Wayfinder, you're even in blockers, and your 1 unit does have Fearsome, and your other unit has Impact, and it's going to start helping you level up the Rumble, which might be a little bit more important in this matchup than it was against the Lee Sin deck.
So we've got Go Hard coming through onto the 2-1 potentially. There's no Palm in hand, so we can't just do Go Hard to pop the spell shield into a Palm to stop the Rumble. And I'm wondering if it's going to be Twin on the Ari for a sacrifice, or chumping the Rumble and recalling the Shadow Assassin to delay his level up. I think in a position like this, you don't care about the level up. It's more about just pure survival.
I think so. Survival is definitely the name of the game if you're What Am I.
So Go Hard pops the spell shield. No drain, notably, we see there, but the 2 copies do get shuffled into the deck.
Ready to run.
I like popping the spell shield. I think it's worth a little bit more than actually blocking than removing the 2-1, as it's gonna allow
Catch me if you can.
for a lot more options in the future.
Yeah, we're just popping the spell shield now. That way you can get Concussive Palm down the road to stop this really big beater from coming through. And what am I thinking? Do I want to block with the Ari? Goes for the Twin Disciplines to get a bigger block against the Draven.
I like this. You're taking 1 more damage, but you're keeping your Ari alive. And you're removing one of the more irritating units from Rumble's side.
And with the spinning axes, that's just like the source of discard enabling on Pinus' side. After you've already used the Rumble and triggered a lot of your discards, you are maybe going to end up with a lot of dead draws without being able to cycle them properly. And you've got double Notify and Deny against Burn, so theoretically you're feeling pretty safe versus a lot of Burn from this position.
Yeah, having those available to you from the side of What Am I is very, very important. Binus, with the pass there, doesn't need to play the Lost Soul just yet, can continue to represent the Decimate mana and by doing so tells What Am I that you have to continue holding Deny.
Yeah, because then if you take the Decimate, you're dead to so many other things than just being at a comfortable 7. And we're now at that important point where the longer Pinus sits on this Decimate, the higher chance that What Am I maybe has other means to take control of the board and just have the Deny mana up without it being so taxing. Like you can see in the mid game, Deny is the be-all, end-all. Ari's Charm. Focus speed, bounces the cannon, replays it.
So, now, will we see the Deny come down? Or sorry, not the Deny, the Decimate come down.
I think with 2 mana still open in the hand, it is pretty risky. Marking the Risen Rider for vulnerable so that it does get taken down means you don't have to worry about that fearsome. And everything else can just potentially be chump blocked.
The forest surrounds us.
We've also got double Mark of the Storm now. Sets up to clear the Rumble.
That it does. And I think you probably do not block this if you're Pinus.
Yeah, just take the damage. You lose your Rider. You're trying to find a way for Rumble to... Because here's the thing, right? If you've got... if you block with Rumble, you take 2. You see the marks in the hand already. So that's 2 more. Pinus is just going to opt to clear the Kennen, or try to, in order to save this fearsome unit, because it's done so much heavy lifting in this matchup. And
Yeah,
you can really see the fear.
I kind of like that. If there's a Nopify, it gets burned here because it's more important for What Am I to remove the 4-2. And then you know you're safe to fire off the Get Excited this turn, as there's no mana left on the side of What Am I. And then all you have to do is play around that Deny, which you probably have a read on, and then the Decimate is good to go through.
So with this position here, thanks to the Nopify, the Get Excited, What Am I is also taking a lot of burn away from Pinus to go onto the board to preserve this other win condition. You're basically saying, will I give up 5 points of direct damage to the Nexus in exchange for leaving 4 damage alive? Like, how many repeated reps is this going to give you? Especially as we get later into the game, the chances of Absolver or Twin Disciplines coming out to finally block this. There's also double mark anyway, so if you save the Rider, it's going to get marked and exploded anyway.
I think the debate now is whether this Get Excited goes face or goes onto the Ari just to remove her. And I think now you definitely have to fire the Get Excited face. It's literally impossible to make a read on a triple Deny hand. But, okay. I don't hate this either. This is going to represent 2 guaranteed damage, as as long as you develop both of them right now.
And the open attack versus this Ari is still very strong for you because you've got Rumble hitting, you've got Impact, and then it just sets up once again for Get Excited and Decimate.
And I think you do just have to go for this open attack here. The develop is nice, but it is punished pretty hard by Palm, by Homecoming, off as the Rumble can get bounced. There's a lot of ways to answer the development of the Lost Soul here.
Also, just 1 mark being spent by What Am I, so that if the open attack does not come, Kennen is replayed, and then the next mark stuns Rumble.
Yeah, that was a bit curious. I'll probably go back and watch his stream VOD, assuming he's streaming this, to figure out why he passed that, because knowing What Am I, there's certainly a very, very valid reason for it. but I don't know that he can actually afford to take the 2 damage off of this, off the Zonite Urchin.
And maybe
now,
just based on the way the last turn played out, what am I was just thinking there wasn't actually a decimate. Because it was kind of like, you know, I don't have deny up, you just want your decimate to connect, because the longer you wait, the more chances I have deny, blah, 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 like we saw kind of earlier. But Pinus does find the line, and again, when you're playing aggro, we didn't see like early droplets to cycle to get a bunch of resources. The double Nopify was really good for the late burn style of the deck that you want to negate, but it doesn't help you against the early board tempo that the deck does at the start of the game. And so with such a bad hand, trying to fight from behind, you have to take a very specific percentage of trying to find that line.
Yeah. Well done by Pinus to actually be able to close out that game and navigate those multiple denies from the side of What Am I?
If we had seen it, because the Mark of the Storm was put onto the Rumble, Pinus was maybe hoping that there wasn't going to be a palm to follow up, and luckily that didn't come through. But What Am I was playing to that specific out, of course. Not just trying to use the cannon cycling to put marks onto the shrimpier units, trying to play towards controlling the bigger threat.
Yeah, that's the kind of skills that you can learn from Metafy coaches. So our lovely sponsors have once again come together to bring us this tournament, and they have also offered us lots of discount codes, which you can find in the Twitch chat on one side of me. A side of me, I get directionally challenged, and players like What Am I, who you just saw, are available for you to hire as a coach to up your game and take it to the next level. Also, GGtoor has done a very, very wonderful job of sponsoring not only this event, but multiple events before this and other events for other games that you might play. So if you're looking to practice other games or this one and maybe earn some pocket change for yourself, you should definitely go check out their website and give them a look and see what they have to offer for you.
Yeah, so again, big shout out to our sponsors and Optima and all of the other people behind the scenes helping run the broadcast today. We still got a little bit more rounds to go, but we are going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to finish out the Swiss rounds and see who makes top cut to take their slice of the $1,000 prize pool. So stay tuned, Twitch chat. We'll be back soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the RuneterraLife Showdown number 3, brought to you by RuneterraLife, of course, sponsored by Metafy and GGtoor. Thank you both once again to both of our sponsors for joining us for another event, and RuneterraLife for putting it all together. I'm joined on the desk by Monte Cristo, and my name is Skarzig, which I don't think I've ever actually said so far in the broadcast. I hope everybody is actually looking at the stream and not just listening. Or
That's okay. I've certainly said your name by this point.
But again, thank you so much, Twitch chat, for being patient while we were taking a small break, letting the players get organized for the last round of Swiss, if I'm not mistaken. Round number 7 coming up. The top cut will be determined for the top of the bracket for tomorrow's broadcast. And we've done some very gracious reshuffling in order to make sure all the players can get the top cut sorted for our $1,000 prize pool tomorrow and move on to the next Runeterra competitive event of their choosing. But getting into the first match we have slotted for this part of the broadcast, Butterbrat, who we saw earlier on aggro, going up against Gone. And this is the classic aggro trying to climb the snowy mountains of Freljord and hit some Nexus damage. Avros and Sentry is a card we haven't seen yet in this archetype. It's great early game, and I love that hedge. Sometimes, you know, these Freljord Shadow Isles decks get a bit greedy. They cut the early cards. Maybe they start their curve at Kindly Tavern Keeper, but with so many aggro decks to choose from, I think it's a great idea to still keep that Sentry in your pocket, maybe even run that Hapless.
I've always been a big fan of the Avaros and Sentry. I like the fact it's not the most powerful card, but you don't always need the most powerful card or the flashiest card. All you need is something that does exactly what you want it to do, and a lot of the times what these Freljord Shadow Isles decks struggle with is card draw. Glimpse is not super fantastic in this archetype. Stalking Shadows is awful in this archetype.
Yep.
And outside of those two, Freljord's draw options are what? Shared Spoils. Give the top 3 cards in your deck +1/+1, and draw if you've plundered. If there's the if condition there, not something you want to be doing in a control deck. So
they've got good champion tutors, and that's about it. I would run Avros and Sentry even in my Frostbite list. And it's a great waiting play. If you get to the late game, you can just play a 2-mana 2/1 just to see what your opponent does instead, while still keeping a lot of flexibility. And it's just a great chump overall, because getting the card draw is fantastic for setting up. But fortunately, Butterbrat does still have the resources here to develop after that avalanche, and is pushing through a lot of damage. We've got a Decimate in hand, but still just a little bbit more work to do for Gone. This is the point in the game where you're hoping for Withering Wail or something to bring you back into it, but Blighted Ravine is going to be the play. And that means that Butterbrat can just throw the Decimate down.
Remember the objective.
Ooh, actually, very interesting idea here. Getting the extra damage and value out of the Imperial Demolitionist while you still have units in play makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I like it.
If your next top decks are burn, then you're never going to have bodies to cycle this, and you might as well set it up. It's a 2/1. Maybe you get a cheeky quick attack, open attack rather.
Yeah, that Stalking Shadows can't find you burn, but it did find Butterbrat the next best thing in 2 Legion Grenadiers here. Even if an Avalanche comes out, you're still pushing 2 damage, which is exactly what you need to be able to get there with this Decimate. We do see that Catalyst and the second Blighted Ravine are available for the side of Gone, but hopefully Butterbrat, well, depends on who you're rooting for, but hopefully Butterbrat will be able to top deck into a little bit more burn and actually be able to get himself over that finish line.
Yeah, this is the point, this is the break point where the Freljord Shadow Isles are starting to stabilize. They've gotten a couple board wipes down. If they start top decking into tons of healing, they don't even need to play Feel the Rush or anything cheeky like that. They can just play they can play Trundle or Tryndamere and just run you down.
Elise is not what you want to see. She is a 3 HP unit, so you do have the option of playing her out here, although it's usually not going to be the best choice. Most likely we'll just see the Decimate come down.
Can't develop into the Blighted Ravine. Double Ravine draw, fantastic here. We've got Vile Feast now as well as a way to stop, or even Vengeance to stop Anoxian Fervor. And from this point, especially with the Stalking Shadows being drawn, we're hoping for second Stalk into Doom Beast, perhaps.
Second Stalking into Doom Beast, or another Decimate won't actually quite do it, although it does get Butterbrought significantly closer.
The trolls are going to war.
So here we go. Another Decimate.
Trundle coming down, no longer an option for both Vile Feast and the Vengeance, newly buffed, down to 6 mana.
But Gone now, after playing very reactively the entire game, is trying to pivot towards getting units in play. I like the development of the Spiderling with the Vile Feast, so that you have something to chump the Grenadier, and then the Fearsome Blocker of Trundle here.
Now, will Gone actually use the Flash Freeze on this? And yeah, does have the heads up to say, okay, I'm not going to die to the next Decimate. I like that a lot. It looks like such a bad play from the outside, but it's the best possible play you can make in this situation.
And there's the Decimate down to 1. Gone pumping his fist and saying, yes, I had the read, the Decimate. Butterbrought saying, oh god, what have I done? Can I get one more point of burn off the top? And it's
Doom Beast.
Doom Beast. You've got to wait one more turn to activate that. And Gone
has drawn that Withering Wail, so the Doom Beast is not going to be quite enough yet either. So what are Butterbraught's actual outs from this point? Stalking Shadows into 2 more Doom Beasts? Third
probably.
Decimate?
Yeah, it's got to be. There's only so much healing that you could possibly have. Just a little bit of damage coming through. Butterbrought is still pretty healthy, going to die on the next swing most likely.
Could actually even die before the next swing if Gone opts to go for it. He can buff the Trundle up with the Fury of the North and then Atro in. I think there's we're not enough mana for that. Atro got nerfed. You can't do that, Sag.
And so here's the Doom Beast trying to put lethal on the stack. Immediately goes for the Withering Wail. And so now Gone sitting at 2 HP, a little bit more work still to be done for Butterbrought. Vengeance being cashed in already against the Elise, setting up for an open attack with the Trundle, plus the Avarosan Sentry for lethal. And just a very close, classic game, I think, from both players, where we had a lot of decent burn drawn, even the Decimate off the top. And with the open attack being set up, that means that the Decimate is not going to find time to be cast.
Yeah, very, very close. Butterbrought, of course, feeling a little bit sad with that showing us the sad power emote at the end of that game. But we as casters know that even had he had the opportunity to cast the Decimate, it would not have been enough to go over the atrocity that would have come in.
And it's one of those games that, you know, if the draws had been a little bit more worse for Gone, wouldn't have been able to keep up with the amount of direct burn damage. And even the board wipes, right? The Bled Ravines and the Avalanche. That's one of the things that makes Ravine so good. It's not just the board wipe that you punish your opponent where they don't want to develop into it anymore. You are just running it for the sake of also healing your Nexus. That net gain of 2 is magnificent. And so Butterbrought going to try to take a game off of Pantheon here with this aggro deck. And as we know, you know, aggro does decently well into Pantheon. We only got Guiding Touch here for healing. And we've seen some very desperate players on the broadcast so far today just level up their Pantheon, throw caution to the wind, and say, I hope I roll my lifesteal.
Yeah, it's kind of the best way to play it, and the most winning way to play this matchup. And we've talked about that a couple times already. Playing to win as opposed to playing not to lose. We've seen it come up many times over the course of today's broadcast.
And so a nice fearsome attacker with the Arachnoid Horror means that the Mountain Goat needs to block it, letting your Saboteur still live to fight another day, getting another rep there of healing. Gone maybe could go for maybe just a gem on the Dragon Chow, so it gets buffed up, and you have another blocker. I guess you just want to wait and see, of course, what Butterbrought develops.
I think you do want to be casting that gem this turn just to get your Pantheon started. And I do like it. I do like putting it on this Dragon Chow, as you can then use the Guiding Touch on it on the following turn if you want to keep it alive, or you can use the Pale Cascade after Guiding Touch, using Guiding Touch on your own phase.
Yeah, so very strong idea because of the line that was taken with Butterbrought developing, and you know that the Shyvana cannot be played because then it'll just kill the Dragon Chow. So Blinded Mystic comes through, very strong idea, preventing the damage from the Grenadier, and then buffing up the Mountain Goat so it gets a value trade as well.
Yeah, I like the play a lot. Not a whole lot else. Not a whole lot of other options this turn. As you mentioned, the Shyvana can't come down, as it will remove your Dragon Chow altogether, and you really do need to save that as a blocker right now.
And this is the point of the game where you're like, okay, now the Dragons are going to start playing their really big units that are just going to start growing, scaling up, blocking, getting massive value. And now I have to start pivoting to a burn game plan. Noxian Fervor, Astral Fox, Stalking Shadows are exactly the cards you want to see from this position, with only 1 mana available as well. There is no single combat to stop the Noxian Fervor, so I'm wondering if Butterbrought is just going to cash it in immediately.
I think you probably should. You definitely consider it.
Yep, has the, yeah, just going to double dip on this Spiderling, because now you get to use it to chump the Shyvana, keep her from getting any level of progress by dealing dragon damage, and then more damage onto the Nexus.
Yeah, and then you can start off your next turn with the Stalking Shadows, hopefully find yourself a Doom Beast, or another Astral Fox, potentially, if there is multiple copies in this list.
When the Pantheon deck, like the Pantheon Terrac, Mono Pantheon, as we went over like the history and evolution of this archetype, aggro was finding a lot of very nice play into this deck, and we know that, you know, hard aggro is a way to exploit the dragon decks when they start to get a little bit too greedy and aren't running enough healing. And Targon was specifically nerfed so that things like the Fangs, which I personally used to run in the dragon archetype, really don't find a home here any longer. And not finding any direct burn, instead getting the Stygian to go a bit wider for cheap.
Yeah, the Stygian is okay. I think I personally would have taken the middle option, the Legion Saboteur, just because that's 2 guaranteed damage that can't be interacted with from the side of Gone. Unless they single combat prior to combat, which you're still okay with, because then you can assign your attackers better. So this, yeah, with every card in the deck from the side of Gone being a fearsome blocker, the fearsome units lose a lot of value. However, they are presenting the most total damage on a wide board.
Yeah, very interesting idea, saying I'm going to develop the Stygians because they force the blocks, they clear the board, and it means that I'm not fully reliant on burn. I still have this side win condition of just being wider than Gone. Dragons do suffer from being unable to develop wide boards consistently, and then you're relying on your single combats and etc. to kind of split the difference. Now we've got Noxian Fervor and Astral Fox working in tandem to maybe close this out with only 3 mana available. You're just saying, okay, Guiding Touch, yes, no, let's run it.
Yeah, Guiding Touch, single combat, only outs, and we can see that neither one is available right now. And you probably just have to rip the Fervor here.
Yeah, the longer you wait, the higher the chance that they do have it. With the Pale Cascades in hand, we've already seen 1 Guiding Touch. There's more card draw to maybe get those lines, and that's down to 1 HP. And now Astral Fox post-combat.
Just going to come through and clean out the game. And that takes us to game 3, right, Skarzig?
Yes, Gone was able to stabilize with the Freljord Shadow Isles in game 1, but Butterbrought able to take it here in game 2, taking us to a game 3. Butterbrought's next deck is going to be another aggro deck, I imagine, and it just comes down to which one that Gone wanted to ban. Spiders come through. Pirates has also proven to be very strong today, and out of all the aggro lineups that we've seen, they typically bring that Draven Rumble as their final idea to round out the lineup as something that is, you know, still proven versus Ari Kennen has a little bit more of a mid-range feel to it, where you aren't just going all in on burn. You can still have a lot more nuance in terms of combat.
Absolutely. And game 3 is going to be, it does look like it's the Draven Rumble list.
There was only one deck I think we saw where it was a champion.
Oh, sorry, it is the championless burn.
Oh, yes, that's
It was
right. That was
Butterbot.
Butterbot. Yeah, that is correct. So we've got championless burn versus dragons. We got Dragon Chow turn 1 for a blocker and Guiding Touch. This is going to be pretty difficult, but having the single combat as well is going to give us an option to deal with Noxian Fervor or Ballistic Bot potentially. It all comes down to what Butterbot's draws are going to be. Right now, we've got a good early curve, but if we just keep drawing small units and no direct damage, we could peter out very quickly.
Yeah, I think with the way this deck has been built, it should be pretty evenly balanced between these aggressive burn units and burn spells itself. Boomku Rookie is a nice card to see in the early game, especially against the Dragon's deck that it doesn't have a lot of blockers, only Mountain Goat and Dragon Chow in the early game. And if there's no Mountain Goat, that Boomku Rookie is going to get in for more than one attack, which means that you're getting more than one value's worth of Mystic Shot out of it, and that's fantastic.
The list here is just really getting exploited by the fact that it adopts the dragon package as a great, just a great package, right? We saw it like really bully other mid-range archetypes like Silver Demacia, but you're giving up something, and you're giving up things like the Saga Seeker that comes down on turn 1, starts to scale up, continuously block against these aggressive decks in the early game. Boomku Rookie. Getting tons of damage on the Nexus right now. You have to pick which one to block, but taking down the Saboteur is better in the long run. And here, no development on round 3. We can just go for Guiding Touch, perhaps.
Yeah, I really liked that Pale Cascade last turn. It definitely sucked to not be able to play it as a draw spell, but removing the 2/1 is super important, as it's just going to continually punch 1 damage to your face over and over and over again. And with such a dead hand, meaning that you have so few units, you really do need to start making it work for you.
Love the Pantheon here, so Shyvana is not going to kill the Dragon Chow any longer. You still keep that blocker in play, and Pantheon with the barrier means that you get to trade something down and maintain your unit. We'll see if Butterbot is even going to try to go for the Mystic Shot here to take down the Pantheon, but single combat is the way to go. I like this so much, right? Yeah. Punishing the attack because you went for the ignition to pump up the Ballistic Bot.
Immediately saves 2 points of HP. And now I think you do just trade this Pantheon off if you're into the Ballistic Bot, rather. If it gets Mystic Shot, you're sad, but you're not that sad because that's burn that's not going to your face.
So everything, this is a very strong sequence that could spell a victory for Gone. A lot of these problematic units getting traded away. Shyvana about to come down on curve. Use Cask Salesman on defense is, neither here nor there. You still get the damage on Shyvana, right?
Actually, Screeching Dragon off the top is just even better. It's going to guarantee that you can pick off these units from the side of Butterbot and actually choose what stays onto the board. Shyvana could just be chump blocked by the Caustic Casts, but this Screeching Drake is gonna say, "I choose you," and it's gonna num eat them up.
Hero Demolition is going down, and this also saves the dragon from Get Excited. Needs to be cashed in here before the Fury procs if you want to remove this huge blocker from the board, and this is yet more burn being cashed in.
2 pieces of burn cashed in there, and I don't know about that one.
That's a really hard thing to say if it's correct to get rid of the Cask Salesman, keep the Mystic Shot to maybe go over top of something, but we've got 2 more points of burn coming through. Daring Poro, there's Sharp Sight in hand to stop that as an elusive attacker, and I think at this point Butterbot is just crossing their fingers and saying, I've drawn a lot of units, so now burn has to be the larger portion of my top decks from here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though, because we do see that Gone has found a rally here, as well as the confront off of the second Shyvana, enabling them to start picking off these units with this pseudo Screeching Dragon.
the Shyvana is going to do a good job of controlling the board, but you aren't actually killing Butterbrat. And with 18 HP still available, that gives you several rounds of card draw to get the remaining burn that you desire. Here comes the Golden Aegis. And Shyvana attacking once again. Has the sharp sight for the Daring Poro, so just wants to get rid of this Cask Salesman.
Yep, Shyvana is going to level up on the block and then start generating strafing strikes. And Blinded Mystic found for the side of Gone now.
Imperial Demolitionist thinking about going onto the Daring Poro, but the risk of a combat trick stopping that is a little bit low. Just going to keep thinking about what I want to do here.
And there's a single combat, so no combat tricks. None of these demolitionists are going to be able to actually connect from here on out.
And now, as Shyvana continues to attack, we're going to get these strafing strikes that stop a lot of these spells, right? The Noxian Fervors, Static Shock's a great pickup. We need a little bit more card draw here.
And
1 damage to the Nexus, and also punching down the Dragon Chow. That means that it'll die to a wounded White Flame.
Daring Poro found. Not exactly what you want to see. And we'll see the sharp sight come out now.
Yeah, you got to save as much HP as possible. Dropping down to 4 means you'll lose to Decimate. There it is.
Yeah, Gone showed us in game 1 that they understand exactly how much damage they can take when we watched them frostbite the 1/1 spider. Looked like such a weird play, but it was honestly the best play he could make. It was very, very well done.
And so here we go. Now with Shyvana on the open attack, that means you just have the strafing strike to continuously keep Noxian Fervor and these Imperial Demolitionists under control. Butterbrat didn't want to take that risk of putting that spell on the stack and getting answered by a combat trick, but the longer you wait, the worse time you're going to have even getting these to connect. At this point, you might just need to play 2-3 as a blocker. Station Archivist is going to give you a fantastic preview of what burn you might have coming up.
And this is looking very bad for Butterbrat, but if he can find a Decimate off of the Station Archivist, it might be alright. No Decimate found, so I think if I can math correctly...
Noxian Fervor. I thought Get Excited might be the play.
Probably was, in my opinion. Because this Fervor opens you up to the Dragon's Clutch, right? So, Gone identifying that there is potential for a Decimate off the top and is a little bit scared of that now, wants to remove this unit so that way no Demolitionists can connect. I thought perhaps we would see Gone reach for lethal with...
Yeah, you use the Get Excited to discard a Demolitionist, deal 3 damage to the Nexus, and then Station Archivist makes you top deck the spell that you chose, right? So you would get the Get Excited off the top?
No, Station Archivist shows you your choices in order of draws. So if you see 5 spells, those are your top 5 cards.
Okay.
In which case, I believe the Get Excited was at the top of the list. So, I think it went Get Excited, Aftershock, Double Fervor.
I think I do recall Aftershock on the left and Get Excited in the middle, with Fervor on the right.
Yeah, see, Get Excited was on the top, so had Butterbrat opted to take the Get Excited, they may have been able to close out this game, but Gone finds the Aegis right off the top here, and that's going to swing this completely in his favor, not even going to give Butterbrat the opportunity to find a Decimate or any other burn to actually get through.
I guess what it was is if you take the Get Excited and you throw away your blocker, you're just inviting Gone to just rally and kill you anyway on that turn if they have it.
I think Gone was already representing, well, not representing, but I think Gone already had lethal available to them the previous turn if they used the Blighted Mystic onto the White Flame and the Dragon's Clutch. I think it had enough damage combined with only 1 blocker.
But again, I think this discussion just really goes to show that even if you're playing a deck that's centered around burn, that there is still a lot of nuance around,
definitely.
There was tons of decision making there. Like using the Get Excited to discard the Mystic Shot in order to clear that unit, And, you know, it always feels bad when you're playing that dedicated burn deck and you have to send something to a unit and not directly to the Nexus. And it's a very, very fine line where sometimes it pays off. And it's so nebulous, right? Because you end up in this trap of results-oriented thinking. But speaking of results-oriented, we've got double Targon's Peak, double Aurelion Sol, and 2 Zoes in play. Something has went horrifically wrong here for Extasio.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I keep telling Extasio he should probably cut Peak from his Peak deck because it's ruining his win rate. But he's in love with the card, so he's gonna continue having it in there.
If you could have 4 10-10 champions in play, how could you not love it? But unfortunately, the Targon's Peak discount also helps out Demacia Shrima very heavily by allowing them to develop the board wide and then rally against you, as we saw there at that juncture. Bringing the Aurelion Sols and Zoes into play with Feel the Rush means that you don't get that fancy top deck of the Sky's Descend to wipe your opponent's board and maybe go for the lethal. I think that a good percentage of the viewers have probably lost to Targon's Peak at least once, and so whether you're for or against the deck, you got what you desired there in that last game.
Yeah, that was a great little snippet to jump into. I'm a little sad we didn't get to see more of that game because it did seem like it was quite the game. I don't think I've ever seen that many Feel the Rush champions on the board.
Exactly. 2 Feel the Rushes had been played, and we're going to get a preview here now for Dudununu and Cephalopod. Now, Cephalopod we saw earlier with just a great control lineup. Has the Ari Cannon, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. But Iceborne Spiders, Iceborne Legacy in general, has been a card that we haven't really seen a massive amount of. All the Freljord Shadow Isles decks so far have just been like Trundle, Tryndamere, Feel the Rush kind of builds. And Cephalopod, as we get into the first game here with Dudununu on Dragons, or maybe even Mono Pantheon.
It is Taric Pantheon, actually.
Ooh, classic build, but Cephalopod on the Ledros. You see the Elise here. Troll Chance. Gotta be Iceborne Legacy.
Yeah, has to be the Iceborne Legacy. Cephalopod did post the first iteration of this deck on Twitter before the patch day. Definitely saw lots of people jamming it day one, and it was exactly his list. The list has since undergone some iterations and some changes. Ledros now being slotted in, ARAM being moved out. Troll Chants, I believe, were not in the original list I saw.
Yeah, Troll Chant gives you a little bit of ways to, pull some attack from a lot of elusive units for cheap, defending your spiders on turns where you're trying to set up a wider board for your Iceborne Legacy. And Dudununu on the Taric Pantheon means that you have access to that really strong combo of Golden Aegis on the Taric.
Yeah, that double Golden that effect of Taric double casting rallies for you is just so unbelievably strong that it had to get nerfed before release. They originally made it so that way it could loop infinitely, but people quickly picked up on that before Taric was released and kind of lost it. It was like, Riot, please, you can't enable this, and that was changed very, very quickly. So production has very kindly informed us that there is 3 Golden Aegis main deck, but no pursuits, and that Bastion is the only one available.
So 1 Bastion means that you're able to duplicate that Spell Shield onto another unit. If you put Spell Shield on the Pantheon before he levels up, it just increases the chances of getting other keywords that you might like. And again, just a great mid-range attacker. Thanks to the tough that he grants to your ally, it makes it much more difficult for your opponent to respond with their combat tricks to set up favorable trades. And now we just got this beatdown coming through. And rallying, despite the way it's really affected the game overall, has been the tried and true way that these mid-range decks can overcome the control lists. And now we've got Elise coming down post-combat with Crawling Sensation to also get the level up. Earlier in the broadcast, Monty, we talked about how leveling up Elise in these decks feels really bad because you're losing out on the Spiderling generation, but I wonder if Cephalopod is adopting a much more aggressive stance, being able to peel things to the side and just hit the Nexus directly, maybe setting up for Ledros.
Yeah, with the Trundle and the Ledros in hand, and no Iceborne Legacy, the at least generating the Spiderlings becomes a lot less valuable, but the Fearsome units and the Challenger units, more importantly, become a lot more valuable, as they're going to allow you to pull Fearsome blockers out of the way of the Ledros and out of the way of your Trundle's attack. And a very, very interesting open pass coming out from the side of Cephalopod.
Keeping a lot of mana available, trying to bluff something, it looks like. And Cephalopod is... I like that he's staying open to the concept. We said that losing out of the Spiderling on Elise can feel really bad, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily a bad play. Both players just going to pass back. Wow. There's no spells being cast. There's no units being developed. There's no faded procs for Pantheon. Might as well just keep accelerating to the late game. I've got this Ledros and Trundle in hand.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation from Cephalopod, anticipating Nunu to want to play out some units or do something with his mana that turn. However, as we can see, there is just a lot of empty spells in the hand of Nunu that they don't feel the need to play on a defensive turn. And if Ceph isn't going to put them under pressure, why even bother? We can just take the pass, set up with the Zenith Blade, get a second Zenith Blade off onto this White Flame, and feel really good about our whole turn.
And the Overwhelm coming through as a way to punish these small blockers. In any other board-based matchup, a lot of Spiderlings, even though they have the potential to scale up, still work fantastically as defensive units. But the Overwhelm really flips the script. And you're going to be taking a lot of damage around the sides.
Yeah, being unable to chump block the Taric and the Dragon is going to matter quite a bit in this matchup. We do see that Ceph has double Troll Chant available to minimize some damage that way if needed. If Dudu went in to try and remove the Trundle there, the option was available to then Troll Chant it back. Taric level up, not something you see every day, but so incredibly powerful.
And he's just big. Like, these massive stats are so great for blocking down the Trundle, staying alive. Now, as things attack, they're going to be able to become immune. It's not just cannot take damage, it's I cannot take damage or die. Means that things like Vengeance and stuff aren't going to be able to clean up on the stack. Vengeance plus Vile Feast is normally the way you play around Spell Shield, but now things are getting pretty dire for Cephalopod, and I would need to take a closer look at this list to see if it's a Ruination variant or not.
I would guess that Cephalopod is on a single copy, as his original the original list he posted on patch day did contain one, but we'll find out when he top decks it off of this.
Yeah, the Caster Blessing, you're really trying to do it to him, Monty?
Yeah,
More
he's a
glimpses.
Wallaby. He's not quite a Wombat, but Ceph is part of our Scrim group, so gotta do what I can to help him out.
And there's the Aegis off the top.
Yeah, and I think Nadunu will probably just go ahead and take this pass as well. And actually doesn't.
Developing wide board. Recognizes I'm kind of behind on Pantheon, but I'm very healthy. I've got leveled up Taric in play. They're tapped under the Ruination, but they still have Vengeance up. If I try to go for the Golden Aegis here, I'm just inviting that.
Yeah, this pass from Cephalopod is just screaming, I have Vengeance, you can't Aegis. As well as saying, if you do take the pass, you better be ready to deal with a Ruination, assuming it is in the deck, on the following turn.
Because then you go for Aegis, and there's like, aha, if you have Vengeance, I have Bastion, I've got Vile Feast. This is where things get really dicey. Nunu seems to be in a very strong position, but because Taric needs more things to be cast in order to duplicate, it opens you up for a lot of reactivity from Cephalopod, and still a great suite of blockers on his side nonetheless.
Yeah, still lots of options available to Ceph here. The blockers are still going to be able to deal with both the Goat and the Saga Seeker. But Taric and the White Flame are going to be able to get through no matter what, as they both have been blessed by the Zenith Blade and given Overwhelm.
So we'll see how this shakes out. We're getting later and later into the game. Really high chance of getting Ledros down. And then if any crazy rally happens, you might have Atrocity to combo with that and just close out the game. Flash freezes may be coming through off of Three Sisters. Another strong option for Freljord Shadow Isles to deal with these sorts of lists, because even if Tarek can't die, he can certainly be frozen in ice for a couple turns.
Yeah, he certainly can. And we see Dudu take this pass here. I imagine we'll see an open attack into a rally plus the... Oh, no, just opts to go for the Bastion immediately. And this is...
We got the spell shield. We're activating I cannot take damage or die, so these two units would survive a ruination.
Yeah, I don't... This seems a little bit counterintuitive to me, because the... By open attacking with the Tarek, you're already giving your units I can't take damage or die, right? So they're already not weak to the Ruination. They're already not dying to a Vengeance. Why?
I guess it's just attacks, any frost bites.
Yeah. Okay. That would be it, and then you can punish with the rally on the re-up. Okay. That makes sense.
And so now Ice Pillar comes through, and then Golden Aegis comes through onto the Tarek.
Yeah, we may not actually see that happen, just depending on how much Nunu wants to respect things here. But does opt to go for it. It says if you had a freeze, you would have used it.
And we're going for the glimpse here. Cephalopod looking for it.
Digging. Another little benefit of the Troll Chant is that it allows you to pop spell shields, so something that this deck does have trouble with outside of using Vile Feast, but that requires 2 actions.
And so the Tarek deck showcasing why it was one of the original builds with Pantheon. Just Tarek allowing you to facilitate and shore up the other units in the deck very easily. We saw how quickly Tarek leveled up, and he just became a massive threat thanks to Zenith Blade. The buff to Vengeance is nice, but just didn't come through for Cephalopod. Freljord Shadow Isles is a deck that very much likes to be in control, but when you're up against a deck that forces you to have very specific answers, it does become a much harder game for them to win, for sure. And again, the classic just threat of rally in the late mid game like that means that you lose out on the opportunity to play your more expensive cards, because the threat of Golden Aegis is just that much strong.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it looks like we are pretty much out of games to play. There is Sergey versus Daleton going on, but unfortunately, we don't have them for the broadcast. So
we don't have eyes on that match. That's really too bad. Sergey, for those of you who don't know, very strong player. I think took down a seasonal, right? He did win a seasonal, I think, a couple seasonals ago. I think he was top 4 in a couple seasonals before that. He's been incredibly strong. And Daleton as well, just a player that has also been mixing it up with the big boys. He was kind of like the little brother of, I think, a lot of the competitive players for a while. They would razz him a lot when he was playing in tournaments, and he still learned a lot from them, absorbed their abilities, and still is a massive threat in order to play in these tournaments and keep it going. And if you too, dear viewer, want to become a massive threat, maybe Metafy can help you. A lot of the players that we've seen on the broadcast today do have coaching sessions available to be booked on Metafy. And not only is it about getting better in general as a player, sometimes they have specific coaching for a deck that they specialize in that you want to pick up. And sometimes it's just about improving your mental state and having that outside perspective on some misplays you might not even be realizing you're making. What Am I is a fantastic example of a player that is all about maintaining a positive, very stoic mindset while playing, where you have to be very critical of your own play and understand that even if your opponent gets really lucky and kills you, as long as you did everything that was the most correct thing to do based on the information that you had or that you could extrapolate, then it's still a win in your book. And that's something that when I interviewed him a couple months ago, really resonated with me. And I'm glad that he's still able to maintain, his uh, success as a competitive player, his longevity, and also, support himself as a Metafy coach. Not even just enriching yourself as a student and getting better at the games. You're also able to support some of the most prominent members of the community as they get paid for their coaching, which is nice. And yeah, I can't really say enough about Metafy. They've just been a great, successful partner with RuneterraLife and have recently begun to sponsor other events in the competitive Runeterra scene. And GGtoor as well, kind of opening the floodgates, I think, for the sponsorship partners. Being on the forefront really goes to show how much GGtoor loves competitive events. They love all the esports events that they have listed on their websites for players to compete in. And I'm glad that they wanted to take that plunge because somebody's got to be first. And so big shout out once again to RuneterraLife, Metafy, and GGtoor for just being again at the forefront of the competitive scene for the game that we all know and love.
Yeah, they've been super, super great. Like you said, GGtoor has been here basically since the start, going all the way back to Squeeby tournament. They ran the Squeeby Duckling tournaments twice. We ran a Wombats tournament with them. They've come back and partnered with Metafy to run these past 3 with RuneterraLife. They've been absolutely phenomenal in supporting us and our endeavors, and we hope to continue to have their wonderful support in the future. I think the final set actually wrapped up while we were mentioning that we didn't have eyes on it. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and wrap up the broadcast. I just want to say very special thank you to you, Skarzik, for being here alongside me, and to Optima for once again having me on here, as well as one more thank you to the Metafy and GGtoor. Tomorrow's top cut is Cross
got it in.
Black Sparrow, 4LW, Sorry, B-Ball, Pinus, Talpinator, and Extasio. So those are your top 8 players. A lot of EU representation in this top 8.
The gap keeps getting bigger. I think that in a wider variety of decks like this, in a Swiss matchup where you just need to play something stronger, EU has proven time and time again that they have the ability to completely read the meta in a godlike fashion. And when it comes to the wild card decks that counter things and you're teching for a more narrow field, maybe NA has a bit more of an edge. But going into the top cut tomorrow to see which of these players get their cut of the $1,000 prize pool is certainly going to be, a pleasure to watch. And let me get a clarification if the players are allowed to change their decks for the top cut or if they keep their Swiss decks, because that's another consideration to have. If they have a completely new set of decks that they want to try out, even more experimentation to be had. So no change. They are going to keep the same decks that they played during today's Swiss rounds. So they have a lot of studying to do to see what matchups they might be playing against. Maybe trying to get a little bit more scrims in, because this prize pool, everybody, is no joke. Make sure that you are following this stream. Hit that follow button below the stream so that way you can be notified when we go live tomorrow for the top cut and bring you even more exciting EU flavored apparently Runeterra gameplay, and then just get a sampling of what decks are going to be great heading into the next stage of the metagame as it continues to evolve and adapt.
Definitely. At this point, we are not expecting too many more changes before the seasonals. I think we're anticipating one more patch, but it's not going to be a big shake-up patch the same way the previous one was. So any deck that is very strong and very prominent right now is probably going to continue to be strong into the seasonals. And if you have your eye on that prize, this is the place to be. You want to be watching these top players, giving it their all with their decks and learning from them. I'll be back here tomorrow to bring you Top Cut. Skarzik, I believe you are...
I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow, but Monte Cristo is still going to be guiding you through that very action-packed, heavy-hitting top cut for tomorrow. So thank you everybody so much for joining us today. One final shout out to Optima and the whole crew working the back end, Metafy, GGtoor, and RuneterraLife. That will be it for us today, and we'll see you all tomorrow, everybody. Have a good one.
See you guys. Thank you, Morp and Zero. You guys are heroes from behind the scenes. And thank you, Optima.